How's everybody doing tonight? I want to welcome you to another Roadrunner 89 Investment Network live stream. Tonight we're going to talk about interracial marriages, celebrating black women, white men, interracial couples. And of course, I back up any interracial couple. You know, they got my full support. But we're going to celebrate black women, white men for leading the way when it comes to interracial marriages, having the lowest divorce rate amongst all groups in America. And is that trend going to continue? I don't know. But I believe it is. It's something that's happening. It's a true blessing. And I'm excited about it. It don't surprise me. Um, Being around black women, you know, I've always seen how beautiful they are, how much of a blessing they are, the character they have, the passion, the emotions, and the spirituality. Black women are amazing. So it don't surprise me that when us white men marry black women, we have more of a successful marriage, even within our own racial group, which is totally awesome, a true blessing. Um, and I just love talking about that. But I hope you enjoy tonight's show. And also, we're going to see if we can get the dating game started. Do a test run, as long as we get some people that want to participate. But we're working on that. And once we get it going, that's going to be awesome. But I hope you enjoy tonight's show. And, sit back, have fun. If you got something to drink, I got some sun tea my wife made me. So I'll be drinking that. But, sit down, enjoy. Jump in the comment section. We'll have a live panel tonight where you can jump in and give your perspective also. But anyway, I hope you enjoy the show tonight. And, God bless you and your families and just enjoy. All right. How's everybody doing? That was just my intro in like a filler video. Coming up with some ideas on how to, proceed instead of sitting here waiting for people to jump on the live, jump on the live stream. And, because sometimes, you get there, you open it up and there's like two people and okay, let's wait till somebody comes on. I want to kind of eliminate that, kind of get the show flowing. Uh, but anyway, tonight, I want to talk about interracial couples. Okay, I always talk about that, right? But I want to celebrate black women, white men, or white men, black women. Some people want me to say it the other way. The reason I say black women, white men, that's the most common thing we see when you see BWWM. People know what that is. Um, but anyway, I want to celebrate this because people do not see the true blessing, what's going on. People don't see the true stats. People do, they got their own ideas on how things are supposed to be and how they think they are, and then there's reality. Okay. Um, and I'm going to talk about that. And then later on, we're going to try to do a test run on the dating show. So if I get participants, we'll go with it. I got some questions. If one of the ladies want to hop on and be my co-host and kind of do this will be a test run. So I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but we can learn from it. So that's up there. Maybe we could do that. And hey, JG Music, good to see you. Pro White Male Leadership, good to see you, young lady. D Powell, LVN, good to see you. Uh, and Michael Ray, awesome, good to see you guys. But I am happy. I'm in a good mood, and I just feel motivated. I feel like you know things are amazing. In a world where there's heartbreak and problems, and we go through that stuff. But I'm feeling pretty good right now. Um, when I look at marriage stats, and I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see that black women and white men are leading the way. And the studies I looked at, they are, and that's amazing because they're the most attacked group. I mean, black women, white men are the most attacked. Nobody could tell me any different. I know other groups get attacked. Don't I'm not saying they don't. And I know black men with white women get, racist going on them. I get it. But I think black women and white men have the biggest attack. But we're the most successful, and it's amazing. We're the least likely to date and marry out. We're the most race loyal group if you look at it statistically. And I'm speaking from stats. I'm not going off opinion. I didn't get together with some people that think like me and say, "Oh, this is what we decided." No, this is true stats. Black women, white men do have the most successful marriage. They've done studies on this. Okay, and I'm for interracial marriage across the board. I'm for everybody having the freedom and ability to be with who they want to be with. Whoever makes you happy, whoever makes you comfortable, whoever celebrates you. Um, I support it. Whether it's an Asian man with a white woman or a black guy with a white woman or Asian woman, I got your back. As long as you do it the right way, as long as you're not doing it with a fetishization to where are fulfilling a sexual desire. And this is one thing us white guys we're tagged with the fetishization, like we got a monopoly on it. But our marriages with black women last the longest. So yeah, I think that's a little stereotyping and generalization that ain't really true. Um, you know, but it is what it is. And sometimes when we get stuff thrown at us, sometimes when we get the hate, sometimes the stereotypes, whatever it is, it just makes us work harder. Because if there's something wrong, you work to fix it. Okay. Um, but when it's not your fault, you don't have to fix it. It's not your fault. You know, whether you're successful or not, you've been done wrong. It's not your fault. And I'm not saying what I'm saying is don't use that as a crutch. What I'm saying is act like it's your fault totally, even if nothing's your fault, because you'll work on bettering yourself when you know you got a problem rather than when you don't think you have one. But anyway, I'm kind of drifting a little bit. But black women, white men, our marriages are a blessing. It's not a blessing. It's not a blessing in disguise that might be something good. No, it's a blessing out in the open. People just need to open their eyes. It's in society. It's happening, and that's a blessing. And I think interracial marriages, the more we have them, I think the better off we are. Okay, and I'm not saying everybody should go interracially date and marry. No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is we need to stop shaming people for who they want to be with. I think we need to embrace it. If they find a good marriage, who cares what racial group or ethnicity group they belong to? Love and marriage is the key. And we should celebrate that. And regardless who's the most successful or not, celebrate it and encourage people to do it the right way. Do it with love and marriage. Okay. I promote interracial relationships, interracial marriage. I'm all for it. I think it's a beautiful thing. I like to see it. Um, and I like to see it being successful. And black women, white men, we get the shaming, we get the attacks, most attacked, but we're the most successful. And maybe it's because we have to fight for what we're doing here. We have to fight for the relationship we have. And sometimes when you have to fight for something, it means more. Sometimes when something ain't given to you, you have to work for it. You appreciate it more. And I think a lot of times us as white guys, we have success with black women because we don't have the mindset like we are entitled to be with black women. We don't look at it as an entitlement. We look at it as a privilege that you would even give us the opportunity to talk to us. That's how I always looked at it. If a black woman, you know, allows me to be in a relationship with her, I look at it as a blessing. And I have to work for that. You know, and because of the racial dynamic, and but I appreciate that. I appreciate being shown love from black women because they go through a lot to love you. And white men that are in relationships with black women, you got to understand, she's with you, but she goes through a lot to be with you. She goes through the shaming. Um, she'll be called a traitor, a bedwench, all this other stupid crap to be with you. Let that sink in. Understand that. And ladies, us white guys, we go through some stuff too. We have to, go against the grain in our community, and some of our family members don't like it, and we just got to push them aside and say, you know what, this is my life, you know, and we're doing that. Those of us that are getting into marriages, we're winning. We're winning big. We're the most successful. The blueprint of marriage, if you want to have the most successful marriage, would be black women, white men, or Asians. Asians are real high up there. They got a lot of traditions and a lot of, family orientated. So, I want to give Asians props because their marriage success rate is awesome also. Um, and we should celebrate successful marriage. Now, in some groups, it's lacking. Okay. And, I'm not picking on any group. Um, in the black community, the marriage rate is at the bottom. It really is. And when it's with a black man and white woman, it's at the very bottom. Okay. And I'm not picking on them. I have no hate for black men and white women. I love them. I celebrate them. I think they should be able to get together. But if you look at stats, it is what it is. And why is that? We need to look into it, not to put nobody down, but to see why. Because you want success. And when you want success, you observe everybody. You observe people that are successful and people that are, uh, you know, have failed, right? And I'm not saying all they might be at the bottom, but there are good men and women that come together and they marry. I'm not going in, but if you look at stats, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, stop explaining myself. Yeah, but I got to because people don't understand. Sometimes I know it seems kind of crazy that I keep explaining myself. I keep putting the disclaimers, and I do. I shouldn't have to explain it because truth is truth. You're right. But I do because some people got a misconception that white people were just automatically racist. We jump out of the womb wanting to oppress black people. People really believe this, that it's built in our DNA, that it's not a choice, that it's not an evil sin that people choose to partake in. They think we can't help ourselves, which is totally wrong. It's crap. But that's why I explain it because I don't want to seem like I'm attacking. I'm just putting truth out there. But here's the thing. The good news is whatever group you're in, if you look at the ones having success, you can have success. I got Asian friends that are very successful and I observe that and I look at what they're doing. And you know what? I'll take some of their advice when it comes to businesses, investments. Um, because they're doing something right. So why wouldn't I listen? Why I could be mad at them and think, well, you know what? They got lucky or they have more opportunity than me. Well, you can't say that. They don't. A lot of them are immigrants and they come over and make it happen. But you know, I I watch, I observe. That's what we should do. That's how we learn. Um, but yeah, but I do that. I give a disclaimer, and two, some of my videos don't get monetized because people take it as controversial, like I'm attacking. I'm not, and I'm not. I'm not at all. I have no problem with any racial group. I don't. I'm attracted to black women. I think black women are the best choice, and I'm attracted to them. Not just the physical, the sexual thing. No, the character, how they carry themselves. The love they have in their heart. Black women are putting in the work and doing amazing things. And I gravitate to that because I want the best option. I want, you know, I wanted to be married to a woman, not that I'm just attracted to, but that is successful. And what I mean, one that has character, one that's family orientated, one that wants to build with me and be successful in all areas. When it comes to love, family, you know, and economics. And with black women, you get with the right black woman, you're going to be successful on all levels. Let me just say that. Um, but we got to vet because there's corrupt and good in every group, you know. Um, but we need to celebrate this. That's a blessing in front of us. Black women, white men are leading the way. Black women, white men are setting the example. That's the blueprint of marriage, you know, in so many cases. Now, people ask me, well, okay, you say black women and white men are the power couple. What about black people? What about Asians? What about Hispanics? Or what about different combinations? Well, here's the thing, anybody that does it right and is successful in marriage can be a power couple. It's not just one group. The reason I say black women and white men are the power couple because we have the most success. We're putting in most of the work and we're putting up with the most crap. So that's why I say that's the power couple. I'm not saying it because, I think nobody else can be successful. Anybody can be successful. I mean, black women won every beauty pageant since 2019. I'm not surprised. They should win. You know what? Black women are amazing. And here's the thing. People say, well, you're fetishizing. No. You know what I'm doing? I'm observing. I got my eyes open. And when someone shows me love, I embrace it. And black women have shown me love all my life. And I've gravitated towards that. I embrace it. I'm thankful for it. It's a blessing. It has nothing to do with fetishization. That's just seeing truth. That's seeing a group of women that have blessed me in my life. I mean, and I should talk about it. Why not? Why should I hide that? Why hide a blessing? Why should I hide who I love? Why should I sit back? But the trolls want me to do that from the beginning. They says, you know what? Hey, white boy, stay away from black girls. You know what? They're not for you. Nope, stay away. You have no business messing with them. You know what? Growing up, stay away from black women. You have no business messing with them. You know what? I'm a free thinking individual. I go where I want to. I don't care if you're mad or I don't care how you feel about it. And you know what? I don't care who I offend. I don't care if I offend white people, black people, Asian people. I go where I want to go and I do what I want to do. And I choose the best path possible. So I'm not going to stop talking about it. In fact, the more you tell me to stop talking, the more I'm going to talk. The more motivated I'm going to get. I'm going to be, oh, yeah, it's working. And look, here's my goal. My goal is to share my story and to let people know that interracial marriages can work, that black women are amazing, and a lot of white men or Asian men or Hispanic, they're not around black people that much, so they don't even know. They don't even know the blessing that black women bring forth. So I like talking about it. I'm going to, and it's a positive thing. My marriage is so positive. It ain't even funny. Now, is it perfect? No, nobody's perfect, but I know I'm blessed. I know, and I appreciate it. And did I go for women just because I had an attraction to black women? No, there's more to it than the physical attraction. I see beauty in all women. All women are beautiful. You can't take that away from women. Women are just beautiful. They're just God created women to be beautiful, all races. But I think black women are the best option. Okay, I'm just going to say it. And why should I hide that? I mean, why would I say all women are equal and I married a black woman? Of course, I was biased, right? Because I chose the woman that I was most attracted to, that was the most loving, the one that was there for me. So, yeah, I'm biased. I didn't choose the one that would be rude to me and treat me like crap, right? Uh, are we having the dating show? It depends on if one of these guys want to jump on. If they do, we'll have it. Most definitely. I'm ready to go. I got questions to ask. Um, and if you know, Afro Angelique, if you want to jump on, you can and ask whatever you want, or we're just going kind of wing it today because I don't know who's going to show up, and till we get everybody seeing. I think what it is people are waiting to see how it goes, to see if they want to participate. Well, the thing of it is we got to have people participate to see how it goes. Okay. And it's going to be an avatar show, so you're not going to be showing what you look like or none of that. And I don't want to do that anyway on a live show. Um, if people want to do it later on, they can volunteer to do it, but I'm not going to push that. Not at all. But I would like to do it. My goal is to have a dating show. That is my goal. I want to, if I got participation, I would love to do it every week, to tell you the truth. I think that would be awesome. I'm motivating in it. The thing is I just have to have people participate. That's the deal. And there's more women than men on here, so um, but there are plenty of men. They just need to step up. I'm just saying. Um, but yeah, you're going to leave and come back. Oh, okay. Well, come back. Pro white leadership, male leadership. Okay. Um, yeah, but I just wanted to talk about this because you know, so many times it's funny that they did these stats in black women, white men. Their marriages are doing well. Okay, the stats are well above what they thought they were, and nobody really talks about it. It's like, and I think a lot of people are upset with that because they don't want to see it succeed. They want us put in a box where black women are just race loyal and white men are just fetishizers and racist and only allowed to be with white women. That's what people want. Okay. But the thing of it is people could be with whoever they want to be with. And you know what? Look at the stats and you'll see people's true character, you know. Or you can listen to what people tell you and you know and believe what you want, you know. Uh you get the ad I sent you. Oh yeah, I did. Yes, LVN. Yes, I did. I'm going to look into getting that. Yeah, that's something I do need too, because especially in the summertime, because I sweat a lot, I drink a lot of water, to stay hydrated. But two, you don't want to flush out your electrolytes. Yes. Um, I try to eat when I go to work. I make sure I eat and put food in my system too, so I'm not losing my electrolytes. But I'll look into that. That's a good idea. It really is because I go through the extreme. I mean, in the summer, I'm out there in winter, but I'm winter. You just trying to stay warm, so it's you're not sweating out all your fluids. The stats are off the chat for black women, white men. They are. They're amazing. And I hear some people say, well, it's a good thing. It might work out. It could be a blessing. No, it is a blessing. No, it's full throttle. It ain't a blessing in disguise. It's a blessing out in the open. People just haven't opened their eyes. They don't want to believe it. They want to think that, well, it works once in a while. No, especially the modern day segregated group that want us to be racially separated. They don't want to hear that. But too bad, truth is truth. It's so much better than Gatorade. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, most definitely. I do take Gatorade though to work. I do sometimes. I stay away from carbonated drinks and stuff. I stopped drinking sodas because that stuff just not good for you. A lot of sugar and stuff. So I'm drinking tea. You know, my wife makes sun tea, and out on our back porch it gets hot in there, so it brews nicely out in the sun. Um, but I've been drinking a lot of tea. I've been drinking like carbonated water, because it don't have sugar. Just for the, I don't know about you, but for me, it's just a thing. When you drink a soda and the carbonation and you burp it up, I don't know. That's kind of weird for me. So I drink the carbonated water. It gives me like the kind of the effect. Just don't have the sugar and all the crap in that sodas have. So, and I'm trying to, be strategic, trying to lose weight because I mean, when you get my age, I can lose weight, but I have to work at it. It's just not, I got to be more active and eat more. I'm pretty active, but I don't know. I look at food, I gain weight. And the thing of it is I love food. Yeah, it is. It is bad for you. Sodas are bad. Yeah. Hello, Corey. How's it going? Um, yeah. But anyway, I don't want to get off subject, but the thing of it is look at the stats. When you guys go out there, look at people for who they are. Look at people as people. Get to know people. Okay. We all have ideas what we think people are like, right? We've all done this, right? And it's not a racial thing. We just think people are a certain way. Um, sometimes we think, people from Texas are a certain way, people from New York are a certain way, or California, or the Midwest. We got ideas what those people are like. And if we're not around them, we really don't know. And they could be the same racial group, you know. People got opinions of each other, how they talk, you know, how they look, how they act. And stereotypes are developed that way. Oh well, Asians are like this. Uh, black people are like this. White people do this, and just get to know people. People are people. You'll find out that a lot of times, and being in the military, I've dealt with black people and white people, and you know what? There's really not much difference other than how they look. Maybe a little cultural differences, but what people really want in life is to be loved and be successful. I mean, that's what people want of all colors, of all races. We're really not all that much different, really. Some people have character and some do not. Um, Corey, have you been at 103 better part of the day? You were at 106 in Portland, or not Portland, in Oregon? Oh, on the patio. Okay, it absorbs the heat. Yeah, I think mine's it gets that high. I know it gets hot because my back patio, the sun shines directly through it from midday on up, and it just produces heat. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's nice in the winter, but summer you bake. I have to get those shades on the side to keep the heat out. We're, we are still an hour away from peak temperature. Oh wow, what's the peak? Oh, because you're not even at 5 o'clock yet, right, Corey? It's 81 in West Tennessee. Okay. I don't even know what the temperature is here. I think we're at 100 or close to it. Maybe even 102, 102, 10. I mean, we've been over 100 a couple days. Maybe not. The clouds are rolling in. Hopefully get rain. Yes, we are. Aldone is usually what people are missing for their thyroid problems and don't know it. Iodine? My thyroid's out of whack. Maybe I need iodine. You think so? Because my thyroid, it's weird. I can gain weight and lose weight. I went from skinny to fat in like no time. I, I've, I mean, I take medication for it now, but there was a time I would be real skinny and then I would blow up. I'd be like real chunky, like how am I gaining this weight? And then I would lose. It was weird. It was just, and I know that ain't good for the body to fluctuate weight too much. But I'd rather be one way or the other, either skinny or chunky. But one way or the other. Yeah. But anyway, I made a video today and I had trouble. I was a little late coming on because the editing program I was doing was acting up and I had to refresh my computer and then it took a while. And so I was like 15 minutes late tonight, but after this I'm going to put a video out there and it's going to talk about the blessing and success rate of black women, white men relationships. And it might seem like I'm talking about the same thing on other videos, but you know what? When something is true and something is a blessing, I think it needs repeating. Um, you know, and I think we should celebrate success, especially marriage. I think in our nation, I think the biggest problem we have, okay, there's racial problems, yes, there's people that have hate, there's crime, but I think our biggest problem, and I'm serious, I think it's a marriage problem. I really do. Because I think if more people were come together in marriage, I think we would have less problems. Now, would that solve everything? No. We'd still have problems, but I think in society we'd be better off because our children would be in an environment where they got both parents. They'd have, more security. They would have, you do better with both parents. When you're being raised as children, if you're with a single mother, you're going to have issues because dad's not there, right? And the other way around too. You're going to have problems, and um, I've dealt with that. You know, being raised by my dad, mom wasn't there all the time, so it hurt, and it'll have a psychological impact on you, whether you like it or not. No matter how tough you are, when you're being raised as children, you need both parents. Um, and those with single parents, they're starting out with two strikes against them. And I think if we focus more on marriage and more of traditional family instead of having a good time and thinking about living in lust, if we did it the right way, I think we would be better off. And I think to get there or get closer to more of a successful marriage rate, we all have to open up our options regardless of what you are. You have to have that option button open. I believe that because you don't know who's out there that will love you, that will give you everything. When it comes to husband and wife. And when I say giving you everything, giving you all their love, having your back, having a man that provides for you. He don't have to be a rich guy, just as long as he works hard and can manage money and pay the bills and feed you. That's and he should be always striving to do better. Most men that are like that will be successful, are good providers, even though if they start out low income. I've seen great providers that don't make much money. And I've seen people that have money that don't take care of their families. I'm just, that's a character thing, you know. Um, yeah, please hit the like button, of course. Um, but anyway, I just, wanted to talk about this because this is not celebrated. It really isn't. How many people go out there and say, you know what? Black women and white men are doing awesome. I mean, the people involved in the marriages, we talk about it, but do you see news reportings on, you know what? We did studies and this is what's happening. They don't, do they? I think they would be afraid to say that because they would trigger people. Because then people would say, "Oh, well, that's racist." No, that's stats. Um, you know, I just think, why not? Let's talk about it. Why is it working? I I I know a lot of reasons why it works. Because when we get together interracially, we're looking to build with each other, and in our communities, and many people have said this, and I've seen it. A lot of times, in the white community, the man's the leader. I mean, that's how we've been raised. In the black community, it seems like sometimes it's the other way around, where the women are leading the community. And when we get together, you got two leaders, two people that want to build, and a lot of black women want to be married and have families. So I think, and a lot of black women are traditional women of faith, women that want to have families, want that traditional life. And, us white guys, there's a lot of us that are traditional. Not all. I mean, there's some modern white guys that just want to go out and, have fun and not have responsibilities. But, a lot of us are traditional and we mesh together nicely. Me and my wife came together nicely because we both wanted to be married. We both wanted to have a family. We wanted that family structure. And there's no better love than having somebody with you your whole life that you can do things with, that you can, be with, someone you could come home to that loves you, when you're feeling down, that can lift you up and you could lift them up, you know? There's no better feeling than that. Yeah, I'm dropping the link. Let me go ahead and drop it. Yeah, I get winded sometimes, and then we'll try to have a dating show. We'll do a rough draft, you might say, test run. Um, but I came up with the topic tonight because I didn't want to just say, "Oh, yeah, we're having the dating game," and no one shows up, and then, "Oh, okay, hey, what do we talk about?" Yeah, some people don't know that you shouldn't take both scent. LOL. Okay, that picture of you. Oh, years back. Oh, our wedding picture. Is that what you're talking about, Michael? Yeah, that was. Yeah, if you seen us when we first got married, we look. You can tell we have we look different, but we were in our 20s then. Yeah. Hey, Afro Angelique, how's it going?
Hey Brent, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Hey, did you get that cartoon picture I sent you?
Yes, it's so cute.
Yeah. I don't know why it lightens it. It just the program.
Yeah, because I look like a white chick, but
You do, but
but I still like it. It's still basically me.
yeah. What I could do is if you're like in a room that's has like shadow, maybe we could do it like that. Get more of your true complexion in there. I don't know. It does that with all the pictures. I mean,
You know what? I could probably send you a picture of me that's like super dark, and I still would come out looking crazy. It's just for me, it really depends.
yeah. No, I when I do cartoon pictures, like I'll take
Mhm.
like a regular picture, and if I do like a black woman, what I'll do is I'll look for the most dark complected black woman, and then I'll take it because it'll lighten it, but she'll still have the color to it. It's just the program. It lightens me too. It makes me go from light to see through. Um,
And it makes me look good.
you, White chick. Corey said white chick.
Cause I do. I mean, I was trying to see if I could change my avatar to the thing,
Uh-huh.
but um,
Yeah, if you send me like a darker picture like that has shadows, I think that would get
that
get
picture actually has shadows. That's the thing.
yeah, it does.
That that picture is basically in shadows always.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I I mean, I could try other pictures and then until we get one that looks, gets right. And then yeah, you can use it for your avatar or, you know. I mean, I've used mine for my avatars. I've created so many through
yes,
that
you
program.
you've created so many pretty ones though.
Uh, yeah, Sandy's comes out pretty good. Um,
Mhm,
I don't know. It's just maybe the lighting has something to do with it. Because what it does is it takes a real picture and it cartoons it.
mhm.
But it does it nicely. Um, but yeah, I could put like different backgrounds too. Like you had the palm trees and stuff.
Yes, I like it. I
Yeah,
look like I'm on vacation somewhere.
yeah, and that's where you want to be. That's where I want to be. I wish I was in the
Yes,
Bahamas right now, sitting on the beach. I mean, gosh.
I would probably go to New Zealand if I could right now.
Oh yeah, you know what? I've never been there, but I've seen
Pictures are
video.
gorgeous.
It's like well, they filmed that movie. What Lord of the Rings there
Yeah, they
because
filmed.
huh?
Yeah, they filmed Lord of the Rings there, and it's like anything that's supposed to be like Middle Earth or any that's like supposed to have a lot of jungle or whatever they film in New Zealand generally.
Yeah, I mean the landscape is so amazing. The mountains, the
Mhm.
just
They got
it just
everything.
it's like I never seen nothing like it. I mean, there's beautiful areas all over, but that just you know what I would love to go to New Zealand and just
Yeah.
go on like a tour around that place and see all the different sites. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, it's just it's winter there now. So
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'd have to go where when it's warm. I'm not too good with cold.
so that's a good place to go when you want to travel in the winter.
New Zealand?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because it'd be
Because our
summer there.
summer is their winter and our
Yeah,
winter is their summer.
yeah. Oh, Rodney asked coming in late. Oh, yeah. Well, how is your foot? Oh, my foot's doing great. Look at this, guys. Remember that big boot I had? I
Mhm.
I have an orthopedic shoe now, so I'm able to walk around. I mean, the doctor says don't go for a long walk, but
You need
they
like
said
a good
they
get
said I could take the boot off. Thank God. That thing, oh, I tell you, that thing,
it's a pain.
my shin was hurting. It was just like, when you walk, it's like dunk, 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 dunk. I felt like a one-legged robot. It was just like, it's just like, it
The
hurt too.
only thing good about the boot is that you can adjust it.
Yeah. Well, it my foot felt good, but like my shin and the rest of my leg just felt like,
Mhm.
it just felt awkward walking like that. It's just, but they give me that shoe, and it's nice. It's comfortable.
Yeah,
My foot don't sweat as much. I mean, my whole leg was wet because of that
'cause
boot.
you getting air.
Yeah, yeah, I could breathe. I'm just like, yeah, it just, but yeah, yeah, but thank God that's done. I mean, it looks. The good news is that it's the fracture.
Mhm.
The doctor said it looked good on the X-ray. There's nothing separated, so
That's
She was
good.
she was like, "Well, I don't think we'll have to do surgery." And I'm like, "Oh, thank God. I don't want no surgeries at all." But, you know, especially getting older, I got to survive 10 more years just so I could get that second pension and,
Mhm.
cuz I mean, I could stop working now, but I'm just trying to create a nice little nest egg for me and Sandy. So when we get older, we're not, you know what I mean? I don't want to ever have to depend on my kids for nothing. You know, I don't want to be a burden to nobody. I want to, us to live by ourselves. There might be a day where we're just so old we can't, and I get it, but I just I want to be like my grandfather was. Like he lived to be 99 and a half, and he walked till he died. He didn't have to have special care or nothing like that.
Mhm.
It just his body wore out and it was time. But that's how I want to go if I can, you know. But he was really healthy his whole life, and I've been healthy most of it, sometimes not so much. Listening while driving home. Hey, white guy from Jersey. Good to see you. Um, but yeah, I mean, well, but I wanted to talk about this tonight and celebrate these marriages and stuff because the stats are showing good things. The stats are showing a blessing, and and for some reason people don't take it as a blessing.
Why
They
do you
get
think that
upset
is?
about it. I don't. I just think they don't like seeing it.
You know what? A lot of people don't like seeing people happy and living their
Yeah,
best life.
yeah, and I think they've been thinking their whole life that interracial relationships are doomed to fail. Like they don't work. I mean, I've been told that my whole life. Um, when I was dating, they said, "Well, why do you do that? Those interracial things don't work." I remember my grandmother told me, says, "Well, yeah, you know, Sandy's nice and I love her and she's great, but those interracial things don't work. You know that. Come on. We're just too different."
You know
Really?
what?
Uh, no, we
That's
ain't.
why that you know what's funny is that you never realize how much you have in common with somebody until you have a conversation.
Yeah.
Um, or how much you don't think, because it was interesting to see, like, um, they did a documentary of this black guy developing a relationship with this guy that was a member of the Ku Klux Klan.
Uh huh.
And it was just like, well, if all black people were like you, I would have a problem with black people. And I'm just like, you, everybody's an individual. So
Yeah.
you gotta have the conversations because you really don't know until you have a conversation.
I think I seen that. I seen previews of it. I need to see that where he goes and talks to Klan members and stuff, and just picks their brain and stuff,
Yeah.
and finds out, trying to find out why they're that way or what's their mindset is.
Yeah, and he's like, and there was a one guy who was like, he worked with him and he was Klan member, but they have lunch together every day and they talk.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, that
mhm,
seems crazy, don't it? You think
yeah.
that yeah,
It's like I hate everybody in your race but you.
but I'll
You're a
talk
good
to you.
person.
Yeah, just you know, keep keep your kids away from my kids. That type. That's-
Oh,
yeah,
and
you know what's funny?
mhm,
I watch old documentaries, and there was one I made a video of it, and it was a housing complex in Pennsylvania in the 50s and it was like a middle class neighborhood. They had little homes, and it was predominantly a white community. And there were some black families that moved in, and it created, people had a problem with it, and they were afraid that, black people would come in and, you know, make the community crazy, all the things, all the stereotypes and stuff, and how they
mhm,
thought black people were. And and people were racist. They didn't want to be around anybody but white people, and then there were some people in the community is like, hey, well, they're just people. They want to have a home. Who cares? So there was like it was an interesting documentary. But one thing I got is the women that were against it. There was one woman talking that she was against integration, right? She says, well, you know, uh, we're different and all this other crap. And she says, well, I don't want my kids playing with their kids because what'll happen is, you know, they'll look at each other as equals and grow up together as friends and marry each other. That was their fear. The
And
biggest fear they had was driving down the property value and their kids marrying, their white kids marrying the black kids. That was their biggest fear. Well,
and
guess
that's
what?
so crazy because that's what they did anyway.
Yeah, they're going to do it anyway. You're not going to stop interracial relationships. You're not.
It's gonna happen regardless because if you it's funny to me how just having a conversation with somebody can take you completely off guard and just like, you're so much like me. We're very similar.
Yeah, and the thing of it is that's what happens because if we grow up together, we're going to be friends, right? We're going to look at each
Mhm,
other as equal. We might look different, but you grow up that way, you don't care, and then you fall in love with each other, and that's what people do. Um, but like I say, you can't stop it. People that get triggered seeing interracial couples, they're going to just remain triggered because it's growing every day. You're not going to stop it. The thing you need to do is just hope that good people get together, good people get married,
mhm.
and embrace that. Because that's a good thing because and I've talked about it, interracial relationships can bring families together, not just two people getting to know each other and falling in love, but it can literally bring two families together
Mhm.
because they have to deal with each other. You get to know people, and sometimes just having a conversation, you have a different outlook on how that person is because you've
Yeah.
been told so many things about them you don't really know till you get to know them. And
Mhm.
and like he was talking to that Klan member, okay, well, why do they have hate? Why do people hate somebody that's different? If you try to unpack that stuff, um, and I've watched documentaries on that stuff, and a lot of times you find out that what those groups do is they play on people's insecurities. They
And
play on
mhm,
people's emotions, right?
their
And
fear,
yeah, fear, and they make it sound like they're out to destroy your community, your neighborhood.
your way of life.
Yeah, like it's going to change and when you find out they're just people like you, they just want to
They got the
have a
same
home.
issues, the same problems, the same hope, dreams, and fears.
Yeah, and a lot of times those groups, what they'll do is they'll get with people that have issues, that have low self esteem, that and they'll play on that. Well, the reason things are happening because these
They're
you
coming
know
to
these
take your
th-
jobs.
yeah, these minorities don't like you. That's why they tease you, and it might be some little guy that's been picked on, and they'll put that in their heads, and they'll think, oh yeah, it's because they don't like me, and they're trying to. No, that ain't true. You're just going through life like us, like we all are.
Yes.
We all get teased, we all get picked on, we all get we go through it. It's life.
You
Um,
remember when you're little and you like somebody, you would go smack them?
yeah.
So it's like maybe the person that's being mean to you the most actually likes you. It's like, oh, he just likes you. It's like, I don't want that kind of like.
And the thing of it is people that come out of those groups a lot of times, uh, they do because they just get to know people. Oh wow, black people ain't like that. Really?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I hate them. Why? Because I was told to. And you know what? And then they find God in their life and like, wait, what I'm doing is wrong. I've seen people, change their lives. I've talked to people that were in those hate groups, and
Mhm.
they'll tell you. One guy when I was in the army, he was uh, a recovered skinhead. And he said, you know what? If I saw you and being with your wife, I would hurt you. He said, I hated it. He said, I looked at you like you're killing us. You're killing our race. Like like you're a disgrace. He says, I don't think you are. I think it's beautiful you love your wife. But he told me, he says, that's the mindset because they look at it like that. The hardcore racists look like if you procreate with somebody of another race, you're killing your race. They look at it like that. And they get in that mindset, they develop a hate for people and it's crazy. But they're brainwashed, and demonic. It really is. Satan loves those hate groups. Regardless of what groups they are, because it develops hate. It pulls us apart. Um, but that's. I mean,
We just have to learn how to get out of the foolishness.
yeah, that's it. Racism is a thought. Racism is something that's taught to you. You're not born with it. You don't come out of the womb just hate in your heart. You
No,
know,
because
you,
think about those little pictures that you see where it was like a little black boy and a little white boy, and they were like, "Look, we're twins," because they had the same outfit on.
yeah, yeah, and you know what? And if you don't tell them that they're different and something's wrong with the other, they'll grow up to be friends.
Hmm. They had the same haircut, the same little outfit. It was like, "Look, we're twins." I thought that
Yeah,
was so cute.
yeah. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the world ain't like that. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
people, for whatever reason,
It's like when you're insulated and you live in a black community, you go to school and everybody you go to is black, and then you go to black, you may mix in high school, and then you decide to go to a black college. It's like you don't really give yourself an opportunity to experience other people.
yeah.
So,
What?
that's, hmm?
Yeah, and that goes the other way too. I mean, there's white people that don't get around much minorities, and they think that they're somehow different. And the thing of it is we got to deal with each other. This is the crazy thing. Why? Okay, we we live in the same country, right?
Mm-hmm.
We live in the same neighborhoods.
Mm.
There's black people in every neighborhood. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
there's
white
white
people
people
in
in
every
every
neighborhood,
neighborhood.
every
Yeah.
economic level. Um, so we see each other every day. When we go to the store, we run into each other. When we're at work, we're with each other. When and we got to live together. So why, if we hate each other, what's that going to do? Nobody wins in that situation. In fact, you just end up destroying yourselves. It's like, and I don't know. I think you hear about conspiracies and stuff. Within
Mm-hmm.
the government and stuff going on. And my thing on that is, if there is a conspiracy, what's the best way to control people?
Fear.
I mean, everyday people like me and you, okay? How could they control us? Because if we
Hmm.
love each other and we're in harmony and you know, we're more powerful. But if we're divided, if we're going at each other because of racial issues, ethical issues, culture clash or whatever it is, if we're rivals instead of friends, it's easier to control you. It's like that divide and conquer thing. Divide the
The-
people so you could conquer them. It's easier. If they're united, it's harder to defeat them.
It's it's like when you put like when you put fear and resources and you have people fighting for resources,
Hmm.
it makes them want to it turns them against people because they're fighting for their resources.
Yeah,
So and then if I make you, oh, if you go over here they're going to do this to you and that to you and da da da, and when you could just be banding together to get your resources together.
yeah, and you're stronger that way.
Exactly. We're
Yeah,
stronger together.
yeah, we really are. And we should embrace everybody that gets married. Now, and I've said I'm not against any group. I don't. I'll come on here and I'll say things. Um, how black women, white men, our marriages are more successful, and they are. And I'm not doing that to put nobody down. That's just fact. You know. And if I say that I favor black women when it came to love and marriage, the reason is that I'll tell you why. The experience I had was a loving experience. It was a experience of character, and I seen a true blessing. So that's what I gravitated to. And that's not to say you can't get that from any other group, because you can. And
Hmm.
we are the power couple because we're the most successful right now.
Yes,
And
because we
that's
have people. I don't know what it is about people just don't want to see white men with black women. They just don't.
Yeah, well, I guess it's because of the sins of the past, slavery, segregation, all that stuff. And I get it, that was horrible. But the thing of it is I would tell people, look, it was awful. I agree with you. It should have never happened. But I was born in this world just like you. You say you don't have a choice. I didn't either. I didn't pick how I was born and what I look like and who I am. But it is what it is, and we got to live together. And the thing of it is you can talk about the slave owner. I'm not a slave owner. I never participated in this sin. Well, your ancestors, okay. Well, they're other people. They're not me. All they did was pass down genetics, what I look like.
Mhm.
And the thing of it is I don't even know if I have a connection to slave owner. I look at uh my ancestry, and most of my family were Irish immigrants. So they didn't have much money, so they really couldn't get into the slave trade because they were just ordinary people. The people that did that were usually pretty well off people, you
This is
know. But
true, but we
the
have
thing of it is, I don't know. I probably got a connection somewhere that I haven't found yet. But the thing of it is, and I don't want to be insensitive, but we're in 2022. We need to make the best of what we got now, and know the past so we don't repeat the past, and learn from it.
yeah,
I
we
don't
have
want to hide it. I don't like talking about it, but we got to keep it there because we got to know. I mean,
we
but
can't move forward in ignorance. But
yeah,
the thing about it is that what most people don't realize is that in order for you to have a happy life, you need to be able to move forward, live your life from a point of gratitude and also forgiveness, because forgiveness can steal away all your, if you don't forgive, then it steals away all your joy.
yeah, and 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 that's the thing, and that's the biggest thing thrown at me all the time is they'll throw that stuff at me. I'm like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? You want me to admit that, yeah, I did these evil things even though I wasn't there? Or, I mean, what do you want me to do? What can I do? I can't fix the past, but you know what? We can fix the future. We can make the future good. We don't have to repeat mistakes of the past. We don't.
We don't, but we also have to just take people at face value until they
Yeah.
give us a reason not to.
Yeah. That's it.
Because, just because I think you look like a skinhead doesn't necessarily mean that you are one.
Yeah.
You could be the biggest, black woman lover out there.
Yeah. And yeah, and I love black women.
So,
Yeah.
it's it be your channel. The reason why your channel is awesome is because everything is done from a point of love, um, understanding and information, and it's just and the fact that there is very few places out there where black women are being uplifted.
Yeah.
So we that's why it makes it a safe space, and there's not many safe spaces for black women. They're just not.
I appreciate that. You know what though? And that why aren't there channels uplifting black women? Like I know there's some guys that come on YouTube and say they love black women. They're out there. But
Black women are the scapegoats. We're the scapegoats for everything.
well, I
And now,
mean,
and now we're in a position where you can't put that label on us no more.
yeah, and you know what? The truth is going to come out and here in the future, more people are going to desire to be with black women just because when you get to know black women and it goes beyond the looks. It does. For me, it went beyond the looks. It was yeah, black women are beautiful, yes, desirable, yes. And as men, we desire women, and there's no doubt. But it goes deeper because when I chose my wife, it wasn't just the looks. It was how she treated me. The love she had for me. How much I love her and her character and the sweetness about her. And I mean, there's so many things involved, but I was looking for a wife. I wasn't looking for someone that just turned me on and hit the bedroom, and unfortunately, most men in today's world, that's what they're looking for. How does she look? And, you know,
Hey, what's
but
on your mind?
Hey,
hey,
hey, hey.
hey, how's it
Yeah,
going?
yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I just want to say that when you see like men like that, like trolls on here going after you about things, especially mostly black men doing that. Here's the thing: they like to throw that only white men did all that stuff back then, when it was actually also white women who did that to black male slaves back then too.
Hmm.
So, but I don't see black men holding on to that. And I don't see black women, you know, pointing that out
Hmm.
and telling black men they can't date white women. There ain't black women out there pointing that stuff out saying, oh, well, look what they did to you back in slavery.
Yeah,
Why are you dating that white woman? So I don't see, black women doing that to black men. Black men freely date white women and there's no problem with that.
yeah,
It's almost like they totally want to throw all this on white men. No, back then white women did the same thing too.
yeah.
Right.
They did the same thing. They were no different,
They were
you
actually
know.
they were actually the cause of a lot of different things.
Yeah.
well, well,
They
yeah,
actually got a lot of those black male slaves, mm, you know,
Not even then, because
yeah,
unalived. They
if
got
you
some of them unalived for
yeah, they
real.
did,
if
and
you think about it, Black Wall Street was because of a white woman. Rosewood because of a white woman. There were
oh
Yep.
yeah,
whole cities destroyed because of white women.
well,
Exactly. But you don't see them. You don't see black women attacking black men or white women about that, saying, "Oh, look what you did to so and so." The black men back then, you don't see black women doing that. Black women
I
don't say anything most of them don't. I'm not going to say all of them don't say
yeah,
anything, but there's a small percentage of them that do. But
I
go ahead, Brett.
oh no, I was going to say I kind of get why they do, and here's why I'm going to say this. Back in the day, white men were in control, so we do get the blame. And back in the past, it was white men's fault because they were the leaders. They initiated this, and yeah, white women did evil stuff. Oh yeah. No, I'm just
I think
I
they're
think
they're
that's
just
where it's
equally
going.
responsible. It's
Yeah.
equally responsible back then. Both black but white men and white women were equally responsible back then for what they did to black slaves back then. So,
Yeah.
but the thing is, I don't see black women calling black men or white women out for the things that their great great grandmothers did, you
Yeah.
know.
We ain't
Um.
got time for all that foolishness. We got
Yeah.
stuff to
Yeah.
do.
What
Yeah.
I would say about that is look, it was evil. I mean, but the thing of it is you can link me to that, but I didn't partake in that. I just
Yeah,
um
nobody partook in that. That all them
yeah
people
that
who did all them things are long gone. They're long gone, and it
and,
needs, and that's where it needs to be, long gone.
yeah, and God, nobody gets away with nothing. People that did those sins, God's dealt with them. I'll assure you that. Um, but they use that when I talk about interracial relationships because you know what it does? It's uncomfortable and it brings out what they call white guilt. And I'm going to tell you, we all have that as white people. We do. It's uncomfortable. I don't like talking about it. Like, yeah, that was evil. Oh my God, what? And then when I study it, I'm like, wow, I can't
Yeah.
believe
But it
people.
just makes me mad when I see white men who are dating interracially getting attacked all the time by black men. Like, why do y'all continue to do this?
Yeah,
Like, stop.
Yeah,
it,
we just
It
need
gets
to.
old. It gets really
Yes.
old, and it gets boring, and it just gets tiring. And I'm just tired of it.
Yes.
It's like, let it go.
yeah, let's
Please
move
let it
past
go.
it.
Can we
No,
look?
but
Michael
hey,
said it perfectly. Because focusing on the past causes depression. Focusing on the future causes anxiety. So we have to be in the present.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and you know what?
I think
The
everybody
hey,
should open their options.
they
I
should.
do too.
Everybody should. And the reason I talk about this stuff, and I'm uncomfortable talking about slavery and all this stuff, um, but the thing of it is you kind of have to because when you're in a interracial relationship, that's going to be thrown in your face. That is the first thing you're going to be attacked on.
Yep.
And a lot of times we'll go into defense mode. Well, hey, I didn't do it. Well, I think it's bad, and then
You shouldn't have to.
you shouldn't
Mm-mm.
have to. Um, but yeah, but that's why they do it because it knocks you off balance. It really does. It's a tactic.
Yeah, the whole argument and try to gaslight you. That's what it
Yeah,
is. It's to diffuse the whole argument. But when they do that to you, just bring up, well, white women were doing the same thing. So back
yeah,
then, they were doing just as bad back then. But I don't see you saying anything to them. Black women saying anything. So please just they need to
Because
just drop the whole thing.
yeah,
because white women are seen as the internal victim to be protective, and it's like
yeah,
you guys just don't understand.
yeah.
But
Hey,
But what's this dating test run thing about?
oh,
Why?
dating
oh,
game test run. Yes.
you know,
Hey,
Michael or Corey come
They're not even
online
coming
and
up here. They're
I
not even coming up here.
know.
How is it a dating test run and they're not even up here?
well, let me drop the link. Let's see if all I need is one to come up, and we'll do a test run. One and three ladies that want to participate.
Everybody's talking
Let's
about move on to another subject, and that's just what we did. But there's nobody coming up here. But
Yeah.
we're
No,
me and
I
Afro
all
up
right,
here.
gentlemen, you need to log on and
hold
Or
on.
move on to another. Yeah, if they want to move to another topic, well, then come up here and
let's
let's move
provide
to
different
another topic.
topics,
Okay. Yeah.
please.
I think they don't want us to go deep into that what we're talking about.
Yes,
And I don't either, but
and
Yeah,
then
I
but
we
just
need
it
to
needs
move
to
on
be
from a
said
different topic.
though.
yeah, it does. It's part of life. The hey, what happened? What happened? Truth is truth. You can't run from the truth.
Nope, you
Exactly.
can't run from the
All you
truth.
can do is make
Corey, are you running?
Why are you running? Why are you
Yes.
Michael, your
running?
turn. Hey, I get two guys up here. Are one or three ladies and two guys? Or who wants to participate? Hey,
We
this is
need
your
some more
chance.
ladies and we
You
need some more men. So Michael or Corey,
you
pick.
guys want to do a
Y'all can
dating
dig
game
it
test
out.
run? I got the questions. I got them right
I'm
here.
just I'm gonna co-host with I'll co-host with Brent. So
Okay.
You
Yeah.
said somebody said they need to charge. Oh, Almond says she needs to charge her phone.
Oh,
that's what
okay.
laptops are for, darling.
Yeah, get on y'all laptops. Y'all on the phone and stuff talking about I'm on the phone. I can't get up here. That's no
Ye-
excuse.
That
Excuses are the devil's fruit.
That's right. Ah, here's Michael Ray. Hey, brother, how you doing, Michael?
Hey man,
Finally.
Good to see you.
I'm eating supper, but I'll stop for y'all.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We appreciate you.
Do you want to do this test run, Michael? Or
I'm down.
huh?
I said I'm down. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do
All
it.
right now.
Okay,
All right.
ladies, you want to go on 3-on-1 like the dating game? I got the questions ready,
We need two
and
more
uh,
daddies.
and you know what?
That's
We'll let
hilarious.
Michael will get to decide, and then we'll have the chat decide too. That'll be fun. So, ladies, if you want to come up, the link's right here. If you want to participate,
Come on, ladies.
it's here.
There's a ton of them in there, but they don't seem to want to come up.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
I got
listen,
I got quite a
people.
few emails that want to
Yeah,
participate.
they put the emails out, but they're not coming up here. What's going on?
Come on. You have to have a little courage. Ah, see? They get to hear your voice, Michael. They love your voice. I told you.
Yeah, you know what? People want to see. Well, I just want to see what it's like. See how it goes. Well, we got to get. that's why. That's why I had a topic tonight because you know what? If I just said dating game, we'd be like, okay, come
Nobody
on.
would come up here. It'd probably just be me and Afro up here most of the time.
See, you just have to
Oh,
click on the link.
LV.
You don't even have to create an account. You can just click on the link.
That's all
Yeah.
you got to do. Hey, LVN, how you doing, young lady?
Hey,
Yes,
Hey, LV.
Hey.
hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Is your mic muted? Check and see if your mic's
It's
muted.
not showing on my end. Maybe her audio.
Yes, her audio probably.
Is it turned all the
Or
way
she
down? Sometimes it might be turned. Maybe the microphone on your computer's turned down or muted. I don't know. Maybe it's a setting thing. LV?
Uh-oh, I think she might have crashed or she'll be back up hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Yeah.
might have been because sometimes I come on. There's been times where I had like a setting and nobody could hear me, and I just pull my hair out. Sometimes you got to go in the audio and adjust the settings.
Whoever said anything nice, I appreciate it.
Huh?
Look, you they're hearing your voice and I've been telling
Finally.
everybody your voice is awesome.
Yeah, I missed the last live he was on here. I missed the last live. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, that
We
that
finally
that
get
was
him on.
later in the night. I think you were on that night, weren't you? But you went on.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
you didn't come in
I
on
was
that.
a replay. I was the replay crew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I missed it. I wasn't there. I missed it, and he finally got on the mic. I was like, oh, missed it.
yeah, that was a good show. That was fun. We had a good time. Okay, ladies, you ready to do today? I'm ready. Let's do this test
I
run.
guess I'm.
You want to do it?
We
I'm
need
waiting for almond butter or something.
I need.
MW. One of
I
y'all,
need.
come on.
Hey, I
I,
need.
Need
I
one
see
more
you in the
person up
chat.
here. Come on,
We
we see y'all in the chat.
we need two more. Two people. We got what's on your mind and two more.
Come
Look,
on,
this ain't
ladies.
this ain't an
Please.
obligation for a date. This is just for
No, this
fun.
is fun. This is for fun. Come on.
Yeah.
It's called a dry run for a reason.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
can
this is for
figure
fun.
out how this works.
Yes.
In fact, I got the questions. These are good questions. Wrote by our
Oh, it was Cece, I think, trying to cover. She says she's
oh,
trying.
you're trying? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give it a little time. We'll talk till people come on. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, Michael Ray came on, and man, he was awesome. Ladies were like
They
loving
were
him and
really
stuff.
just they were
Yeah,
asking
I
him
was.
so much questions. They were
Because they look, The ladies have been
They
waiting
backed
for a
him.
long time for Michael to come up here.
Y'all backed him in the corner.
They put him on the spot. That's
Yeah,
what we do here. We put
backed
people
him
on the
in the corner.
spot.
I was like, good
No.
Lord.
Good. It's because look, Michael has an awesome voice, and it's just like he can read the phone book, and you still be all right. Continue to talk.
Yeah, he does. He reminds me of one of the characters from Red Dead Redemption game.
From
I'm
what?
a
Oh
game.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a gamer. So Red
Oh
Dead
yeah.
Redemption. It's a cowboy game, a western game.
Oh, that's a neat game. It really is. You know what?
Yeah,
I play video games too. Yeah, I love Red Dead Redemption. That is an
I like
awesome.
it too, but I don't like playing the online version because
Yeah.
people will just up and shoot you out of nowhere. I got
Just for the
shot.
heck of it.
Yeah, I got shot over hunting a buffalo. So I was hunting a buffalo, and I guess the guy got mad at me because he thought I was stealing them from him. And I'm like, no, I shot it, and he still shot me anyway and took it.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, there's some really like toxic players in that game.
Well, that makes it no fun when they just shoot you for nothing.
Yeah, there's a lot of trolls and toxic players on there, but it's fun nonetheless. If you have like a crew or something like a posse and you just run with your posse, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I love Western games. I've always watched Western movies. My favorite one is Gunsmoke. I
Oh
watch a
yeah.
lot of old Western, yeah, like Gunsmoke,
Mhm.
and I think there was another one, a couple of old Western movies. I like watching them because I
Yeah.
like the whole country accent.
Yeah. You know what? And Gunsmoke was awesome because the stories were just whoever wrote those was awesome because they,
Yeah,
it always had a good plot to it, and it
it
was
had a
like,
good plot and they kept it clean. It wasn't like how
yeah,
some shows are. You gotta turn it off because the kids come downstairs. And you're like,
right?
oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah. That. Oh yeah. I love westerns. My mother-in-law is a big westerns fan. I mean, she watches the old westerns, the Gunsmoke, the Good, Bad, and Ugly, all those movies, and
Yeah,
what she was saying
definitely.
back in the day when she was, younger, when she was a child and a teenager, she said the big thing they did is they had these like movies, um, that cost like 15 cents, and they had westerns. That's mostly what they showed, and that's what she would do for activity. And she just got into watching westerns, and she watches them to this day. I know when
Yeah,
we got her.
Bonanza. That's the one I also like is
Oh,
Bonanza.
Bonanza, yeah,
Bonanza and Gunsmoke.
yeah, and when we set up her TV, we hooked up. We did the live streaming channels for her, but we hooked up the Western channels because that's what she watches all day, Westerns.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then there's the one my dad loves that show. It's called MASH or something like that.
Mhm.
It's so
Oh,
yeah, TV show MASH. It's all about Vietnam or Korean Wars, I think.
Korea, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
yeah.
was
Oh,
about the
yeah, I
I
Korean
used
remember
to,
that
I
Wars.
used
show.
to watch
Yeah,
MASH all the time.
my
You know,
dad watched that because my dad he's a Marines, so he was in
oh,
Vietnam,
okay.
so he's into like military movies, so military shows and movies and stuff like that. So he definitely enjoyed watching that because I guess it brings back memories of good times he had working, you know, during that time. That was a heckish time to be in the military. It's during Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It was. It was. Well, I mean, the people weren't the American people weren't behind you, and the thing of it is the soldier don't have a choice. He's got to follow orders.
Yeah, I remember hearing about like from veterans saying when they got home they got called baby killers and
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
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 it
yeah.
was bad. Hey, CC.
Hey,
Hi.
CC, how's
Hey,
it going?
See?
how are you guys?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Finally, you're up here.
Yeah,
All
Yay.
right. Yeah. So, okay, we need what? One more? One more lady come up, and we can
Yeah,
do
one
this.
more lady.
One
One
more
more.
lady.
See it if Karen comes up here. Well, the topic of the day, Karen, it's just the date game run, just a test run.
Yeah, it's a dry run. Up here comes
Up
the
bots.
Robo Trolls.
It's almost
Uh,
like, remember those robocall things?
yeah.
I
That's
still
what they
get
remind me
those.
of. Yeah, the robocalls. That's what they remind me of, like robocall.
Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, here they come.
Yeah,
Like,
telemarketers.
hey, almond butter beauty.
Yay, ABB.
It's ABB. Okay, one more.
I was
Unless you,
hoping almond butter would come up here, but I don't
yeah.
know if she can. She says she's
Uh,
on her phone.
LV tried to come up. Oh, wait, here's Karen.
Hi,
Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
Karen.
hey,
How are
Hi,
y'all?
Karen.
Karen.
Hey, finally another one. Now
All
we can
right.
like.
Welcome, welcome.
Now we
Do you
can
want to
question.
participate in this?
Well, sure. Why not? I have to say, though, I have a really, really serious, bad sense of humor. So you guys are gonna.
Oh,
So
that's fine.
when I say that, I find things really funny. So yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So what are we
that's
doing?
that.
The more
That's
laughter, the better.
all right. So, okay. So let's see. And instead of saying bachelorette, I'm gonna say contestant 1, 2, and 3. How's that?
Okay.
Uh,
Good.
Awesome.
okay. Let me write this down. Okay, who's contestant 1, 2, and 3? And then I put it in the chat too, so we can, so people can vote. So you guys can vote who you think Michael Ray pairs up best with. Okay.
Michael Ray.
And,
All
and,
right.
and
Sucky now.
okay. Number 1 is L. What's on your mind? I'm gonna just say L because that's what your
Yeah.
avatar
Okay.
shows. 2, C for Cece, and 3, Karen. I'll just put a K for Karen. How's that?
Cool.
Okay, so let me put it in the chat so you guys know how to vote. Okay, number 1. Yeah, let me just put this in. Is L.
Oh, LV's trying to get on, but StreamYard keeps kicking her off.
Oh, did it?
I think it's
Okay.
about her mic or something, but yeah,
Oh,
they
is it?
keep kicking her
Sometimes
off. Yeah.
if she comes on, I'll let her join in too.
Yep.
I mean, we got room if people want to come on and in the middle. Hey,
Come through, LV. Come on.
We're having the dating game where we are trying to find love.
okay.
Oh, it's not your mic. It's just StreamYard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, hey, we're going
kind of hanky sometimes.
we're going
Just
we're
keep
going
trying.
yeah, we're going to do more dating shows once people get their courage. We're going to do this more often. It's just right now people are just I'll see what it's like first. So we'll okay, here's the thing. Okay. Hey, Afro Angelique, do you want to just ask whatever you want to ask them?
Well,
We didn't prepare no questions. I got questions here.
well, isn't with the
Or-
dating game? First question should be Michael's question.
Let her rip.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he'll ask because he's got to ask questions, and then I got some questions I'll ask here too. And Afro Angelique, you can throw something in there too if you want to throw one in there.
Not a problem. Today we are doing French today. So
Yeah, LV would be here if she could. Something's going on. Yeah, that's okay, LV. We'll do more dating shows. This is going to be an upcoming thing. We're going to mastermind this stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and get it started. Okay, you guys, L is number 1, contestant number 1. 2 is Cece, and 3 is Karen. Okay, so at the end of this, you're going to go ahead and vote, and we'll count it up and see who the audience chose, and we'll see who Michael chooses. Okay, and all 3 of you ladies are first class choice. So, Okay, so let's go ahead and start. Michael, do you want to ask him a question first, or
Yeah, I can.
okay?
Contestant number 1, how would you describe yourself in 3 words or less?
Uh
She fell off. She ran.
oh. No,
I'm
here she
here.
is.
Hold on. Something happened. I clicked the wrong button or something. I'm very
Okay.
quiet, so I won't approach people. I won't approach you to try to talk to you. I'm a really shy person in real life. Um, Once you get to know me, I'm very nice, confident. I I'm a gamer too. I'm goofy. I like jokes. I don't know. Oh my god, this is making me nervous.
No, that's all good. That's good. Good
Help.
answer. Okay.
Um,
All right.
and I guess that's it. I
Oh,
mean,
okay. All right. Awesome. All right. Now let's go back to the. All right.
Same question for number 2.
Oh my
Number.
goodness. Okay, that's me, right? Cece?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's you.
Okay, 3 words or less.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Shy. Um, um, Christian. Alone.
Oh my goodness.
Shy, Christian, and alone. Okay.
Mhm.
Awesome. And Elle, what was yours again? I'm sorry. I know you're a gamer.
yeah,
Sense
I'm
of
a
humor.
gamer. I got a good sense of humor, and I'm really shy.
Really shy.
And
Okay.
that's all I'm gonna say because I'm like nervous.
Oh no, no, that's good
Don't be
stuff.
nervous. That's
That
that's that's how you know you're doing good.
yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Bachelorette number 3, it's your turn.
All right. So dorky, nerdy, and outgoing. There you go.
Okay. Dorky, nerdy, and outgoing. I wouldn't say you're dorky and nerdy.
Oh, I
Outgoing.
very much. I'm a
Okay.
self fiend.
Okay. Hey, ladies, let me ask you this question. All 3 of you. Uh, Contestant number 1. Okay. Um, what are some of your biggest fears of dating a white guy?
I would say not really anything, really, because I've dated white guys before, you know, so I've come across a lot of like stuff that's been going on, in life. So I don't pay it any dust. And
Oh,
if
okay.
somebody try to open their mouth to say something, I'm more like I'll stick up. I'm the type of person, I'm really shy, but I will stick up for the person I care about. I won't tolerate nonsense. I don't
Oh,
tolerate the Karen behavior, Ken behavior, or any of that. So I will say something. I'm not the type
okay.
of person to get quiet, especially when it comes to seeing a loved one in pain or hurt by somebody saying something. I will get in their face, and I'm like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
All right. That's awesome. So there's no fear there. Okay. Uh, Bachelorette number 2. Same question. What is some of your biggest fears of dating a white guy?
Okay. Well, I was married to a white guy. We were together almost 17 years. So I
Okay.
think one of my biggest fears would be that when dating somebody new, they'd be naive to what it's like to be in an interracial relationship. And they would assume that the world is just going to treat us like every other couple. That would be my biggest fear.
Oh, okay. All right. Awesome answer. All right. Number 3, Miss Karen.
Could you repeat the question again, please?
I sure can. Yeah. What are some of your biggest fears of dating a white guy?
Well, I don't have any fears of dating a white guy. Well, I'll
Oh,
take that back. I think and you're saying mine, I don't have any, but for him, I think I want him to be comfortable. So I'm hoping that he has no fears. I don't really discuss the color whenever I'm dating someone. Never do. Just never even bring it up. If they bring it up, I say, "Oh yeah, you're right," and then we keep on going. Never talk about it.
All right. Hey, I like your answer. That's awesome. So you just want you don't have fears. You just hope he doesn't.
I
Like
just
he's
hope he
open.
doesn't. Yeah, I hope
Okay.
he doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that answer. Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
I like all your ladies' answers. I do. Okay. Um, Michael Ray, do you want to ask the ladies another one?
Can I ask a question?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
All right.
Afro.
So I want to ask everyone, what
Mhm.
is romance to you? So, Michael, can you start?
Romance is getting to know somebody, going slow, spending time with them, finding out what they like, what they don't like, finding out about their childhood, about their family, um, what their hopes and dreams are. You know,
That's
Okay.
that's good. And Karen, what is romance to you?
For little acts of kindness, little acts of love. For me, it's real little things. So noticing that I like birds of paradise and getting me one when they come home or when they're coming over, they knock on the door and say, "Here you go." That's really romantic to me. Or if I'm coming over, they already have maybe they have some wine poured and some chocolate, and they have that out for me.
Oh,
It's a romance for me. And again, the kindness is knowing when I'm tired or I'm not. I never get grumpy. I'm pretty happy all the time. So, but knowing when I'm a little not myself completely, and being able to say, you know what, baby, sit down. Let's just talk. Let's talk about Star Trek. I mean, yeah, just something just so obscure and ridiculous, and knowing that I would just be like, "Oh yeah," and that would perk me up. That's what I call romance.
oh,
That is awesome. All
that's
right.
awesome. And Cece, what is romance to you?
To me, romance would be when you're able to read each other's vibes, when you're in sync with each other, kind of like when you can predict what the other person is about to say before they say it, and you just anticipate their needs. To me, that's romantic.
Okay.
All
And
right.
what's on your mind? What's romantic to you?
Getting to know somebody, know the ins and outs, and then having someone that you can connect with on a, deeper level, kind of like, mentally and emotionally, and understanding each other. And, you know, just having someone who understands what you went through, you understand what they go through, and just having stuff in common. And even if you don't have anything in common, to still understand that person's hobby and respecting that person's hobby. Just love, comfort, respect, understanding, and just happiness. That's what's important. Happiness is, if anything, you know.
All right.
Everybody had great answers.
They did. Okay, I got some more questions. And hey guys, the questions I'm asking came from uh my good buddy Corey. Okay,
Oh
so I give him
Lord.
credit.
Oh goodness.
Uh
We know
so
those questions.
I'm not going to take credit because he did send them to me. They're good
Shame
questions
on
though.
you, Corey.
So he's a part of the show even though he's not on. Okay.
As
Uh
usual.
my, Michael, did you want to ask the ladies a question?
um, let me think. What are the three most important things about a relationship for it to be successful?
I'll say loyalty, respect, love, and I'll add another one, family.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
There
nice.
you go.
that's my answer.
So the other two ladies probably had something similar too. All right. Okay. C, did you want to answer that?
Oh
I,
yes.
okay. Okay.
I would say trust, commitment, and yes, family.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Okay. Bachelorette number 3, Karen.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. What was the question,
What are the
Michael?
what are the three most important things that you believe is important in a relationship?
Kindness, openness, and respect.
Okay.
All good answers.
Yes.
They're all good. You ladies are on point. I tell you what. Okay, I'm going to ask a question here real quick, and then I'm just going to get to question 4, and then if Michael Ray don't have no more or Afro Angelique don't, then we'll take a vote, and Michael Ray will give a choice, and we'll compare that. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay. Um, this is for the ladies. Do you believe a white guy can tell the world she's mine? Go away. Okay, and hey, that's what a man should do, right? She's mine. Go away. We'll
That's
start
a
with
that's a universal
L.
question.
Yeah. Okay, we'll start with L. All right.
Yeah, definitely. I don't like men who are weak. I like a strong, dominant alpha man who's going to protect his wife and his children and his family. And any other man that thinks they're going to try to slide in, he puts his foot down. No, that's my wife. You better get going.
All right. Outstanding. I like that. That's how a man should be. Okay. Uh, Cece.
Yes, 100% yes, because it takes a strong man to be in an interracial relationship to begin with. So 100% yes.
Okay. All right. Now we'll go with Karen. All right, Karen. Do you believe a white guy can tell the world she's mine and go away?
I believe that, yes, but I also believe that there are nuances to that particular question. I mean, there are certain things that, once you're in a relationship with anyone, you have to there's a little bit of delicacy and dancing that goes on with your other life, regardless
Mm,
of the color of your skin.
yeah,
But you can definitely do that, no doubt.
yeah. And I would say this too: if you're with a man that can't do that, he's not for you. He's got to
Correct.
stand up for you, most
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, every man should do that, regardless of racial. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. I got 2 more questions, and then Michael, if you want to ask one, or Afro Angelique.
Oh, um, if you could travel to anywhere in this world, where would it be?
Okay, who do you want to answer first?
Karen.
Wow, the person has been all over. I've been everywhere, so I'm a traveler. Right now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going to Thailand. So, yeah. So that would be, yeah, I would like to go to Thailand right now.
Cool.
But actually, like I said, I'm a traveler. So I've been to the Philippines, to Guam, to Cancun, everywhere. So right now, though, Thailand is the place.
Okay.
Um, let's see. L, what I mean, what's on your mind? Where would you go?
I would want to go to Malta. I've always wanted to travel, but I haven't really, been outside the US, and hopefully someday I will. But I'd like to go to Malta. It's like an island. It's where the Maltese the dog the Maltese is from. It's Malta Islands. It's
Mhm.
beautiful there and the water's beautiful. And I've always wanted to see the ocean. Never seen the ocean before. And that's one place I want to go because it just looks beautiful. It looks like a place that you would want to go in the summertime. And I love this. I love the summer, but I just don't like the heat.
Where are you
and
from,
and
Elle?
I also want to go to Greece. So I want to go to those two places.
Yeah, where are you from, Elle?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Have you never seen the ocean?
No, I lived in the city all my life.
Is Pennsylvania landlocked? Yeah, I guess it is.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
No,
okay.
I've never seen it. Like the only thing I've gotten close to seeing like water was the three rivers. We're
Well, you know what? You need to
or
you need to give me
Monongahela
your
River.
address because I hang out with a bunch of ladies when we
Yeah,
travel, and you would probably enjoy my travel crew.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
the closest boat ride I've ever had was the little Gateway Clipper. That was it.
Oh,
I've never seen the ocean, honestly.
Okay.
And CC, where would you go?
I would revisit Japan because I went once when I was in my early 20s and it wasn't a very successful trip. So I would love a retake on a trip to Japan.
hmm.
And
Okay.
Michael, where would you go?
Jerusalem.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I think your mic is messing up.
Okay. Hey, he said Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Those
That
are
was an
great
interesting.
answers.
Yeah.
Um, ladies, I'm going to ask you this. Okay. Would you be comfortable on vacation in a black populated country with a white husband? And um we'll start with Cece.
Yeah,
Number 2.
yes, I would because I'm from a black populated country, and yeah, I would.
So that wouldn't be an issue.
No, it wouldn't be for me. No. Mm-mm.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, Karen, I'll ask the question. I'm going to ask it each time. Karen, would you be comfortable with on vacation in a black populated country with a white husband?
Yes, I definitely would be, but my question would be the opposite, if you don't mind me asking. Would my white husband be comfortable in a black populated country? Because we deal with that all day long, but they, or I should say, white folks don't. So
Okay.
where's that
Yeah,
come
hey, that's that's straight to the point. That's good. Yeah. And we'll be asking Michael Ray after I ask Elle.
from? Ooh,
Okay.
ooh.
Um Elle, what's on your mind? Uh would you be comfortable on vacation in a black populated country with a white husband?
Certainly, and I kind of agree with Karen. It's like, would my husband be safe? You know,
Right?
That's a question.
like I wouldn't have a problem. I'm not afraid of nobody. I'm like a fire. Like I'm of Sag rising, so I'm fire right there. So I wouldn't be afraid, but I would be more concerned about our safety rather
Yeah.
than you know.
Yeah.
So it's all like, would he be safe, or would we both be safe? I wouldn't have a problem walking through a whole entire, area full of black people, a country or a continent. I wouldn't be afraid of that. No.
Yeah. I will say this. I never felt I never had a problem being around black people with my black wife, whether it's in a different part of the United States or a different country. But I mean, that's a good point. What country are you in? Would you be safe? I mean, but that can be not not just a racial thing. Just they know you're an American and they assume you got money. So uh, You know,
Karen crashed, but she'll
oh,
be back.
Karen. All right, let me put the link back up there. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes StreamYards does that. Okay. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for her to come back up, we'll ask Michael Ray. Michael Ray, would you be comfortable on vacation? Let me ask that. Would you be comfortable on vacation in a black populated country with a black wife?
Absolutely. I've been everywhere. So I haven't been everywhere out of the country, but I've been all over the United States. And I've hung out in black clubs, white clubs, everywhere. And I don't see that much difference. You don't want to do anything stupid, you know. You don't want to go in a bad area or something like that. But, you know, I don't see anything. I don't see that it's that big a deal.
Okay. I would agree. And I'll give you an example of what I went through. When I went to Korea, we were like out in town where most of the GIs hung out and stuff. And one guy was showing me around, and there were different like clubs. And he says, "You don't want to go in this one." And I said, "Why not?" He says, "Well, there's different people there." Like, what do you mean? And he said that there's black people in there. You want to stay away from there. So guess what I did? I said, "Oh, really?" So that's where I went, and I walked into that club, and I had a great time, and it was mostly black soldiers in there. And you know what? They treated me just fine. In fact, I had such a good time that I didn't pay for no drinks or nothing. It was just like it's people are people, man. And you know, just because you're in a country with it might be a black populated, but that don't mean they're not going to accept you. People are people. But I mean, if you're in a different country, you need to be careful anyway because you don't know what to expect. But hey, but that's my experience, and that was a beautiful experience because you know what? This clown was telling me because they're different from us, we need to stay away. It could be dangerous. No, it was a great experience. But anyway, um, but you guys, ladies, you answered that good, and
When I was young,
okay, go ahead.
there was only one club that I never wanted to go in, and it was a white place called the Hideaway.
Uh huh.
And all I can say is this is the picture: rednecks, white socks, and blue ribbon beer.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, I do got white socks on, and I don't know about blue ribbon beer, but okay. uh, that's yeah. I get you. Yeah, I wouldn't feel. I'd be. You know what? Those type of places, I think I'm in more danger than being in a a place with mostly black people. Seriously.
I think it's biker bars for me. I don't go near them. And this incident happened to me when I was a kid, so that's why I don't go there. But that's another time for another story.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I highlighted your picture when Nell was talking. I kind of messed that up. Tried to highlight who's talking. So okay, I got to learn to highlight the right one. All right. Okay. Um, Afro Angelique, did you have a question you wanted to ask the ladies and Mr. Michael Ray? If not, I got another one.
Me? You? Oh, is it me that asks Michael Ray a question? Is that what
no.
you're talking?
Did I say L?
Yeah, you said.
I'm sorry, L. I meant Afro Angelique.
Oh.
I'm following it up now. Afro Angelique, did you have a question that asked the ladies and Mr. Michael Ray?
Got your mic muted, Angelique.
Oh,
I don't know if she's here. Maybe she's AFK. Real quick.
No, I'm
Oh, there
here.
she is.
I just didn't want what I was doing to interfere with what you guys were doing.
Over the
oh,
wall with the path.
oh no! I was just asking if you had a question to ask the ladies and Mr. Michael Ray.
I had one and then it slipped my mind because I was talking about all these places I wanted to go in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I got a question. Or Michael, did you want to ask the ladies a question? And ladies, did you want to ask Michael a question? We can do that too.
Yeah, I would like to ask Michael a question.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Well, Michael, this is Karen. What type of woman are you looking for?
Okay.
Someone that I feel comfortable with, that I could spend my time with and just enjoy every moment of it. You know, somebody that shares similar interests, but I can also expand my horizons. You know what I mean?
Okay. Sounds good. I'll have L and CC ask you a question, Michael, and then you can ask the ladies a question.
Okay.
Okay. L, do you want to ask Michael a question?
Kinda.
Okay.
Do you like video games? Sorry. Do you like video games and like fantasy games, like tabletop games and stuff? Would you have a problem with your partner being a gamer?
No, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I've never played them much, but I'm willing to learn.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might even enjoy that. Yeah. Okay. Cece, do you have a question for Mr. Michael Ray?
Yes, Michael.
Okay.
How long have you been single?
Oh, man, let's see. 5 years, really longer, but that's when I've actually been single, but I've been by myself for 12 years.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Those were good questions. And ladies, you all asked Michael Ray questions. Michael Ray, do you have a question you want to ask each one of the ladies? And
I'd like to ask the ladies if they have a song that they've kept in their heart for the man that they've longed for, or the person that they hope they meet, and what is it?
okay. Okay, who wants to answer that first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I actually have two songs. First one is Whip Appeal.
With a pill?
No, Whip Appeal. Whip Appeal.
Oh, okay.
Say that again.
Yeah, Whip Appeal by Babyface.
Okay.
I have to write
think
these down.
What's that?
I said I may have to write these down. Say that again.
It's called Whip Appeal.
Lip.
No, whip. They're saying whipping.
Oh, Whip Appeal by Babyface.
Face, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then Forever. Yeah, the song is Forever, and it's like literally one of my favorite ever songs. But it's called Forever, and it's by crap, I forget who's it by. I have it in there.
Okay.
Well, go on, and I'll find it for while
Okay.
you guys are talking. Yeah.
We lost Cece.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll
I
put
guess
the link.
I'll go. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have only one song, and it's from Anita Baker. It's called Rapture.
Oh, I love that
Oh,
song.
I love that song. That song's
Yes, I
awesome.
love her music. She's my favorite jazz singer, Anita Baker.
Oh yeah, I love Anita Baker. I listen to her all the time. Me and my wife Sandy. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's one of my favorite songs is Anita Baker, Rapture.
Caught Up in the Rapture of Love. Yes. Oh man.
Yeah.
You know what? I tell you, yeah, there's nothing like Anita Baker. You know, I just love the her singing. I just love her style. You
It's
know,
her
she just,
tone. Her
yeah,
tone is so
her
good.
tone and how she dresses. You know, she
She's
seems
a
like a
very
lady.
classy lady.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she seems like a lady that would be a great wife that, you know, you would
Mm.
see in church that loves her family that
Oh yeah,
just
she's a God fearing woman too. So she's very
yeah,
much in religious, and
yeah,
she's just yeah she's a classy lady.
yeah, yeah, she is. Cece, are you still there or did you crash or phone die? Um, okay. Well, I guess Cece's out of the running unless she comes back.
She'll come back.
uh, yeah. Okay. Um, all right. I got one more question and then we'll wrap up the dating show dry run. Uh, hopefully, um, did everybody answer your question, Michael Ray? Ladies, do you answer Michael Ray? I
Yeah,
think
he wanted to
everybody
know
did.
which song. So
Mhm.
yeah, but
Yeah,
except for Cece because she crashed.
yeah.
Maybe
Mhm.
back on.
What's that?
I said maybe she'll get back on.
Yeah. Hopefully, I don't know what happened. It just dropped off. It sometimes does that. Sometimes with your if you're on a phone, there she is. Okay. Hey, Cece.
Hi, yeah, sorry, my phone overheated.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to have a couple more questions and wrap this up and go to the voting. But
Okay.
there was a question Michael Ray had for you. Did you want to ask her again, Michael Ray?
What
Oh,
song? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't remember if Michael said his song.
Oh, I
Okay.
got two of them also. For some reason, ever since I've been watching Brent's channel, before the show ends, I always start having Van Morrison songs popping in my head,
Uh,
and I'd say I have two. It'd be Tupelo Honey and Into the Mystic by Van Morrison.
oh, okay. All right. And what would be your song, Cece?
I think it would be Endless Love. I don't know who sings it, but it's
My.
from the 80s. Endless Love, My Endless Love.
My endless love. Isn't that
Yep.
Diana Ross?
Yeah, it is Diana Ross. My
What? I
endless.
forgot about
Yeah,
that song.
yeah. Diana Ross and Lionel Richie.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a classic. Yeah, Diana
Mhm.
Ross and Lionel Richie.
Yep.
My Endless Love. And Happy Gilmore and his girlfriend sung that song. Or he played that song in that movie. That's a great song though. Oh yeah. Okay. Hey Afro Angelique, let's ask you this. What would be your song that you would think of meeting that special man in your life, that future husband?
Um, there's so many. But there's a song by Lauren Hill and D'Angelo.
Okay.
It's let's see. Now that ugh, now my brain is not working. Um, 'Cause I used to love that song all the time. Um, let's see.
Someone's typing.
That wasn't me.
Oh,
Cause
okay. You're looking it up.
oh, it's called Nothing Even Matters.
Oh, okay. Hey,
Now the skies could fall, not even if my boss should call. The world just seems so very
That's a
small.
good song. Yeah.
hey,
I love that song.
you you know what song I like, and I think of my wife with this song, and I think about when we got married is "All My Life" from Casey and JoJo.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
love that song.
That's a good song.
Oh yeah, "All My Life," because it talks about I've been waiting for you. You know, it's
Yeah.
like a marriage song. It was like, you know, he's thanking God for her. You know, it's like, oh,
Really
that
found you.
Corey says Brian McKnight
Yeah.
forever.
Yes. I used to love me some Brian McKnight too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, everybody loves Brian McKnight.
Taking us back.
I'm sticking with Anita Baker. She had some songs that and Luther Vandross. Those are my two favorite.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you know Luther Vandross, that guy, he could sing, right? He started out as a backup singer for what's her name? Gosh, I can't think of.
Patti LaBelle
No, not Patti LaBelle.
or Aretha Franklin.
Not Aretha Franklin. God, what's her name? She, uh, it's. I mean, I love her music, but I can't think of her name. Roberta Flack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now,
Oh,
you know what? I just listened to the first time ever I saw your face again
Oh yeah.
yesterday. That is
Mhm.
the ultimate love song. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Roberta Flack. He sang backups. He was a backup singer for Roberta Flack. And you know, I watched oh, we got some static somewhere. Um, but I saw a documentary on that, and she said that she knew that he would, you know, he just had a voice that he would make it big on his own, and he did. Um, but yeah, I mean, Alicia Keys, Unthinkable, Roberta Flack, love Roberta Flack. Oh yeah. Uh, Ebony and Ivory. Yeah. Um, okay.
somebody's mic messing up. I hope it's not Michael's.
No, I think Cece, is that your mic?
It might be. I don't know what I'm doing wrong though.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, you're sound good now. It's
Okay.
probably just some. Okay. All right, guys. Let's wrap this up and see how the voting goes, and then Michael Ray, um, you're going to pick one of these lovely ladies, and you know, from what you heard, what do you think would be the best matchup? Now, you don't know these ladies, it's just for fun. And in the chat, you're going to also vote too. And I'll try to add this up and see what the people think, see what Michael thinks. And, you know, and we'll go from there. But before we go, does anybody have any questions you want to ask the contestants? Ladies, you want to ask Michael Ray a last question, or Michael Ray, you want to ask the ladies a last question? And Afro Angelique, do you have a last question? And then I'll ask one more question, and then we'll do the voting. Okay. So, ladies, do you have a question you want to ask Michael Ray before we
I
wrap
have
it up?
I have one. Yes. Michael, how old are you?
Okay.
That's a good one.
Oh, good Lord. You put that man on the spot.
You did.
Sorry.
I'm real old. I'm 63.
Oh, okay.
That's not real old.
That's not.
That's a
No,
good
that's
age.
not.
I'm not
That's a
far.
good age. That's a good age.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Miss Karen, did you have anything you want to ask Mr. Michael?
Actually, I like that shot. So, are you into fashion, Mr. Michael? Because that's a fashion shot you have right there.
No.
Okay. No, he said nope. That's a good avatar picture.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like that
It
avatar
is.
picture.
I forgot what actor that is.
Sam Ellis.
Sam Elliott. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Elle, did you have a question you want to ask Mr. Michael?
Who, me? Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Just the final one? No? Okay.
no.
Okay. Okay. Afro Angelique. Oh, wait. Michael, did you want to ask the ladies a last question before we wrap up?
I know this is rude, but I feel like I should ask them how old they are. But if they could
Okay.
do like a bracket, maybe, I don't know, whatever they feel comfortable doing.
Okay.
Well, this is Karen. I'm 59. I will be 60 on in February. Yes, and that's a photo I just not real recent. So that's what I
Oh,
look like.
and you're 59?
I'm 59.
Oh,
Looking
that.
fabulous.
Oh man, you know what? I tell you, black women age great.
Yeah,
Oh man, wow.
jeez, I didn't know. Wow, you look so young.
Yeah.
Exactly. Wouldn't even put you in that decade.
Okay, so
Not
59
awful.
and that's pretty close to
Almost
Michael
60.
Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
Okay, do you ladies, do you want to answer how old you are? You don't have to.
I'll go.
Okay.
I'm 39. I'll be 40 in November.
Oh, okay.
And this is Cece. I'm 50.
I'm the
Okay.
youngest here.
Yeah.
You're the
Yes, you are.
baby.
Definitely
You're
you
the
are.
Fif-
baby.
Okay.
Having
Because
a
you're younger
baby.
than me.
Okay, so Karen's the closest to the age. But I think we're all in our 50s except Elle. You're the baby of the group.
Yeah, I'm
I
39.
I'm 53.
I'm
Uh
45.
okay. All right.
Another question.
You're the baby.
Okay.
All right, I want to ask the ladies what they think their age range would be. You know what I mean? Like, I've thought about this for a long time, and I feel like the maximum range should be like from your age to maybe 15 years younger. Is that too much or too little? Or, what do you think about that?
It
Okay.
depends about your
That's
connection because sometimes your connection defies your age range.
That's true.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's more of like as long as you're not like as long as that the partner's not like 18 fresh out of the nest,
Yeah, right. 18 and
Yeah,
That's
if they're
somebody's
like
baby.
I'd say maybe 30s, like late 30s, early 40s and
Yeah.
older, that's fine. But if they're like fresh out the nest and still youngins and still running wild, then no.
hey, you know what? I thought of a song when it comes to age. I thought of an R. Kelly song. When he says that
Oh, what
song,
R. Kelly?
"Happy
Oh
People," right?
no. Come on, Brad.
Yeah, it would go like this: step,
I
step, side
don't
to
need
side. You're 15 and I'm 45.
Oh my god, no. Come
That's
on.
Okay,
No.
that was wrong.
No,
Okay,
the thing about it is
No,
that
that
you could be
no.
of two different decades but have very similar
Absolutely not.
experiences.
okay,
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
that was wrong of me, wasn't it?
It was very
that was funny, actually.
but
Yeah,
look, we're laughing though.
Damn.
That's the point. We're laughing.
yeah. I was
Yeah.
I was making fun of that song. He
Oh my
says step
god.
side to side. I said,
Yeah,
yeah,
he,
and it was like that age range, 15 to 45, wasn't it?
Back
yeah.
then, like
No,
in the
I think I
1800s.
think he was in his 30s and she was 15.
Oh, you talking to Leah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
but
Lord
I mean,
Jesus.
lately he's like, yeah, he's like in his upper 40s now.
He's in his 50s.
No,
Or
he's like
50s.
50. He's like
50
50.
something.
Yeah,
Messing with these 20-year-old girls.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you know what? And he was talented singing. And you know what? I try to delete his music and stuff, but it still pops up. And I told my wife, I said, "Gosh, how do we get rid of
But
this?"
here's the thing. I'd say still, the music, you can separate the music from
You can, yeah,
the musician, really.
Well,
yeah. Because I mean,
But
honestly,
I honestly don't listen to him no more because that's a personal thing. I just don't listen to him.
that's me too.
Yeah.
When his lyrics start making no sense to me, I stop listening to him.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
really like him.
I loved his music. I did. I ain't gonna lie. But
Mhm.
his character, no. And I don't listen to it because of that. What he did to these young girls. So I mean that.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, to Michael, I have dated older men. My oldest daughter's dad is like 50, so just want to say that. So yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do
Okay.
have one
It's the
question
level
to
of
ask
comfort.
Michael, if you don't
And
mind.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
What's that, Karen?
I do
Yeah.
have one question, if you don't mind, Michael.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, Michael, how do you feel about a woman who possibly makes more than you do?
Okay,
And
that's a good question.
just at a different lifestyle level than you would be.
That is a good question.
I've
Yeah.
never really thought about it. I've never thought about it.
Okay. So it really wouldn't matter to you.
No, I don't care about that stuff.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Some people do. Some people really do. And it's a shame.
Do
Yeah.
what? Oh, some people do.
Yeah, some people do.
Mhm. And I
I
said
would.
it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah. I would say for me, I would have an issue just how I'm brought up. Now I could live if I really loved a woman. If she made more, she just made more. But how I've been raised is I've always been taught I have to provide, so it would kind of mess with me psychologically a little bit. But I mean, if you love somebody, I mean,
It shouldn't matter.
It
you'll make
shouldn't
it.
really matter. Money shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, it shouldn't, but and it wouldn't at the end of the day. At first, I would try to because I want to provide. I want to, it's just it. We're kind of raised that way, you might say. But yeah, I mean, and there have been times in my life my wife's made more than me because my wife's successful. So yeah, I could deal with that. It would be tough because as a man, sometimes we want to provide. We want to not to outdo our wives, but to just be a provider. Um, but anyway, okay. Let's see. Did we everybody ask a question? I kind of got sidetracked. I'm sorry.
oh, I didn't get to
Clearly,
answer.
the song over there.
What's that, CC?
I didn't get to answer the age difference question.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think 15 years is a big difference. I think the only thing to consider when it comes to age is whether you want to have kids. That's the only thing I would really be concerned with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense because a woman, gives birth. It takes a lot on her body, and
Yeah, it does. It
you
takes a
know,
lot to even have a kid.
yeah,
Some
even when
women
she's
struggle with fertility, but any woman can struggle with fertility at any age, really.
yeah, she can even if she's young and strong.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I've heard stories.
92
So
years old. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Okay. J9 says age is only but a number. Okay, just a number.
Well, it depends. It depends.
depends, because
Yeah, hey, we don't
I
want to
think
get too out of whack.
I think
we
like
don't need fresh out of the nest girls. The fresh
Yeah.
out of the nest will know.
Oh, she was talking about the R. Kelly song.
Oh,
Oh,
oh yeah, AJ. Oh,
Oh
what?
Lord.
awful,
my
awful
God.
person. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't no more.
think about this
Okay,
though.
okay. Let's get
If
R.
you can
Kelly
have
out of
somebody,
the.
Yeah. But it
Okay.
matters how
you can,
mature you are, how mature that person
It's
is.
time to sage the live stream, because R. Kelly, like, we got to get the sage and start burning some sages.
Yeah, we don't want to be
can I say something?
uplifting that dude. Yeah, go ahead.
Like with age, it really just depends on experiences because you can have somebody that is that's younger than you, but they were raised by older parents, so they have a different mentality than the people their same age.
That's very true. That's very
Yeah.
true.
Well,
Because like my mom had me when she was 41. So
oh wow.
I was a surprise. So my mindset is very different from the people that I grew up with. I was a lot more mature than they were.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Okay. Are you guys ready to vote and Mr. Michael Ray, are you ready to pick one of these ladies? And I know it's tough because they're all awesome. So
Can I
mean,
can I pick them all?
well, you can't have all three. I just you know you got to think what would be the best pick for you from what you heard. And like I said, nobody said anything bad. Both these ladies are awesome, intelligent, beautiful. I mean, these ladies got it going on, so it'd be hard to choose. I mean, I would have to flip coins, and that's
You
just
know,
me.
I
But
was thinking that.
Well,
If I was
I
thinking,
will, I will remove myself out of it, and you can choose between those two.
oh no,
I think they are awesome. I
No,
think
no,
they're
no,
awesome.
Karen.
we ain't doing
No,
that.
Karen.
No.
You stay right where you're at. You stay put.
Yeah,
I
no,
do.
no,
I think they're awesome.
yeah. All you ladies are,
No, you're awesome, Karen.
and
Definitely
like,
You are
awesome.
super awesome.
yeah,
No, you're super more awesome than I am awesome. I feel like a Ted and Bill and Ted's Adventure.
Look, I want to be like you when I grow up.
there you go.
Definitely. I want to look like Karen when I get that age because she's like ageless, like the beauty.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going audience in the chat. Go ahead and vote. Okay, let me put the.
What's on
Let
your
me-
mind, which is L, would be 1.
Okay, let me do this. Let me type it in the chat so people know who to pick, and I'll highlight it. That way, people know how to vote. Okay, and then Michael Ray, you're going to have to pick one of these ladies. I know you want them all, but you can't have them all. Sorry.
I think don't YouTube have like a poll thing you can use, or are you using that?
Well, I could do it on my my community page. I can't do it on here though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
thought you
I
can
wish
do it
I
on
could.
there.
Yeah, I can't do it on here. I can do it on my community page. But everybody would have to go to my community page, and that would take a long time. So I might just have to count it or find a new way of speeding up the voting process if we can somehow. But I'm gonna have you guys vote, okay? Okay, these are the picks. What and in the chat, which one of these ladies you think is the best pick for Michael Ray? Just based on what you hear. Number 1, L, what's on your mind? Number 2, Cece. Number 3, Karen. Go ahead and place your vote in the chat. And I'll wait a couple minutes, and then Michael Ray, just think it over. I know it's going to be tough, but tell me who you would pick based on what you hear. And it's not a put down to none of the ladies because they're all awesome and beautiful. So
I think we're having a clear winner.
It's very clear. Everybody said 3.
Oh wow.
Everybody said 3.
Okay, we'll give it a few more minutes. Maybe it'll sway the other way.
No.
We have a pretty much.
No, it's definitely Karen.
It's definitely Karen.
Okay.
I'm torn personally, but
I'll
where's everybody located?
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. I'm in California.
California. Ooh, nice. Karen's in California. Okay. L is Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, East Coast.
Much closer.
East Coast. And Cece,
I'm in Florida.
Florida.
Wow.
Okay.
even
Oh,
more.
okay. So California, Florida, 2 warm places, East Coast, West Coast, and L in Pennsylvania. Okay. All right. It looks like
They all
God,
voted.
they
Karen.
voted 3. Okay.
Yep, Karen.
Wow. Karen, the chat said you're the winner, hands down. Okay,
Congratulations.
now. Oh, Afro Angelique said 3, 2, 1. You all win.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I
agree.
agree. You're all
I
winners.
agree. We're all
Yeah,
winners. We're
yeah.
all winners.
You ladies are all winners. Very
Mhm.
much so. Okay, so uh, okay, Michael Ray, you're on the spot. Okay, you're gonna have to pick one of these ladies, and you can't pick all three. Only Afro Angelique can do that.
Well, it is a tough man. I don't know how anybody could do this. This is not easy at all. You know, well, if I would like them all, but I'll tell you my inclination, my sense.
Okay.
Just it's who knows, but I'm gonna say CC.
Cece? Oh, okay, Cece.
That's
Okay.
I'm
I
that was
flattered.
my
agree. I've
choice.
been thinking that too. I was like, wow, she would probably be a little bit.
Yes,
Yes.
that's
Wow.
what I was thinking. But
I'm
I mean,
flattered.
I don't.
Yep.
How,
Good job, Michael.
how much harder could anything be?
yeah, I say that if y'all exchange, it takes more conversation than what you have up here to make a decision. So,
CC it is.
Cece.
Cece,
Okay,
Wow.
Michael
I
Ray
agree.
chooses Cece. Okay,
Wow.
and the audience chose Karen. And hey,
Thank you, audience. Thank you very much. That's very
I-
sweet of you.
I want
you
to
let
thank y'all. I want to thank y'all for answering the questions and for just getting on the panel and doing that, because y'all are all such wonderful ladies.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't know.
yeah that yeah. Thank you, ladies, and Michael Ray for being a good sport in this. This was fun, and hey, gosh, it would be hard for me to pick. I think the audience went with Karen because I think you're in the closest to the age range. I think
I
that's
was
what it
thinking
was.
that too. I was
Yeah,
thinking that too.
because I was
Yeah,
thinking,
because
well,
the age range. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I was
Because
thinking that too.
without the age range, I would say CC.
Yeah, so I said
Definitely.
CC.
Definitely.
Yep.
yeah.
This is a
I
hard thing. I don't know if any of y'all could. I mean, I don't think I would want to. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. I would do it again, but that's the hardest question that I think I have ever been asked. You know what I mean?
Having to choose between 3 women. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, every one of them was just perfect. You know what I mean?
Aw.
yeah.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and ladies, yeah, you guys answered the questions awesome, and I like your attitude about it when we talked about going to mostly black country. Would you feel? And you ladies answered that awesome. Like you're okay being with the man you're with. You're confident
I
with that.
think it's mostly with me. It's because experience, and
Yeah.
I've dealt with racism, and I've dealt with hate from both sides. So I am used to the angry stares, all that crazy stuff,
Uh-huh.
and I just don't. I walk. I go and enjoy life with the person I'm with, and I don't care what other people think.
Yeah, and I think all you ladies are like that. Who you love is who you love, and you're down with who you love, and that's what I got out of it. And that's a beautiful thing. And Michael Ray, he's a man. He'll protect you. I see him as holding it down, and but yeah, this was a fun test run. If you guys like this, you want to participate, ladies, gentlemen, if you want to do this, we can do another dating show. And and if you guys want to you see something that maybe you might be interested in getting to know one of these ladies or guys, you guys can exchange emails if you like, or if you're not interested, that's cool too. This is all for fun. There's no obligation in this. Um, I'm not sending anybody on a date. I don't have the money to pay for it. Uh, maybe maybe if one day I hit 1 million subscribers, I could do something like that. But
Or
till
or you
then,
play that $1 billion lottery. And
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, definitely want to see white guy from Jersey up here. That would
oh,
be cool.
yeah.
is he married?
Get a trip to Jamaica or anything?
Is he? Is he Afro?
I don't know. I thought I saw him write that he was married.
Oh,
That he
is
had a
he?
Oh,
wife.
really?
I didn't know that.
I don't. You know what? Don't give me the lying because I could have associated that with somebody else.
Okay, hey, Jersey guy, white guy from Jersey, are you married? The ladies are asking. They're just
I don't
so
think he's in the chat today.
I don't think. I think he was like listening on his way home. So
yeah, he was in the chat. He said he's listening on his way home from work. So
Oh, boy. Pull over in the car and type it really fast.
right? Don't type and drive. That could be dangerous. You'd be like, oh, these ladies like me. Oh my god.
Oh, he said he's 20.
Oh.
He said no, he's 27.
but he's
Whoa.
single. So that means that he
Oh.
needs to come up on this panel right
Oh,
quick.
wait. How old is he?
27.
Oh my goodness, he's a baby.
Yeah. Hey,
There are a lot of 20, but there are a lot of ladies in their 20s in this.
Yeah,
on
that
this
come in
That's
panel.
there.
true.
Yeah,
I'm being
they are.
selfish, huh?
There's nobody in my age group. I feel so left out.
yeah. Hey, but listen, you know what? When I'm looking, and if I was 27 and single, and I seen Karen's picture, I'd be like, hey, I would talk to her.
Yeah,
I mean,
you'd be
she looks a lot
amazed.
younger than what she is.
You'd be amazed. I get a lot of people talking to me. A
A
lot.
You know
lot of
what?
babies. A lot of babies hit on
A
me.
lot of babies.
A
The
lot of
blondest
babies hit
women,
on you.
a
Oh,
lot of babies be hitting on me.
that's
Yeah,
because
they
you look
do.
like a baby too.
Yes, you do. You look younger than me, so yes.
You gotta smile.
Yeah, you
Ladies,
look really
always
young.
smile. Have a good sense of humor.
Mhm.
Hey,
Everything is
yeah.
funny.
Hey, you know what? Black women age like wine. White guys, we age like milk. A couple days we're bad.
That's the
Nice.
way
Oh,
you're
man.
sour. That's not good. You're not sour. Don't worry.
Oh man. Hey, white guy from Jersey.
God.
Hey, what? Let's ask white guy from Jersey. Hey, white guy from Jersey. What would be your age group that, if you could answer? I mean, don't. I mean, if you're driving, that's fine. But what would be your age group you would consider
Your
being
age
27?
range.
Your
Yeah.
age range, yeah.
Yeah. And as you're younger, it condenses. Like if I was 29, I wouldn't want anyone who was younger than 25. For me,
Yeah.
that's me. But I wouldn't mind going out with someone who was 40 if I was 29. So that condenses out.
Yeah. You know what? When I was dating, actually, I dated women that were older. Not crazy older, but I mean a few years, 2 or 3 years older. I always liked that. It
Mm.
just seemed like, I don't know, the maturity level and stuff. It just seemed like I connected more than the young girls that, even though I was young and dumb, I don't
I've
know.
always dated much older men, at least 5 years older than me, because it's just
Yeah.
Yeah,
guys my
I'm the
age.
same way.
It's like,
It's
really?
either someone in my same age group or older. I never dated anyone younger.
Well, I'm like dating someone who's 11 years younger than me right now. So
Corey, what did you say?
23
Oh,
to 30.
23 to 30?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
Yep.
23, 30. Yeah.
Pouring concrete tomorrow.
Mm.
Okay, 23 to 30. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, ladies, sorry. But I bet if he got to know you, he would change his age group real quick.
Look, a lot of the
Nah.
girls that's in their 20s are not on tonight. So
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you, I've seen some black women that were. I saw a lady one time. I would have swore she was between 30 and 35. She was 70 years old. Almost.
There's
Oh
some
gosh.
ladies
Jesus
that
Christ. Wow.
there was this lady that's a vegan.
Ah,
She's in her 80s and she looks like she's in her 40s.
she's the one that raises her own. She raises her own food, and
Yes,
she,
and her
yeah,
husband looks like her
gorgeous.
grandfather.
She is
Yeah,
gorgeous.
my mom
I'm
is like
telling
60, so they always keep thinking that my mom is like my friend or somebody like really young, and I'm like, no, that's my mom. They're like, oh, she looks so young.
you.
I was like, no, that's my mom.
Well, my boyfriend has commented that he feels he looks older than me. I say,
Look,
well, if they're mature, mature at a reasonable age, it's really important. I mean, when do men mature? I mean, Corey, or when do you think that men are not just Corey, but Brent or Michael? When do you think that men are mature?
I think it depends on the man, of course, but I think when you get to your mid-20s,
Mm,
because just looking at myself, I was doing dumb stuff in my 20s. I met my wife at 24, and that's when I started growing up, you might say.
well,
Going from young and dumb to manhood.
mm,
But some guys are quicker than that, and some guys are in their 50s acting like they're 15. So, uh,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I think like your mid 20s, I think women do mature faster. Um, they I've seen young ladies in their early 20s that act like they're in their 30s and 40s, mature wise.
Mm,
Um, my oldest daughter was like that. She was mature really fast. I mean, she just was on point, and I give my wife credit for that, teaching her how to be an awesome young lady. But um, my youngest daughter got married at 20 years old. Her husband was 22. He was 20 also, and they've been married 6 years, and they got two
mm,
children, and their marriage is, doing awesome. He
mm,
was in the Air Force. He had income. He could take care of her, and I kind of was like, you guys need to think about this. You're really young. And my daughter was, she had her associates, and I wanted her to carry her education further, but they really wanted to get married. So I was like, okay.
mm.
And she got her master's degree still. So, I mean, she's very mature.
That's good to
Um,
hear. Mm.
but my son's mature, but he took a little bit longer, you might say. And my youngest daughter, in between. So, I mean, it depends on the people, but as guys, it takes us a little longer. Um, but I say in mid 20s. That's what I think on an average.
I've heard that a man's brain doesn't mature until 26 years old.
You know
Yeah,
what? That's probably right. Corey says 35.
I was going to
I kind
say,
of agree with Corey. 35.
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
Yeah.
like when I got out of just about all my super dumb stuff, right in there somewhere.
Yeah. I got out of it about 24 when I got married, but my wife had an impact on that. I mean, it
I
probably would
had
have
to
taken me longer.
mature really early because of circumstances in my family and circumstances in my life. I had
Mm,
I was forced to just grow up, and I had to be like independent because I was when I was 15, I was independent living, so I was living on my
mm,
own and all that. So I had to grow
mm.
up pretty fast.
Okay.
Wow.
All
Mm.
right. Tasty Tracy says, I would say 33 fingers crossed. Almond Beauty Butter says, I won't date a man unless he's at least 29 or 30.
How
Needs
old
to
is
be,
she? How old is she?
I don't know. How old are you, Almond Butter? Almond Beauty Butter?
Beauty.
Almond Butter
ABB?
Beauty?
Just
I'm
say
getting,
ABB and you'll be fine.
okay, ABB. How old are you, ABB? You don't have to tell us. You can lie to us. No, she looks real young. I think she's probably in her 20s, isn't she?
J9 said she's a baby.
She's a
She's a
baby.
baby
Yeah.
too. She's a
She's
baby.
31.
31. Yeah.
31. Yeah, you're a baby. Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, she's younger than me, but we're both in the same age range. We're youngins here.
Yeah.
Yeah, really young.
Oh no, because oh wow, no, there's some younger because
Yeah.
Dang said she's 23.
23. Yeah. We got, there's a big group in their 20s on this. When I look at the analytics, there's a lot that are in their
Yeah,
20s.
20 in their 20s, definitely.
Yeah. What's crazy older? I don't know.
95 is crazy older.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah.
Anna Nicole. I don't know if they know who Anna Nicole is. She married that
and
Oh,
man.
I
when he
remember
was
Anna
90
Nicole Smith. Yeah, she married. Oh Lord,
He was
man couldn't even
98.
get up out he couldn't even get up out the wheelchair. I was like, oh Jesus, how y'all gonna get down?
Oh, and Nicole's with their
Yeah.
husband, that old guy.
A real old guy.
Yeah, Anna Nicole Smith. Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
like,
that's ridiculous. There wasn't.
You know what that was for?
Yeah.
yeah, money.
Money.
Mm.
Money.
That was ridiculous, though. But I always said never be so resident to get to be older. Always have always have like look out at life like a young person that you're just seeing something new. You don't need to be. You can be mature and doing your bills and taking care of your household, but always be happy and almost gleeful when you go out into the world and do things for yourself.
I would say just take care of your body.
Yeah.
Get older.
Don't smoke. Don't do any of that stuff. No, don't do it.
Because I know that there's this one guy. You know the juicer guy? He was like 90 something, and he was still kicking it.
Yeah.
He was still
Jack
getting
LaLanne.
the
Hey,
body. He was a
Jack LaLanne.
bodybuilder. Yeah,
Jack LaLanne looks so good. Oh my goodness.
yeah, and he was 90. He was 90 something years old, and he was still kicking it. He's still moving around like he was 18.
Or like Betty, what was her name?
Betty White.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know she was 94.
She's almost 100. Yeah, she was
99. She was gonna.
She's 99.
She missed
she's
her
99.
100th birthday by like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, she just dealt with humor. You be humorous. Just look at the world as humorous. Take on it. God gave us something beautiful. Actually, God gave us a paradise, and we should enjoy it. Actually, we really should.
He said he'll catch us on the next one.
Oh, okay, white guy from Jersey. We'll catch you later. Thanks for jumping in. It's good seeing you. Yeah, if you want to join in one of these later on dating shows, we'll have some more. And I think that was fun. I'll think of ways to kind of spruce it up.
Fun.
It was, and then the audience gets to vote, and then the gentleman gets to vote, or we'll get 3 guys and have one lady pick the guy. We'll switch it around too. I would love to do that.
Do you have enough guys that will participate for that one?
Yeah.
Corey next time should participate.
Yeah, Corey. Hey, Corey, brother. You came up with these questions
from the chat. Corey is really hiding out from the panel.
Yeah, he's
Corey, where are you? Come up the show. Come on up, Corey. Mr. Corey, come on down. You're the next contestant.
He's hiding. He ain't saying nothing.
Look,
He's all
he
quiet
went
now.
quiet all of a sudden.
He's become
I wonder
shy.
why.
How funny is that?
Yeah. So Betty White, she passed what, a few days from her 100th birthday?
Oh,
Yeah,
my
Seems like,
before
wow.
her birthday.
yeah.
You know what?
So good. Oh,
Yeah, my grandfather passed 99 and a half, a few months from the 100. My great grandmother lived to be 106 though.
they're
Um,
all long-lived. Wow.
yeah, I got me and my wife Sandy got longevity in our family.
Mm-hmm.
Her grandmother was in her hundreds, I think 101.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's old. I don't know if I can. I don't think I'll be close to that. My body's been tore up in the army, and I've had some issues.
Yeah, you
Uh,
never know. You never know.
yeah, you never know.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Almost everybody in my family dies young, so I don't think I'll be hitting the hundreds
Oh, my
at
goodness.
all.
No,
you
Mm.
never
you know
know.
what? You have to speak life, so you got to claim it. So that's like my mother. She's reached. Oh, she's older than anybody else has reached in her immediate in her family.
Mhm.
So now she's like, oh, because she's 86 now, and she was her next goal was a 90. She was like, forget 90, I'm going to 100.
Mm, there you
Yeah,
go.
as long as I'm myself, I'm cool with that. As long as I'm lucid and I can say my ABCs, I should be good.
Mhm.
I
And
know
my mom
my
was
fourth.
real sick last year, so
I
for her to claim 100 is nothing short of a miracle.
Oh, wow. Karen, you still getting votes. Another number 3. They love your
Still getting votes.
personality and your picture's beautiful. So
Thank you
la-
again very
yeah,
much.
ladies, you need to put an avatar, a picture.
I
Yeah,
would, but then people would think I'm way too young.
yeah.
Well,
The
it's
last
all
time
good.
I put a picture up, they're like, "How old are you? Really ain't no 39 years old. What's wrong?" Like, yes, I am. I was born in 1982.
Oh God. Oh my goodness.
Really, I graduated from high school in '81.
Oh man.
Mm.
I graduated 89.
Oh,
Uh, my wife was 87 when she
Mm.
graduated.
Corey's back.
Corey, I'm back. All right, come
Yeah,
on up, Corey. Hey, ladies, you want Corey to come up and talk?
yeah. He
Yeah,
got to come up here.
yeah,
He ain't
come on
allowed to
up,
hide
Corey.
no more.
Yeah, it's time, brother. Okay, I got to put you on the spot because that's what we do around here. We put people on the spot.
Yep, you got to come on up.
That's
Oh,
how we get
Afro
interesting
Angelique dropped the
conversation.
link. Hey, are we on the same wavelength, Afro Angelique?
I
We're like
believe so,
we're
because
dropping the link the same time.
we keep doing that.
Yeah, right. It's like we're thinking the same thing. Uh,
It's like
Corey
he
said,
so he has no excuses at all.
"No, good."
Nobody has excuses.
He
And
can't. He can't say his mic because he has a good mic, so he better get up here.
yeah,
Yeah,
ABB, we're talking to you, ABB.
ABB. I I love ABB. She comes on and has that smooth voice and just just awesome.
Hmm.
Like. All right, let me put the link up here. There's mine and there's Afro Angelique's. Hey, did you guys catch the show where Afro Angelique interviewed me and my wife? And it wasn't even set up that way.
I came on and asked two questions, and 2 hours later,
Oh man, she got stuff out of me that I never would have ever said. I was just like, oh man.
I didn't even do that. That was Sandy, because I asked Sandy what made her
I
fall in
know
love with you. How did she know she was in love with you? And you know what? All the rest of that stuff came out.
it did, and I was like, oh man, really, you're bringing this out? But I mean, but I think it was good because it shows us as human. Um, I was young and dumb and did stupid things, and that night proved it. But anyway, hey Corey, how's it going?
He, he said his mic wasn't connected. So, oh,
No, it
he,
is now. He's up. That's what I think. Corey? Hey Corey, how's it going? Welcome to the show, Mr. Corey.
Your mic muted.
well, he said it wasn't connected, so maybe he's connecting his mic
Oh,
after
okay.
he got on.
Betty White was 99.
Hmm
Wow.
George Burns was 100. Yeah.
Jesus.
George Burns amazed me because that man was a cigar smoking somebody,
Yeah, he
and
was.
Did
he
he
made
ever light it though? I don't think he ever lit the cigar. I just think it was like a prop in its mouth. Did he ever?
Maybe.
I don't think I ever saw him smoke.
Hey Corey, I hear
Yeah,
you a little bit. How you doing?
yeah, I'm doing good. I was waiting for my microphone to catch up with my headset.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw you on backstage. Said device needs to be connected. But
Yeah, struggle streaming.
yeah, sometimes you got to struggle stream. You know how that goes. Oh, hey, here's ABB. Welcome, ABB. Good to see
Hey,
you.
almond butter.
Hey y'all.
Hey,
How's it going?
we got the
Good,
Brady
good.
Bunch going on.
Hey, we do.
You said
How
what?
how does that song go? I
Give
forget
it
that song.
to
Yeah. Hey, don't they have like an interracial Brady Bunch show? I need to watch that. I
The
think they
Brady
have
Bunch.
one.
Really?
Yeah,
I think they just came out with it. I
Oh,
think
wow.
maybe
yeah,
ABC or something like that. Yeah.
yeah. It's like he's a white guy with a black wife, and they got kids, like the Brady Bunch did.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they got the
Wow.
new show.
Yeah, I got to get into that. Oh yeah. Hey, you know what show I got into, and you guys are going to think this is silly. And L, what's on your mind? You're a gamer. You
Yeah.
seen that series? Dang. It's based
16.
on a video game. Uh,
Is it
Hmm.
called The Witcher?
no, not The Witcher. It's an Xbox game. Gosh, why am I blank? I played that game so many
An
times.
Xbox
Halo.
game.
Halo.
Oh,
Oh,
I haven't seen that, but I saw the
Oh,
previews. Yeah, I saw the trailer.
oh, yeah. It's on Paramount Plus. If you have that, Halo.
Oh,
yeah, I've
Me
seen
and
it. I've seen it.
I haven't seen it yet.
it's
Oh,
pretty good. Me and my
okay.
wife, we turned it on this morning because we both had a day off. And I said, what's this Halo about? I thought it was going to be kind of corny because made after a video, but it was actually pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah, so check that out. If you got Paramount Plus, I think it's like $6 a month I pay for it, but
yeah. I'll check it
it's
out.
yeah,
Um,
check it
so
out.
have you watched the new Star Trek? Any
No,
of
I
them?
I
haven't.
haven't yet.
Oh, the brand new Star Trek is so good. I
Is
mean,
it?
well, I'm a Trekkie, so Undiscovered Country. Is it Country? What is it again? I'm old. I forget the name of things.
Undiscovered.
No, don't even.
It,
That's a movie.
uh,
That's an
it,
Undiscovered. Let's
is
see.
it the one with that black lady?
Oh, that's Discovery.
Discovery, yeah.
That's really good too.
Yeah, Discovery was pretty good. I started watching that. I wasn't really into Star Trek except for the original.
Yeah,
Um,
so it's called Strange New Worlds. You'll
Stra-
really like this. Yeah, you'll really, really like
oh,
this.
okay, I'll check that out.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Michael, your fourth great grandmother was born in 1771.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She lived over 100. Wow, that's
1771.
yeah,
Yeah.
1771.
To live that long back then is a
A
minor miracle.
miracle. That's a miracle. For
Well,
real.
you know, I say I won't reach 100, and me and my wife don't think we will, but you know what? We probably will because of technology. And I was thinking because if technology wasn't what it is today, my wife would have died in childbirth from our first child.
Mhm.
I would have passed on because of my tumor I had in my brain. I probably would have been maybe made 50.
Right.
Um, but I'm in good health, but I had that issue that would have, taken my life
Mm.
without technology. And you think about that. Um, back in the day, they didn't have that. So you had to not just be healthy, but avoid diseases and health obstacles to where they can cure a lot of stuff today that they couldn't back then.
Mm. Well, his great fourth grade was born before the Declaration of Independence. You think
Wow.
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, that
That's incredible. So she
That is
was
amazing.
was she here in the US or was she in England? Where did she migrate from?
Michael?
Very interesting.
Sorry,
yeah.
I
Oh,
didn't. I wasn't thinking what was going on here. I was getting. I had gotten on YouTube and was messing with that. She was born in Campbell County, Virginia.
So she was one of the original Virginians, but the United States was actually founded in 1619. So
well,
not United States.
it was a colony.
It was a
Mhm.
Part
colony. Yeah, it was a
Colony.
republic.
Yeah, it was part of the British Empire back then.
Yeah, that
Well,
was.
yeah, it might have been French too. So yeah, well, 1619, right?
Oh,
Jamestown.
was it French? No,
It could have
French
been
was.
16. Was the Jamestown. There was a
Oh, okay.
plantation in Jamestown. Yeah.
Jamestown was an English colony.
So was
Oh,
English colony. Yeah, they produced tobacco. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I have
She,
a degree in history. That's the reason why I know. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah,
yeah.
that's.
Right up the street from my house.
Oh,
okay,
is it? Oh, okay.
Well,
wow.
not like literally. It's like 20 minutes away.
Hey,
So
Three
hey,
she was.
3,000
What
miles
was
away
she?
from me.
Was she considered a United States? Well, was she considered an American citizen if she was from a? Because we didn't truly ratify until 1794, but the Declaration of Independence was supposedly written 1776. So
Right.
yeah.
what was she considered? Was she
Well,
considered an English person or an American?
it was probably English at first, and then American citizen, I would assume.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I would say because she was. If she was born in 1771,
Hmm.
1776, I guess that was when they declared their independence. So she was just a child.
Mm.
That's super cool. You know that one.
That's awesome. Yeah. All
She
right.
she was
Hey.
black. She was
She was,
born.
she was black?
She was born a slave.
Oh,
She
she
was
was
Oh.
an
black.
enslaved woman. She was an enslaved woman.
Ma'am?
She was enslaved.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No
Oh,
one's a slave. Everyone is enslaved. Yeah.
oh, okay. So, okay, Michael Ray got some. Michael Ray's part black. So,
Look, I
But
think
we
we're all
all
mixed up.
yeah, we. Hey, you
we
know what's
all
funny, guys? Hey, let me tell you this
are.
story. Check this out. This is funny as you can be. Um, my interracial marriage with my wife Sandy, right? And I'll
Mhm.
tell you, like my my grandfather, right? He married my grandmother. She had 3 kids from a previous marriage because her husband passed away. He got cancer or something.
Mhm.
So her husband passed, right? So she married again, married my grandfather, and she had 3 kids. And my father was my grandfather's only biological child, right? Um, and my uncle had an issue with me marrying a black woman, right? He didn't really like it. And that side of the family didn't really care for it too much. My aunts were good with it. But they had a problem. His family, and you know what's funny? When this DNA thing started up, and everybody wants to see where do I come from? What do I have? Um, you know what? We did it. We all did DNA test, and it's pretty cool because you know me and my dad did it, and we found out from different parts of Europe we come from, and mostly Irish and Scottish descent, and English and some German, French, and it puts you in percentages, right? And I think some was Netherlands and Sweden, but it breaks it up, right? And but my uncle that had a problem with it, they did a DNA test and they come out with black. I think it was like what was it, like 2% or something? Um, yeah, and me and my dad were rolling laughing like, yeah, you don't like my wife, you you got black in you. Sorry, but it's kind of ironic that they're part of the family that had actual African American ancestry within their DNA, and they were against it. Where the ones that weren't, we didn't have none of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's called irony, and it's called judge not lest you be judged.
Yeah, it's like you're hating part of yourself, and we're loving what we're not not what we love what we don't have in our DNA. Um, I don't know.
Mhm.
It was funny, but
You
that's
know,
kind of ironic.
where we are right now, we see things differently, and we think that these people are way back in time.
Uh,
My grandmother told me that her grandmother was black.
uh,
Now, that my grandmother's grandmother would have been that lady that was born in 1771.
hmm
So there were
Mhm.
3 generations that were considered black, but they weren't 100% black because
yeah.
Winnie married uh, a white man that was a colonel. I think his name was something Wilson. I'd have to
Uh,
look at the uh, the stuff on the ancestry thing again. But my grandmother knew these names, but when she told me, I think I was like in the first grade or something like that. I just listened. I didn't think anything about it. And then an uncle of mine, he mentioned the names, but he didn't say, if anybody was black or white or whatever.
yeah.
And when my brother did the ancestry DNA thing, I told my brothers all this, and I don't know if they believe me or not. But then there was a thing that was connected to ancestry. He was a professor in Virginia that had done a study of the slaves of Virginia and their ancestors, and
Uh,
it was all in there, which it popped up on the website, which I thought was cool myself. I'm proud of it.
yeah. That's neat. That's really cool. You
Mhm.
know what?
That's awesome.
Uh, what's on your mind? You changed your avatar.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that your?
me.
That's you? Oh, you look so young. Look at you. You look
Told
like a
you.
teenager.
I tried to tell you. That's why I didn't want to bring pictures up. I look
Uh,
young.
oh, that's a nice picture. Very
You're
beautiful.
lovely, very
Yeah.
lovely, very
Thank
lovely.
you. I don't. Well, that's why I was scared because like people were like, no, you're too young. Get off the street.
Oh no, you're
Mhm.
good. Yeah, you look real young there. Awesome. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Michael Ray. People ask me, they say, "What if you had black?" I said, "Well, I just embrace who I am. I would have no problem with it. I don't. Um, but you know what? You know what's crazy with the ancestry? There are black people that share my DNA. So I had some grandfathers doing something. Maybe I,
Mm,
hey, maybe I don't want to know what they did. Maybe it was
mm,
horrible.
mm,
I would like to think it was like a love rendezvous behind closed
mm,
doors.
mm.
But it's crazy. You know how many people share your DNA? There's thousands,
Hundreds of thousands.
hundreds of thousands. Yes, it's crazy. It ancestry. I would suggest, guys, check it out. look into it. You'll find out some stuff that I mean, I've spent some money in it. I've traced my family to Scotland and Northern Ireland, and like in the 1500s, I got down to. Um, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you want to know where you came from and stuff. And um, my father's side's so hard because they're mostly Irish immigrants and really didn't have a lot of money, and their records are hard. But if you have more wealthier family ancestors, it's easier to search because they kept better records. Um, but there's ways you can find it. You can find like public records in different towns and stuff, birth records.
That's
Um,
what I've been doing. I've been going through I think it's called ancestry.com to try to find it. But
yeah,
I want to do a DNA
Mhm.
test so I can find my ancestry because I only
yeah,
know so much. I can only remember so much of family members, so I want to go a little further than that.
yeah. The
Yeah.
the D, the DNA is
The DNA makeup will surprise you.
it will. It,
Because when I did mine, the last thing I expected to see is in my top 3 was Scottish.
yeah. Yeah, we might have a connection, Afro Angelique, because I got a lot of Scottish. Let me tell you, we might be connected family wise. You never know.
Y'all might be connected through Scotland because that's what I mostly am.
Are you? Yeah, I have a lot of that in me. Yeah. Um, Scotland, Ireland. I had a a great grandfather came over from Northern Ireland in the late 1800s. Yeah. But no, I would say do it, guys. Even it breaks up your DNA, and it's pretty accurate because what they do is they compare your DNA with people in different parts of the world, and they're able to link you up. It's not an exact science, but it's pretty close.
Mhm.
I mean, they'll even break it up whether you're a white guy and they'll break up the percentages in Europe. They can do that, and and if you're black in Africa, different tribes,
I
different
don't.
parts of Africa.
They'll do different countries. Like my biggest portion is Nigeria, but they don't
Okay.
necessarily. If you want to know tribe, you can't do ancestry. There's another company that can get you down to your actual tribe.
Oh, when it's African descent,
Hmm.
what they don't research it through ancestry?
They have
No,
African ancestry though. They can find it through that, I
Yeah,
think.
they
that
have
yeah.
the company that I'm talking about. They use the X chrome. Well, the
Leland.
maternal line to find out what
Oh,
to get you down to the country, the tribe that you actually originated from.
oh, okay.
Oh wow. What is that again?
I can't. When I was looking for different DNA things, I can't remember it because but it's run by Black women. But I can't remember the exact name of it. But I know that they can get you to the country and the actual tribe that you're generated from by using your DNA from
Oh, okay.
tracing
So
the mother's line.
they specialize in a certain part of the world, like Africa. They'll study like different tribes and the people there.
Mhm.
That's how they figure out the percentage. They take it from people in the region, and they compare your DNA, and they're able to match it up. It's kind of crazy. Um, and there's been like some breakthroughs where they're with DNA connecting like people of different racial groups together. And you know what? And I say that don't surprise me because if you look at it biblically, they're going to go so deep where they're going to connect us all.
Well,
Just technology, it's going to get there somehow.
well, we all have one common ancestry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, so basically we are all human.
yeah.
It's just that depending on where we landed in the world is that determines the color of our skin. That's it. There's nothing else. We're all the same.
Yeah. Well, if you look at like Noah, you study Noah, right? Noah had three sons, right? He had
Mhm.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right?
Mhm.
We all know that Ham went towards Africa, Africa and Egypt, right? Shem went to the east, the Middle East, the Far East, Middle Eastern man, Asian man. That's Shem, and I think Jews are descendants of Shem, and Japheth is known as the father of the Europeans, right? So these are three sons. If you study, and you can study it where they ended up at, and they're considered the three races of men on the earth, and we're all descendants of that. But all three of these men came from the same mother and father. So guess what? We're connected. If you believe the Bible to be true, you cannot say we're different races. You can't. Yeah, there's many different nations. Sure, we broke it up, but they came from the same mother and father. Because when the flood happened, who was left? Noah and his wife, and Noah's three sons and their wives. They populated the world. So guess what? We're all part of that. So we're not a different species. We're human beings. Yeah, we got different genetic traits, but we all come from the same place. And we all come from Adam and Eve. So we're not a different race. And when I say interracial marriage, the reason it's not really true. Me and my wife aren't different races. We come from different nations, yes. And we have different genetic features, but we can have children together. We can procreate because we're humans. But if we got in that mindset and realized that we're just people, race don't mean a dang thing. Race is just something man made to separate us. That's all it is.
That is very true.
I mean, when you come down to it, what are we doing? Why are we getting upset because somebody marries someone that don't look like us, our skin tone, so we got to get jealous and mad and act stupid? I mean,
it's just immature.
Yeah, I just think, what are we doing? What are we doing as people? And you know what? And people think I'm crazy how I think and what they think I'm off my rocker, like I'm some weirdo drifting the other way. No, actually, I'm on the right path. They're on the wrong path because I could see true beauty. I could see character in a woman. And when I've seen black women, the experience I had with them, I've been blessed. So why wouldn't I lift up these group of women? And I'm not tearing no other woman down, but I'm just telling my story. And the thing of it is you can find good people and bad in every group.
You know, it's amazing though, Brent.
Yeah.
The three sons of Noah spoke the same language.
Yeah.
The different languages didn't show up until men divided again at the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
So we've actually been divided twice.
Yeah. And what divides us?
Language.
Well, but what caused that? Sin, really.
The Tower of Babel.
Well, it was arrogance, saying they were going to climb to God's heaven. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, well, that's sin. Arrogance is sin. I mean, here's the thing, and I see this as a blessing. I see interracial marriages as the ultimate blessing because we're accepting somebody that don't look like us as our equal. And why should that ever be knocked down? I'm just saying, why should that ever be? Why should anybody ever be shamed for doing that?
That's why I ignore people.
Yeah, unless you're doing it out of lust, I get it. That ain't right, But if you're doing it because you love that person, because you have a preference for a certain group, because you see good qualities, and that's what you're attracted to, what's wrong with that? But that's where we are. It's weird. It's bizarre. Oh,
Oh,
Afro
thank you.
Angelique.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You put this. I'm gonna post this. Is that the
Hmm.
site you had for AfroAncestry.com?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
okay.
Ooh,
pretty.
get that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave that up for a little bit, ladies, and if you want to search that, um, I know there's, and it probably goes deeper in the African ancestry than Ancestry.com.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it does.
Cause,
It,
'cause it'll go down to the actual tribe versus just the region that you may be from.
oh, okay. I
And
know what I know.
Ancestry is funny because the more information they get, the more specific they get, though.
Yeah, because I know they break it down pretty good in European settings. Because I've studied my ancestry and I've searched it. I paid money for it. I've really went deep, and it's pretty accurate. Except they always say there's a surprise, and mine was with Sweden, because I don't remember anybody ever talking about us having any connection there. But there's DNA from there.
Mm.
Um, but
Yeah, there was thousands of tribes in Africa, thousands upon
oh
thousands
yeah,
of tribes. There's so many. I think there was a Black History Channel. This one guy, he was talking about so many tribes that were, you know, and they said like most of the main tribes that you'll probably find in your ancestry is Fulani tribe, Yoruba. There's so many different ones like that
Mm.
you'll find in your ancestry if you do a DNA test.
but you know what I find ironic? But here's the thing: within those tribes, they conquered each other, right? And they mixed in with tribes through Africa. If you study history,
Yeah, they
and
sure did.
and Europe, we did the same thing, really. Europeans were conquering each other
Yeah,
and
the Scottish, the
mixed.
Irish, the
And,
the English, you
yeah,
know,
and
definitely over there.
yeah, and I tell you,
The
the English,
Welsh,
yeah, yeah, from
uh,
Wales,
the
yeah,
Welsh, the Celts,
Yeah,
just
I
Mhm.
got
There's
all of that.
definitely
yeah, and you know what? We're a mixture of all that. But think about it, and the British were pretty ruthless. I mean, they dogged out the
Everybody.
they did the
Irish.
Scottish bad. They did them
Oh,
like horribly.
oh they did the Irish bad too.
yes,
It
we
was,
do.
oh man. Well, then you look at the Romans. What they do? They enslaved all of Europe. I mean, they would roll
Yeah, when
into
they came
villages.
and they said, yeah, when they came and they did the Celts bad. I think it was the Celts or the Britannians or something like that or something like
Ale-
that.
Yeah, it
Aleman.
Yeah, they did them terrible. They were horrible to them.
oh man.
The Italians.
Yeah, I mean, it just, well, if you look at mankind, it just like, gosh, men are evil. They would just conquer each other and just, I mean, and back
Yeah,
in the day, it was about conquest, power, and I mean,
conquering.
they would conquer people and they would destroy people, and yeah, it
This is
was,
stories I've heard throughout the years of Europe and what a lot of people
uh,
went through in Europe. I'm
you,
like, Jesus Christ.
you don't even want, it's
I
horrible.
I watch History Channel, so I know. I
Yeah,
hear about like I was watching one about the Vikings, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, man,
yeah,
they're
they were
brutal.
ruthless.
They were ruthless. Like they,
Yeah.
and then the thing about when they own slaves, when the slave owner dies, the slave gets killed with them, and I'm like, what the heck? Get
Oh
unalived. They
yeah,
get unalived with them. I'm like,
yeah.
what the heck?
You know what? I seen that. Where did I see that too? I saw a documentary on Shaka Zulu
Yeah,
where the royalty, when they passed, they would bury their servants with them alive,
yeah,
like
I
so
think
they
they
could.
did that in Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt did
yeah.
that too. Oh my goodness! I'm just
That's
like,
sick. I'm
that
like,
is, yeah,
jeez.
that is disgusting. But you know what? They did that around the world. It wasn't just like a certain group of people that were sick like that. It was just Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you were a servant, you would fight to keep alive. I was like, no, man, you can't
Man,
die
I would have
yet.
ran.
Hey,
I'd have
hey,
been fighting.
yeah,
If
you know
I'm
what? If
going
you're
down, I'm going down with a fight. I'm not going down without a fight. Somebody get hit.
hey,
Somebody get hit.
yeah, right. Hey, if you're gonna bury me with this guy or this lady, you know what? You're going with me because I, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean, there's
taking
nothing to
you,
lose at that time.
everybody there at the ceremony out. Y'all coming with me.
Hey, we're going to have a mass. Yeah, that I saw some stuff. Ah, gosh, that's crazy. Um,
All
yeah,
The
if
right.
you,
funerals,
So
those funerals back then, like the funerals that they did, some of them were really creepy and just disturbing to me.
yeah, it
all right.
was.
So we've we need to get back on the subject of love.
Oh, okay. Love. All right. Hey, you know what?
Look, we
Who's
got
the?
Corey on here. We can just ask him questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Corey. Hey, Corey. I got a question. Who's the most successful couple in America today? And this triggers people.
The most successful couple in America?
The most successful group when it comes to marriage.
Oh, well, that's an easy one.
Yeah. You know
That's
what?
why we're here.
Yeah. You know what? I did a study on that, and guys, I'm gonna be honest. I was surprised because I knew that black women, white men combination was a good one. I knew it was successful, but to lead the way in every dynamic
Hmm.
from these studies, and with two white people, a white man is more successful with a black woman in marriage. I I at first was like, okay, well, maybe it's even, but no, it's like 44% more successful. And I'm like, wow. Um and then, you know, two black people were more successful than that also. Um and then Asian women and white men, I thought that's a pretty strong dynamic. Their marriages are successful. But we black women, white men are more successful than that also. Um, and you would think we would be the least successful because we're the most attacked. We really are. And tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but what I see is more people attacking black women and white men getting together than anybody else. Nobody
That's
attacks.
very true. I
Nobody.
Do
see
you know
that a
what,
lot.
Yeah.
Brett? Do you know what I've seen on the Manosphere channels?
What's
It's
that?
been coming up repeatedly. I mean, I just listened to them because I want to know what the
Uh huh.
heartbeat of our country is. They're
Yeah.
saying that the black men are going overseas and the black women are divesting. That's
Okay.
literally the big movement that they're literally
I
talking
I
about.
heard something about that.
It's called pass. They call themselves passport bros or something like
Yeah.
that.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's that
Oh,
passport bro stuff.
where they go to
But
like South America and stuff.
yeah, what I found out
They're
is
going
that a
everywhere.
lot of them are going over there spreading disease over in them other countries too. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh wow.
Well, when that latest monkeypox thing come up, I'm like, no, I'm not. No, no,
Hmm.
no.
Um,
Oh wow.
Wow,
yeah,
them
I'm good.
passport bros.
it look even more reason to keep it to yourself until you get married.
That's right.
Exactly.
Well said, Afro Angelique. That's why marriage is so important. Not not just for the family structure,
And
not
staying
just
faithful in the marriage too.
oh yeah, well,
Yeah, because
of
we got some
course.
people out there sneaking around while they married.
Yeah.
That's oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Mm-mm.
Too
well,
many people that
yeah.
do that aren't acting like they're married. It's just they got a piece of paper, but they're not married. They
Yeah,
just they went
it's
through a
not in their
ceremony, but
Yeah,
they
heart.
they don't
never.
want a soul tie. They don't want to tie their soul to that person.
Yeah, I got to
Yeah.
Mm,
figure that out.
I when you it what I'm learning is that when you keep your legs closed, you have much more clarity of mind, and you can see things that if you had given in if you had given into the lust that you would have ignored or just said, I just feel better, so I'm just gonna ignore all this foolishness over here.
And
No.
you actually see, like, when you do that, you actually see the forest for the trees. Really, you do.
And
You
Mm.
really
it's like,
do.
and even if you decide to say, "Hey, I'll wait it out because this connection is awesome," it
Yeah.
starts to eat at you because it's just like, but these are red flags and they're not going away. So I need to separate myself.
Plus, you
Y-
notice when you do that, when you say celibate until you're married, you notice
Mhm.
that the ones who were trying to get with you and trying to get down in your pants, they end up being diseased, and you find out stories about them getting messed up and getting in some
Mhm.
Yep.
stuff, and you're like, wow, I'm glad I
Very
dodged that
true.
bullet.
That or
Hmm.
Yeah.
they eliminate themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have y'all? I'm
Y-
sorry. Go ahead.
oh, go ahead, Almond.
Oh,
ABB. Go ahead.
okay. There's this quote by billionaire Ben. I don't know if y'all uh, Horowitz or whatever his name is, but he said billionaires prefer black women. They are loyal and guard your interests. Black wives are for grown-ups.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
I've
Hey,
seen
hey,
that too.
You
I
saw
hey.
read that.
that?
I read
Let,
that same article.
oh,
Yeah.
do me into that. You know what? That's speaking truth. You know what? I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a millionaire. Um, but yeah, black women are the best choice.
That's
You know,
why that's why I honestly am so happy for Eve, the rapper Eve,
Oh
and
oh
her
yeah.
and her
yeah,
marriage, because she even said it herself that she dated black men, but they treated her horribly. But when she met
Yes.
her husband, he treated her like a queen.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
it,
I believe her.
and you know what's beautiful about that? You hearing her talk, and look how she, carries herself. She's beautiful. She's herself, and she seems
Yeah.
happy.
And you
And,
notice she's a
Hmm.
lot happier than she is now than she was years ago when she was dating these
yeah,
Hmm.
other rappers in
Yes.
the industry. She looked so depressed and angry all the time, but now that she's
Yes.
married to him, she looks so
She has a
happy.
glow.
Yep. And
Yeah.
his family embraced her. That's the beautiful thing about his family, even his kids who are, white kids, they embraced her. The whole
Hmm.
yeah.
family did. And
I
that is just and it's just sad to see the hate that they get. It's just sad to
Yeah.
see that.
you know what?
Same
And
thing
that
with Serena and her husband.
yeah.
Oh
You
yeah.
you know
Exactly.
what? You know what's beautiful about that? What you're going to say is his kids embraced her. That that should say something
Hmm.
because I'm going to tell you, my parents were teenagers and my mom and dad, their marriage ended when I was 2 and my father raised me. I had a stepmother. And you know what? And God forgive me for this, but I didn't accept her in the beginning. It took me years, and because I wanted the love from my mother so bad that I treated my stepmother like crap. And God forgive me for that.
Hmm.
That was wrong. I was a child, and most children do not accept another woman in their family or
Yeah,
another man. They
especially if it's a black woman, and it's a
well,
black woman.
I
Sometimes it's a lot harder, though. It
I
is a
don't
lot harder.
Yeah, I don't know. I think when I was little, how I embraced my babysitter, and she was a young black lady. I think if my dad married a black woman, I probably would have been okay. Oh, okay. Hi, mom. I don't know. I
Yeah, but
It's a it's a
but it
different
is
dynamic.
yeah, it's a
yeah,
different dynamic because he
yeah, it
was
is.
married to a white woman, so
Yes.
he married a black woman and he has white kids. So you would think that there would be some tension, but no,
You know
none at
what?
all.
Um,
I, I,
that's
I
because black ladies don't take no mess, and you can act like you're not gonna respect me, but you're gonna respect me in my house.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, you know
Yeah.
what? I would say yeah that and I would say he's got character because you know what? He accepted her and
Yeah,
he loves her
Hmm.
and his kids accepted her as
exactly.
part of the family. So that tells me that he's got character. He sees people as people and his
Yeah.
Hmm.
kids
He has a
sees
strong
people as
personality
people.
too. He's a very
Yeah.
strong person because you have to have a strong personality to be in a relationship in a racial relationship when it comes to being a white man and a black woman because you're going to
You
get
do.
scrutinized. You're going to
Oh
get
yeah.
Yeah.
scrutinized left, right, and center. So you have to be strong mentally and emotionally because it's
Yeah.
going to be very hard. It's not as hard because black men and white women are more common, and they see it in you see it on TV.
Yeah, they
you
accept
see
it.
they accept that. But when it comes to a white man and a black woman, it's harder because we get scrutinized left, right, and
It-
center.
That's true. And I will say this: when a black man dates or marries a white woman in today's world, nobody cares. White men
Nobody
don't care.
cares. Nobody cares.
And
You don't
here's
hear nobody's saying nothing.
yeah, and here's the thing: even racist white men don't really care. They write them off as okay. She's a lost cause. Pfft, she's that's how they
Yeah.
look at it. They don't look at it. Oh my God! We don't sit around. White men don't sit around and say, "Well, damn it, Bill, Tyrone got another Becky." Oh my God!
No,
They
they
don't. They
write
don't
the
care.
women off.
They write them
write them
off as
off.
like okay,
And they know they're written off because they know that their status changes when they
yeah.
start dating black men.
And and here's the thing: I don't agree with that, and I know what you're talking about, the status and this is true. This is not all white men, but a lot of white men, a white woman that dates out a black man, for some reason there's a psychological thing that white men feel a certain way when getting with a black woman or a white woman that's been with a black man. They do. But
I think
I mean, that's not everybody, because I know white men that have married white women that have been with black men that have biracial kids, and they're okay with it.
yeah.
That does happen, but a lot of white men do have something psychological about that for some reason. I don't think it's right. If you love that woman, you love her. Who cares who she was with before? That's my thought. But and I think about this, but these same white men that have that problem will get with a black woman and she has black kids and they're okay with it. No problem.
Yeah.
They've been with black men their whole life, no problem. But that white woman does it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And they might not even be like that with white women. It's weird. People have brought that to my attention, and I have to concede, you know what? You're right. There's a lot of white guys like that. Why? I don't think it's right, but hey, I don't know. What can I say?
I think Akita had a question.
Okay, yeah. What was your question, Akita? Do you think European white men are more open-minded when it comes to interracial relationships than American white men?
I think that they are.
I
They,
can answer that.
I,
I'm going out with a guy from Ireland. I mean, literally from Ireland. I can half the time not understand what he's saying to me, which is fine. But
yeah, that's a
I
good
don't think
question.
I don't think so. I really don't.
I think it's the same. Personally,
Yeah.
the big difference is that Europeans. I've heard this, that marriage is on the downcline in Europe. They still do it, but not as much as they used to. And I think, for the most part, that marriage is still important to American white men.
Mhm.
That's just what I believe.
I think so. Here's my take on that. That is a very good question. I would say 10, 20 years back, yes. White European are more open, yes. I think now, I think it's evened out. I think right now more American white men are into black women and they're okay with it, to where 10, 20, 30 years it wasn't so. Um and that's because we're increasing. And I think what Michael Ray said, in American white culture, marriage still is an important factor, even though our marriage rates have gone down, even though our marriages don't last as much. It's still built in our culture. And I
Yeah.
think when we get with black women, we're still marriage minded. And a lot of black women, they're tired. They want to get married. They want to have a family. So I think that's why we're successful, because we want the same thing. And when we get with black women opposed to white women, we're more successful in marriage. And
Yeah, I think
stats
it.
say that.
Yeah, I think that European men, they're just out to have fun. They're not out to settle down when it comes to interracial relationships, because most European men, they prefer the women in their own country. I noticed
That is
that.
true. That
They
is
they
very
they
true.
they prefer the women in their own country. They don't prefer they see American girls, like I've seen like panels where European guys just look down on American women, and that's
Yeah.
just not even black women. It's white women, white American women, Latina American women. They look at us as easy. They don't
Mm.
see us as a relationship person, because they prefer women in their own
Well, they choose
country.
to embrace the stereotypes
Yeah,
that
they stick to the stereotypes
they
about American
truly
women.
do. They
They
truly do.
yeah, they stick to the stereotype about American women, so they don't see us as potential like marriage partners and stuff. Where American men see us as potential partners. It, uh, European men don't see us that way. They
Yeah.
just see us as something to play with, like a plaything, and then move on and then go marry a woman in their own, country.
And,
That's pretty much what they do.
and hey guys, here's the thing. And this is what I'm seeing, and I want to share this with you. And you might think I'm crazy, but when I see interracial couples, when I see black women, white men, or black women, Asian men, or Hispanic men, I just like, it makes me feel good. It does. I'm thinking like, awesome, this is great. And
Yeah.
I don't have hate when black man gets with a white woman or any other woman. When I see true love within that dynamic, I'm happy too. I love seeing it. Um,
Definitely.
but I mean, I get happy. I have a love for black women, and people don't understand this. They think, oh well, you're trying to benefit yourself. You're a fetishizer. No, I'm not. I just see black women doing amazing things. I see black women that are hurt. Um, I see black women giving the men in their community everything, and some of the men don't deserve to have these women. I'm just like, God, she's such a blessing and a treasure. Why are you with this guy? And I think a lot of white men are seeing this like, wait a minute, she she's doing this for this guy. Oh my God, she's awesome. I would love to date her or have a woman like that as a wife. And that's where the dynamics shifting, because once your eyes are open, because at the end of the day, when it comes to men, this is what we want. And I'm not talking, there's racial preferences, sure, but when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, a man wants a woman that loves him, that's loyal to him, and thinks that he's the world. And if he gets that, he will give that woman everything. He will give her his heart and soul, and he will do anything for her. He will go broke to make her happy. He will, move mountains if he can to make her happy. And that's what a man really wants. And us as white men, we're seeing that. There are white women out there that are great wives. I get it. But there's something about black women that they got that extra boost. It's like they got
Je ne sais quoi.
that extra love to them. No, I'm
The
yeah.
je ne sais quoi is definitely, there's no other way to explain it than je ne sais quoi.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but okay. But
It's just that little something something that you can't put your finger on.
yeah, and that's what it is. And it's like you feel that love, and it's like you want it. You got to have it, and you're not going to stop till you get it. And that's what black women does to us. That's what black women have done to me. I wanted to be with a black woman so bad because I felt that love. I felt a little piece of that. Even though I would get rejected every now and then, I still love black women. Even though I had a couple bad relationships, I still love black women. I always knew that was the best choice. Um, and I think men like me are starting to open their eyes and see it. And men like me are not unusual. Maybe men that talk to the world about it is unusual, but men that feel like me is not.
I think it's the honesty. It's like when a black lady pays you a compliment, it's genuine.
Yeah,
Not a lie. And when if a black lady likes you, it's not fake. She genuinely likes you. You don't have to wonder, is she playing me
yeah.
or something like that. It's just it's a connection thing.
Yeah, because one thing about black women, they don't lie. If they don't like you, they'll let you know.
Oh
Oh yeah, that is so true. I could speak from experience, good and bad. And I've had my heart broken in half in many pieces from the ones that weren't interested. But the ones that had love for me, oh my God, I was on seventh heaven. Let me tell you, black women, one thing I'll say about black women that's so awesome is they're honest. For the most part, if they're into you, you know it. If they're not into you, you know it too.
It's called
And
brutal honesty.
yeah, and
I
we
think
we
Yeah,
need to.
I
I think
have been
J9.
accused of that.
Yeah, I think J9 said something. He said it's interesting you asked that question. I have seen the opposite. Many European men to dark-skinned women from different regions, and mostly in Africa. Yeah, African women. Yeah, definitely. I've seen that. European men and African women, but Black American women is a little different.
No,
And,
I wouldn't say that
huh?
because I have a friend that I grew up with.
Yeah.
When we were at ODU and we had the international. She actually wound up getting married to a Norwegian man, and they moved
Uh-huh.
to Norway.
Is she
Mhm.
black? Was she Black
She
American?
was Black American, and she was very dark.
Yeah, dark skin.
Hmm.
Mm,
I don't know. I haven't really seen like I've
It
only seen like mostly African women with European men.
yeah,
Well, the African women are actually in Europe, so
Yeah,
maybe
so
it's just a
Yeah,
matter
they're
yeah.
of
immigrating.
yeah, it's more of
A
a
lot of immigrants.
close
Yeah.
proximity thing.
A lot of immigrants. Yeah.
There's some
so.
there's
Hmm?
some kind of dating thing going on because there's some women that married guys from Germany and Italy, and they were in Africa, and somehow or another, I guess the men had had jobs that took them to Africa, and that's how they met, and then they kept their connection going and ended up getting married.
Hmm.
Yeah. It.
Well,
I
most
think it's just a
likely, if
matter of
you're in a
proximity.
job, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, most likely, if your job is sending you to whatever country it is, it's something you've agreed to. So most likely, you probably like the people in that country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that the topic of overseas, like apparently, because I watch some of these people who are, I guess they're from the UK and they have like their own shows, and a lot of them are actually talking about the gender war between black men and black women,
Yeah.
and there are some mixed couples too that are on YouTube. I have to look in like who I subscribe to, but there are actually a lot of European men, white European men that are married to black European women. And there's a lot of mixing, way more that is like seen there and they've talked about this. They're like, than you would see in America. Like it's very, even if it's not like an American woman, black woman with a white European man, there's still more like acceptance as far as the dynamic of black women and white men in America. Yeah, people are now opening up to it more, but
Yeah,
it's not as drastic as it is in Europe. However, like I feel like it's starting to become that. I feel like more black women are actually like American black women have been very different than, and when I say this, I don't mean like other women that are here in America that are black are not that maybe from other countries are not like American Black women that may not be from a different country, if you know what I mean by that. But I feel like we as a collective have been very much so like, I'm against, like, so loyal and so against, like, collectively. I'm not saying the outliers with other women that are like, I've always dated out, but I'm talking about the collective of Black women who only dated Black men. We have been very much so different than like other parts of the world. That's what makes it so like unique, because it's like other countries, I have noticed, if they know their ties to like, maybe they're in the UK, they're a Black woman in the UK, but they're from like Nigeria, like originally, and they can kind of trace their roots.
Yeah.
I will say they actually have been way more open than
Yeah,
Black
they
American
definitely
women
have.
that are like,
They definitely have. African women who live in like Europe, they're more open than Black American women.
yeah. And
They're
I think
definitely.
I really
That's
think
probably
that's a
why
huge,
Black American women have a hard time dating European men, because a lot of Black, they see this, they see what goes on in the Black community in America, and most Black women are very much race loyal, and it's
yeah.
like
Yeah.
they don't open their options like European Black women.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people are assuming that, like, because so I had like some colleagues, they went to Greece or whatever, and they were saying like the men there were very much so like, they don't see, I guess, a lot of like Black women, particularly Black American women. So it came off a little bit more as like, when we talk about fetishizing or whatever, it came off like very much so like that. But and when I say that, I mean like they were open to, even though it wasn't like, oh, I'm open to marriage. It was like they were open to like getting to know you. But when they came back to America, it was like, no, like this is what we do. Like it's just
Oh
very
wow.
like, it's like here in America. And I'm not saying, like, I'm noticing more and more of us are like open, but like it is a regional thing, because like I have like friends in LA. They're like, oh yeah, like this is normal. Like, where are you at? Like, I have my best friend, she lives in Colorado. She's been there for like over like 15, 18 years maybe. And like, she was like, well, there's a lot of people traveling here to Colorado, but even in Colorado, like she was in like Colorado Springs, and I think she moved somewhere else now, but it was very much so like, no, like they don't even date like light-skinned Black women. Like, it was like, even the Black men, they don't date like Black women. They only date like white or Hispanic women. And then like when she was like talking about like the white men there, it was very like, she was like, they just don't have an interest. And now, because of, I think more people are like moving in certain areas and there's a huge migration going on. Like, she was like, oh yeah, like I'm starting to see more things like, when she was traveling in the airport and going through that way, she was like, it's just a lot of like mixing now, but it was not like that like 5 years ago. It was not like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think we're changing. Even within 5 years, it's more open. Hey, I want to address J9. She's asking, can I up for subscribers only mode? I can. To avoid the trolls. The only trolls tonight are robotic trolls. These aren't actual people. They just send like it's just like spam mail. They just send it. It's not an actual person. If I block it, they'll be gone. If I put them in timeout, they're gone. It's not a real person actually trolling. I can do just subscriber mode. But I like to keep it open to the public so other people that don't know my channel exists can see it as they scroll through YouTube. Because subscribers only, if you're not subscribed, you can't come in. I want to keep it open that way. But there's no trolls tonight. I haven't seen none.
No, it's just been the
Yeah,
the foolishness.
it's just
the
spam.
bots.
Yeah, it's robotic trolls. It ain't a real person. It just.
I appreciate you being open, because otherwise I would have never found you. And it is a beautiful thing
Yeah.
that I found this channel.
And the thing of it is I keep it open because I want other ladies and gentlemen to come through. I want to see black women that are in my space that agree with me, that are open to interracial relationships, and I want to see more white men, more Hispanic men, more Asian men come into my channel and join
Yeah,
us. Uh,
definitely.
uh, and black men are welcome too, as long as they're respectful and don't cause trouble. I mean, I don't discriminate. As long as you're loving and respectful, you're welcome. If
Yeah.
you're an idiot, I'm going to kick you out.
And I
Uh,
also want to almond butter said about, and it's also when it comes to like dating European men, they
uh-huh.
have like customs and customs. They got like certain ways of how they treat women and how women. Because I remember watching a video of a Russian guy. He was talking about, well, Russian men, they don't like really aggressive, loud women. They like to be the man. They like to be
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
one that protect the woman, and they don't want a woman that's really like very like
Mouthy.
mouthy.
Right.
Yeah. So they like so there's different when it comes to European men, they have certain ways, certain things there, and then not a lot of women are open to that. That then that not a lot of like American women are open to that because the African women, they're open to that because they've opened their options, but American women aren't all that open to that. And it's
Mhm.
like that's why I
Yeah.
think it's dating is hard over there in Europe for American women
You know what
because
I
they don't
think?
understand the culture of certain European men.
Yeah. I'm I'm noticing something too is that I'll have like maybe friends or people that I like hear like, well, I would say associates, but where they would say like, oh, I don't, I want
Hold on,
to.
almond butter. Coco, strong is different than being loud and obnoxious. You can be a strong Russian woman, but you don't have to be loud and obnoxious.
Right.
Strong and loud and obnoxious are two different things. Go
Yeah.
ahead, almond butter.
Oh, I was just gonna ask what you were saying. Like I noticed the dynamic is much different when um so with Black American women, I've noticed that a lot of times I'll hear people say stuff like, oh well, like not that I don't need a man, but it's like not that rhetoric, but it's kind of in a way where it's like, well, I don't, this is just how I am kind of thing, or, get with the program. But then it changes slightly depending on who we're with and who we're around. So I feel like people are
Yeah,
starting to realize like, oh, like they say I think the phrasing now is more like if there's an environment for me to be safe around you, then I can like relinquish that type of like being obnoxious or feeling, because some people are just naturally like that, but then there are other people
yeah,
that they're like that as a defense mechanism because they're like, well, I always have to defend myself,
right,
so someone else is going to interpret this as loud and boisterous because I've had to do this for so long.
right.
And like I think I'm gonna be honest and say I've noticed a lot more that when Black women are with like around white men, like because they have someone that can meet them like right where they're at, it tends to be more like, oh, like not coming off as that way. Cause I mean, I could be wrong. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm noticing that dynamic even with being in school. Like I've noticed that like every program I've been a part of, like I've noticed where when I'm around like Black men, I'm just gonna be honest. They'll be like, "Oh, well, you're bougie." Like that. That's the thing. I always be the same like thing. Oh, you're bougie. And
Oh,
I'm like,
you're
what in the
so
world?
bougie.
But but I'm like, I'm
I
bougie. Okay. And then like when I'm around white guys, it's very like, oh yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Like it's very just the dynamics are different because it's like
yes.
I can meet you where you're at and it not be a threat to you, or it
You,
not be like it's too much, or I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know.
you know what? Let me address this. I think I can answer it in general. And
Yeah.
here's the thing: when it comes to interracial relationships, as a white man, in my perspective, and I've dated black women exclusively. There's 2 white women I dated my whole life. And I did it out of guilt and obligation, and that never worked out. But here's my thing with that. When it comes to black women, us as white men that love black women, we just want to be with you. And I think we can open up more, and we can express how we feel more so than black men in general. I'm not going to say all, but I think that does something, and we're serious, and we're willing to provide for you. We're not thinking about what you're going to do for us. We're not thinking about what you're bringing to the table. We just want to be with you. We just want, and if you accept us and love us, it's like we look at it as a blessing. We don't look at it like, okay, well, yeah, that's great, but what are you bringing to the relationship? We don't look at it that way. It's like, oh my God, she really likes me. It's beautiful. And I think that's what opens it up more. And I think that's why black women act more feminine around white men, because they know we're more genuine. Generally, we're more. They know our heart is open to them.
And y'all
We
don't
want to
talk
be with
about
them.
money and finances right away. It's not
Right.
about. It's not that's what that bring it to the table crap is. It's like, oh, do
Ugh.
you have money?
It's annoying.
That's what that bring it to the table crap is.
That is so dumb to me.
It's also white the way you treat it as a human being and not as a piece of meat. So, because I can tell you from experience, it's just most black men will treat you as a piece of meat before they treat you as a human being. And so, at least in my experience, I can't say that's everybody's experience, but in my experience, I'm treated like a piece of meat before I'm treated like I have an actual brain.
Yeah,
And
that's
so,
the one thing I noticed is like certain men like that, they'll just look at your body first. If they look at your body first instead of looking at your eyes, waste of time. They're a waste of time.
it's not even that. It's a matter of I feel because I'm attracted to you, I feel the need to be in your space. I have a bubble. You're supposed to be outside of my bubble. Don't come in my bubble. If I haven't touched you first, don't touch me first. Don't talk about things that you're not that you know that what you're gonna do and how these things are not necessary because you're never gonna get to that place because that's where you started out with that foot. You're not gonna keep on with that foot.
Yeah, that's if the conversation is like that's how the conversation starts out, then it's a waste of time. It's definitely a waste of time. If they're just gonna, that's the first thing they got on their mind, especially with that bring it to the table crap. That's when I walk away.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm like, we're not even married. We're not even dating. Why would you start that? That be the first thing you say at a first date. Like, what's wrong with you?
Hey, you know what, ladies? Here's the thing. When I first, heard Kevin Samuels and some of his shows, and I don't want to go in on him. He passed, and I wish the best on his family and stuff. I don't want to dig into him, but when I seen those shows and how he would go in on black women and how they got to be a certain way to get that high value man. You know what my thought was? I says, you know what? Us as white men that love black women, we won. We're the winner. You know what? Because if we could come and get with a black woman and accept her how she is, we won the day. We have the perfect marriage. We have the perfect situation. And you know what? These women will cling to us because we're not putting that on them to where they got to go beat themselves up in the gym, to where they got to look a certain way, to where they got to do all this stuff for us. Because when we have true love, we just want them to be with us. So we win just from that. I just thought, man, you know what? Interracial marriages is going skyrocket because of that. Because if you're a white man, you love black women, you show her some love, she's going to gravitate to you after being abused with that crap. And especially women that are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. You know what? men and women in that age group, you know what? We gain weight. We don't look as good as we did when we were 20. Newsflash. And you know what? We're going to win the day because of that. And you know what? And, and look how big the divestment group is. How many women are going out there saying they're going to divest? If the men in the community treated them right, there would be no divestment. No divestment movement. There would be the only black women that would be with white guys are the ones that are attracted to white guys. That would be it. But it's growing. You know why? Because these women want to be loved. They want to be married. They want to be treated like women. They want to be uplifted. They want to be the prize. They want to be the beautiful one in the marriage. Am I right, ladies? Seriously. And that guy talked about the men being the prize. What is that? The Bible tells you who the prize is. God is telling you that the woman is the prize. The man is the rugged worker individual. Serious. But anyway, okay, I'll stop and let you ladies talk.
At church, we at church.
Look, we on fire tonight, but it's like I appreciate the fact that the more I started to open up my my mind to other races, or at least white men in particular, I've had more in-depth conversations. I've had things are just, it's not the same, and it's not the same in a good way. And because I'm so used to, if I have a conversation, or if somebody says, oh, you say that little slick line or whatever, before you finish that first conversation, physicalities are always brought up.
Yeah. And the conversations are different with white guys, because when you're with a black guy, all they talk about is oppression, and it makes you depressed. It makes me depressed. It's like, I don't want to hear about this every single day. I want to have a conversation about farming or growing plants, or what's on TV, or what kind of shows you like, or something like that. Not, oh, the such and such, I got pulled over by the cops. It's like, oh my God. And it's like, just conversations like that over and over again. It gets tiring. It gets depressing. It's like, I know there's racism in the world. I'm not blind to that, but it's like, I'm just tired of talking about it every single day with you.
It doesn't have to be the entire conversation. Every conversation doesn't have to
Every
be
single day. And it gets tiring. It just fed up with it. I want to have a happy conversation about something good, something positive, not depressing conversations. And that's what I get when I'm talking to black men. That's what I get. It's just depressing conversations about this, that, every single day. And it's like, oh my God, can we talk about something else? That's why I was like, I give up.
Yeah, the conversation is completely and totally different, and it's like, my mind is being massaged now. What is this?
Intellectual conversations. That's the one thing I like about white men, is they have intellectual conversations, not depressing, angry conversations every day where everybody's like, constantly complaining. It's like, just no. It's like, oh, let's talk about this. Oh, did you see this on sale at the store, and such and this and that? That's just normal conversations like that matter.
Yeah.
But you also have to be aware that you can have someone that doesn't. I found that if a man is not where he wants to be, then you'll have those kind of conversations.
Yeah, definitely. If he's not where he
Yeah.
wants to
No
be, it's
matter
always going to be depressing.
no matter what race he is, if he's
That's
not
true.
where he wants to be, the world is against him, and everything always goes wrong, and there is no positive outlook.
Yeah, it's very depressing. I'm so
So
tired of
if
conversations like that.
if a man is not where he wants to be, and he's not in a position to provide, he's not going to be in the mindset that you need him to be in order to move forward.
Really, if the man's not where he wants to be, he shouldn't even be dating.
Well, yeah,
That's
true.
a fact. That's a
That's
fact right
true,
there.
but that don't stop him.
Don't.
Misery loves company. That won't stop them.
Hey, you know what I've noticed? Hey, and here's the thing. This is going to trigger people. Um, I've been told about oppression, racism, and all this stuff, right? And most of it comes from black men. Okay, I've had black men come on, uh, hit my comment section and tell me I need to check these black women that are saying stuff about black men. That I need to stop that. That I need to get this, in check, right? That I need to make sure they're not attacking black men. This is what black men say. The thing of it is when it comes to oppression, I and maybe I'm not hearing it but the least group that talks about that is black women. I hardly ever hear black women talk about racism, oppression. I mean, some will talk about it, but it's
It is what
it's
it
like,
is.
I mean, they'll say it if it applies, but they leave it alone after that. But black men, they come into my channel and they talk about every horrible, racist, evil thing a white man has done, and they link me to it, and I got to do all these things to make it right. And
Or they start critiquing the Bible or something like that, and with
yeah,
just
but
it's crazy.
but the thing of it is black men or black women aren't complaining. Black women are the most educated. Black women are making things happen with least resources and least complaints. And I'm like, wait a minute. Black women are the most depressed. I'm more so than black men. I'm going to tell you, and I believe that to be true.
We really are, but we don't complain about it because that's life, and we know how. And the thing is, we know how to get. We work hard to get where we at, and we continue to work hard and educate ourselves every day. We don't let things like that hold us back at all.
We suck it up, keep our heads down, and keep it moving because it's not going to change. If we dwell on it, it's not going to change. What I
Yeah.
can change is going to school, getting another job, doing what I got to do to make sure everything is working itself out. Because if you complain about racism all you want to, but if you're not being the change you want to see, then what difference does it make?
Yeah, if I sat down all day blaming the white woman for everything, I'm not going to be able to. I wouldn't be where I am now.
No.
You know, I'd be just like some of these black dudes on here, miserable and blaming the white man all day. No, that's not going to move us. That's not going to get us where we need to be. So no,
But
we just don't do that.
but you know what? You're running past the white woman. And I'm not going in on white women, but actually you're more successful than the white woman uh statistically because you're doing what you got to do, and she has more resources than you, a lot more.
Especially when it comes to entrepreneurism, there's so many black women doing entrepreneurism.
Yeah.
There's so many black-owned business by black women, and I'm so proud of them.
And here's the thing. I don't have no hate or no misfaith in black men, because I know there are black men that can do wonderful things. I got my time in the army. I've met so many black men that have had my back and had love and been successful, and I have love and respect for them. But you look at it statistically, and it's like, wait a minute, something ain't right. And if as a collective, black men would marry black women and embrace women in their community, I think they would be the most successful group in America. I really do, because you have everything you need, but you don't utilize it. You're focused on white supremacy so much that it's such a crutch that you cannot improve yourself, and you blame the white guy, you blame the women in your community, you blame white women, the snow bunny crisis, Umar Johnson, if he's listening. That's what he thinks the problem is.
What is that?
Oh, geez.
But you know what? If you would just kneel down and say, you know what? It's my fault. Let me fix it and do it. You would be the most successful man in America. I believe that. And here's the thing. Because you have you have a blessing you don't even know you have. I would say that to black men, you have a blessing you don't even know, and you will trade it in for your own petty little image to be a player and a pimp instead of a husband and a father. And that's not all black men. I mean, there's black men I have in my family I love, I have respect for. A black man gave me my job that I make good money in. A former soldier I took care of. He took care of me. It's not about race and color. It's about character and your decisions. And when I look at stats, and you know what, these men in my family that I talk about, they'll agree with me in a heartbeat. They'll say, you know what, you're right, because they're men of character. They don't go in as the collective and worry about their image. They know what the truth is. And here's the thing, that's what creates success. And you could say white men have been evil through time and done all this stuff, and it's true. But you know what? You know what's kept our power? You know what's kept us up there, European wise, as a dominant force? Is how we treat our women, how we protect our women. We put white women on a pedestal, and you all can agree with me on this, right? Every racial crap that escalated was because of a woman, and it was BS. But God will bless a community that takes care of their women. God will uplift. A man that marries a woman, God will bless. A man that pumps and dumps a woman, he's going to be judged. It is what it is.
Yeah, he's going to be living a depressing life.
Yeah, but that's where it is. And people say, well, okay, and we go into, well, white people have done this, so evil. Yeah, I get it. But you know what? Why? And then you look at interracial marriage. Why is black women and white men successful? It's because we embrace women. And guys, if you're listening, you know the power to success. You know the power to having a great community and being successful is marrying the women in your community, making them your wife, and not using them for a sexual experience. Seriously.
Or trying to unalive them,
Yeah, be a husband and father. A player and pimp, that ain't gonna get you nowhere. You're just exploiting women, and when you play them, you're going to get played yourself. You're going to hit the wall, and you know what? Your children are going to suffer for it. And guess what? Your community ain't going to have the resources. It ain't going to have what it needs. I'm just saying, it just.
Is anybody seen a white man married to a black woman that didn't put his wife on a pedestal?
No, I haven't seen that.
I haven't either.
I haven't seen that.
I've seen men married to black women, and they talk like black women walk on water, kind of like I talk about my wife. That's what we're supposed to do.
Every one of them that I've ever met, everyone, they worship the ground they walk on.
Most certainly. I saw a TikTok video of a guy talking about how much he loved a white guy, how much he loved black women. And he said to his wife, yeah, baby girl, I cleaned up the kitchen. When you get home, it's going to be clean. I started cracking up. That was just too cute, So yeah. I've never heard when a white man is with a black woman, I've never seen them say any disparaging things about their partner. They've always uplifted their partner to the highest, So yeah. I've never heard anything like that before, like where white men have said horrible things about their partner. Never.
Yeah. Akita says, if white women are put on a pedestal, what are black women placed on?
The same pedestal.
If you're in the white community, you know what? If you're in my community and we marry you as a black woman, you're on that pedestal. That pedestal is created for the women in our community. And you know what? My grandfather put their women on a pedestal. And guess what? I did the same thing. The only difference is she's a black woman. She's on that pedestal. And I tell you, white men that marry black women, you're on that pedestal. You're the standard of beauty at that point when it comes to white men. And let me tell you, the reason society don't say you're the most beautiful is because the majority of people are white people, and the majority of white men marry white women. And a man's standard of beauty is his wife. And that's the thing. But that ain't reality if you think about it. Black women, you have more beauty than you get credit for. You have more to offer than people see you for. Black women, if we look at the stats and we look at your accomplishments and we look at your beauty, you're the ultimate woman. It just, not everybody has opened their eyes. I'm just saying.
Proverbs
And I'm not
31.
that's it in a nutshell. I mean, you know what? I had to just go there and say, Becky, I love you. You're beautiful, but she's on my pedestal. And I'm proud to say that. And you know what? I'm living my best life. So
All that matters.
that's it.
I crack up
Happy.
when I see a white guy with a black girlfriend or a black wife. They cannot let air get between him and his girlfriend or his wife. I don't know what it is. It's
Oh.
like they cannot get away from them. They'd like ride on them.
Hey, that's my story. I'm so under my wife all the time. I've got my arms around her. You know what? And she probably thought it was weird in the beginning why I'm always hugging on her. And she was like, okay, I love you too. But now she's just like, okay, come give me a hug. And sometimes when I'm down, she'll open up her arms. Okay, come pray. Come on. And she'll put her arms around me and
You guys are so cute.
and it's like, but I mean,
But you gotta
like
stop filling the covers, Brent, though.
yeah, I'm bad about that. I roll myself in the covers, and it's
Roll
funny.
himself up in a burrito, and she's
I
left with
do.
no blankets over her.
Yeah, and I feel bad. Well, what I've done is I just give her all kinds of blankets, and then I put a bunch on my side. So when I start rolling up, I'm not taking hers.
You know, they got this little blanket. It looks like a burrito. You should get one. It's like a tortilla blanket. So when you roll around, you just roll up in the tortilla blanket.
Yeah, that's what hey, you know what? You know what? I sleep with a lot of pillows, right? I'll hug up, I'll put one like between my knees because of my alignment, and I'll hug my wife, but the other arm I'll have a pillow. I surround myself with pillows. But the best pillow, and you're going to think I'm weird on this because I bought one of these pillows, is my daughter, right? When she was pregnant with her first child, me and my wife, we went shopping. We go shopping for our granddaughters all the time. But we bought her this pregnancy pillow, right? Where pregnant women could sleep comfortably with this pillow, and it's like
Wrapped all the way around them.
yeah, it is. And you know what? I got a hold of that, and I went to sleep. I slept so good. You know what? I bought me a pregnancy pillow, and I sleep so good with that thing.
Shoot, I have a body pillow. I sleep so much better with that body pillow.
Oh, I have body pillows too.
But you got the one that's shaped like a candy cane, right?
Yeah.
I put off too much heat. I can't have a pillow next to me. I'll burn up.
I tell you what, pregnancy pillows are the bomb. And you know what? I got one. I'll admit it. I'm not pregnant. I got a big belly, but anyway. Honestly, when my wife
he just propped his belly up on the pregnancy pillow and laid there.
That's right. There you go. I'm not that big. Okay, I don't want to give a misconception. Um,
Hmm.
believe it or not, I'm under 200 pounds, so I'm just going to say
Oh,
that.
wow. I'm looking at a comment by Blackberry Jam. I don't know if y'all read that, but she said,
Where's
"Thank you for your content." She was married to a man who was of Italian descent, and they had two beautiful children, and now they've been divorced for many years. She doesn't know where to meet anyone these days.
oh
It's
Oh,
look, meeting someone is organic because you can go online, you can go in the store.
you be walking on the street.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just gonna tell y'all again, grocery stores.
Hey,
Oh
Seriously,
gosh.
yeah,
that's the place to be. You just sitting there walking and have a conversation about food.
I mean,
yeah,
seriously. And it's usually when you're focused on something else. I've noticed like that's when people it's kind of like if I'm not looking, then that's when people look. It's really weird, but
Yeah,
apparently I
like
guess
even
it's how
even
people
on like
do.
public transportation, it's like the best place to have conversation.
Yeah.
I've had so many conversations with people on public transportation.
yeah.
Well, I still do the dating apps. I've done really well.
Man,
Oh,
that's
have,
good.
Awesome.
awesome.
Oof.
Of course you would, Karen. Come on
Why would
now. You're a lovely lady. Come on.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Karen, what's the deal with you and was it Marquita's daughter with the Irish guys?
Well, I this is the first Irish person I have ever gone out with. Um, he's just he how it started was I asked him if he had an accent. Next thing I know, he's talking to me, and I'm like, oh God, I can't even understand a word he's saying.
Oh,
He has a
y-
thick
It,
Irish
it,
accent.
it gets fun when especially when you're talking to a Scottish guy who speaks Gaelic.
Oh,
So yeah,
oh,
oh
it's
gosh.
even more
You,
oh,
interesting.
hey,
oh, oh,
I,
I know. Oh,
That might actually be interesting.
oh
yeah,
no. Well, it is. It is if you pay attention. I'll admit
Mhm.
I tend to not pay attention a lot.
I'm
Although,
like with accents, I'm always paying attention simply because I want to duplicate it.
oh,
Oh, that's
well,
really
the
sweet,
The
Linda.
Scottish is just, oh no.
Yeah, he
I mean,
taught me
you
some
speak
words in
American.
Gaelic, but I can't remember them now. It's been such a long time. But he
Well,
did
oh,
teach me some words in Gaelic.
hey, here's a beautiful comment
Mm-hmm.
from Linda McJunkins.
Junkins.
Guess what? My husband and I are married 57 years,
Oh
and
Wow.
he is
my.
still
That's
romantic and treats me
beautiful.
like his queen.
Oh,
God
that's
has
Oh,
sweet.
that's so
truly joined
sweet.
us together.
That
God
is
Uh,
bless
so
you.
sweet. That
God
is
bless you,
oh
beautiful.
Linda.
man,
Oh
That's
gosh.
beautiful. That's
Mm-hmm.
amazing, Linda. God bless you.
yeah. God bless you and your husband. You guys are
God
awesome.
bless you both.
It,
that's
And you're
I,
awesome.
going strong.
I was sitting here boasting about 28 years, 57. Wow.
Hmm.
Wow. Yeah, I
That's
saw a
beautiful.
video like that that had a couple, an older interracial couple was a black woman and a white man, and they've been married for so many years. And they got married right after Love versus Virginia.
Loving, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
Mm.
Loving
yeah.
after right after Loving passed, the two of them got married,
Oh
and they've
wow.
been
Mhm.
together since.
Hey,
It was a
That's
black woman and
beautiful.
a white man.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of couples like that. I get people that email me and say, you know what? I love your channel. We've been married 40 years, 50 years. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys are baby boomers. I just, you were like in the Loving versus Virginia crowd. I'm just like, God bless you.
Yeah,
I know you went
definitely.
through some stuff. I just, you got my
Mhm.
respect automatic. Um, Akita says pregnancy pillow cost about $44. Yeah, and it's well worth it, whether you're pregnant or not. Seriously. Yeah. Uh,
Everyone go by and
Wow,
pick up one. Go
wow.
ahead and purchase one.
Pregnancy pillow.
57 years. That is awesome.
That is
Mm-hmm.
awesome.
That's super
That's
awesome.
Mhm.
truly beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
You, Britt, you should have a show one day where you invite couples who have been together, and they can tell us how they made it work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Definitely.
I would
that would
love
be
to
a good
have
idea.
I would love to have a show where we have married couples married for years
Yeah.
and how they make it work. And we could do it from 10 years to 20 to 30 to 50, and people can tell us how they made it work, how they got through, how they dealt with racism, how they dealt with
Mhm.
people in their community and the other community that didn't agree with it, how they dealt with family members. I would love to
Yeah.
hear those stories.
I would
Um,
too.
Linda said people hated us, but it drew us closer together.
yes,
Yeah.
Wow.
Said.
and, and you know what? That's a story most of us that are interracial marriage will tell you.
Yeah, she's
And
interested in. Okay, cool.
and the thing of it is that brought me and my wife closer together when we felt hate, when we felt people that were against us,
Yeah.
that wanted to destroy our marriage. It just made us
Mhm.
stronger because we would cling to each other. We
Yeah.
would just express our love even more. And
Yeah.
and guys, I would say, we would hug each other more, we'd get intimate more because it brought us more together, and it developed our bond so much stronger.
Yeah.
And I
Linda said she
understand
would
that.
be interested if you wanted to do the whole asking interracial couples their marriage, how long they've been together. Linda said she would be interested.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
Linda, email me. Yes, I would be interested in doing a show with you and other people that have been married for several years. And I could do people that are married 10 years or 5 years, and we can go 5 to 50 years. We could do a show like that. And I've been married 28 years. I could give you my experience, and that would be a beautiful show. Yeah, Linda, send me an email. I will do a show with you. Yes. And that would be an
That
awesome topic.
57 years, my
Mhm.
God, that's truly a miracle
I
right there. That's
know.
a
Yeah.
beautiful thing.
That gives me
That
hope.
just proves it, makes it even makes makes it even more, to promote interracial relationships between white men and black women. That just makes you want to
Mhm.
Yeah.
promote it more because it lasts long. 57
Mhm.
Mhm.
years.
Yeah,
It
and you
works.
know what? We were the power couple before they even started doing studies. You know what? Back when the Loving versus Virginia, power couples were there. And people will say, well, after Loving versus Virginia, mostly black men were marrying black or white women. Yeah, that's true, but they weren't lasting like black women and white men do.
Yeah, they were getting married because we were busy. We were trying to get ourselves into equality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Even Michelle said that her parents been married for 42 years.
Wow. Yeah, you have a lot of people who are married on this channel. You really should
Yeah.
have a show,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
Really
a
should.
really cool show like that.
Yeah, I want to do a show like that. I'm going to advertise that where we can do interracial marriage that lasts, and we can have people come on and tell their stories. And in fact, I would I could do a show like that and get my wife Sandy on there, and we could talk about how we made it last. But I welcome couples like that because you know what? You're the backbone when it comes to interracial relationships. You know what true love is because you had to fight for it your whole life. So most definitely, you know.
Especially during segregation, it was probably really hard
Oh
because
Mhm.
yeah,
with
Whew.
Loving in Virginia, before that, there was interracial couples and they got arrested. It was crazy back then. I
yeah,
heard stories.
they
Yeah.
got arrested. They were denied employment. They were denied housing.
They lost their jobs if they got
Oh,
caught.
Their children
Yeah,
were taken away from them also.
that's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
children
these
sad.
taken
people were
away from
treated
them.
so horrible.
It was
Oh my
horrible.
God.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
So when I look at my situation, I can't complain. I could say, well, yeah, people said some hateful stuff, But you know what? Gosh, I can't even compare what they went through. So you got my
Yeah.
respect.
Definitely
I
got my respect, Linda, because
Mine
that's
too.
Hmm.
57 years,
Right.
even through all the hardship, and those were some hard times, really hard times.
yeah, that ain't even my hard time is like a picnic what they went through. I just yeah, I would love to have a show like that. That would
Yeah.
be that would be a good show, you know, just to hear their stories, but it would be a
Yeah.
good show to learn something.
Older
Watch
interracial couples. Yeah, that'd be definitely, I would want to watch that. That definitely
Me
be
too.
something to watch.
And we
yeah,
could
and
Mhm.
then
probably ask questions too, well,
yeah,
um, how are your children, did they go on to become successful? Like your
Yeah.
children did, Brett, or
Hmm.
Yeah.
did they,
That just
yeah,
that'll
ultimate success.
Karen, Karen, that also reminds me of the that story about that German soldier who married that black woman, and they had
Mhm.
kids, and they lived in a hard, before loving. They were married before loving, and they went
yeah,
through such hard times.
Tell me,
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But what's so
Mhm.
strange is that, you know, here in the US, we've always from the inception, always had mixed children.
yes,
And yes, always, always. And we've always had people who you can't stop love. That's all there is to it. You just can't. No matter how much hate there is, you can't stop love. There's always been people who've loved each other and it has said, okay, well, I guess we can't be here. We have to go someplace else. So there's
Mhm.
all kinds of people like that.
Yeah, she said her
Mhm.
husband is biracial and he's culturally white. He grew up in a white neighborhood.
Yeah.
oh, okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
you know what, and
Definitely.
I would love to have that show, and you know what, I would welcome biracial people too because they have it just as
Definitely.
hard.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Indeed.
in fact, I want to do a show, and I'm trying to get my daughters in on this. I want to have a biracial show where we talk about interracial marriage, but we talk about the biracial children and how they end up and their perspective on things. And I would like to have, if I could, I don't know if I'll ever get this, but biracial kids with a white father, black mother, and a black father, white mother, and get their perspective.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
I would just
Mhm.
like to learn. I mean, um, and how do you raise biracial children? Me and my
Mm.
wife, we always had a mindset where we're going to teach our kids to love who they are and love the families they come from, both black and white, and not favor one over the other, but to embrace both. That was the goal, you know. Um, and I think we pretty much reached that goal because I never heard our children say anything negative about my family or my wife's family. And I don't think they really favor one over the other, you know. But there are some biracial children that do favor one group over the other. And
Probably how they're treated too. I mean,
yeah,
if you're accepted by one group and you're not accepted by the other, it's kind of hard to want to identify with that one group.
that's true. Yeah, because if the white family treats you like crap and the black family loves you, of course you're going to cling to the black family, right? Yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense. Or it could even go vice versa. Um,
Yes.
you're going to cling to the one that loves you the most. I get it, and
Yeah,
Look
the
at
that
one who
happens a
Obama.
lot.
raised you and
Look at
loved you, you're gonna lean
yeah. Look
closer
at
to them.
Yeah,
look at
Mhm.
Barack Obama. Barack Obama was, he's half black.
Oh,
He's
good
true
night,
African
Corey.
American.
He's
good
gonna
night,
go.
Mhm.
Corey.
Yeah.
Good
Night,
night,
Corey.
Corey.
Good night, Corey.
Good
He was
night,
raised by
Corey.
his mother's family. Yeah.
Uh,
When the Waltons up here.
Don't think you
yeah,
can dodge the microphone
He
tomorrow or
lives. Huh?
whenever you're gonna get
yeah,
back up on here.
that's right. I might have to do a show every 10 minutes to get Corey back.
Yeah, you should do that. Make him get back up on the mic. He
Ooh,
trying
it
to
is
run.
8:47.
yeah, get here like 3 in the morning and have a show. Have one in the evening, one at night, one late at night. Let's
Hmm.
just
Oh, Brett,
Yeah,
Linda
yeah.
said, how does she send her email to you? Linda said
Oh,
that. Linda
okay. Let me give you
Junkins.
my. It's in my community page, but I'll put it on the chat.
So what time is it there in New Mexico right now?
What's that?
What time is it in New Mexico?
9:48.
And how about in Florida?
Florida is
11:48.
11:48.
Oh gosh, because it's 8:48 here in California. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
I miss California. I was there for 7 years. I really miss it. It was
well, we miss you too. Come back.
I know, because everything was convenient. Like out here in Pennsylvania, no, you got to catch the bus to get there. Like when I was in California, everything was like right around the corner. All I had to do was walk to the grocery store right around the corner.
I
Or
always wanted
walk.
to go to Pennsylvania. That sounds like a
I
beautiful
mean,
place.
it's nice here, but it's just depending on where you live. Like if you live in a outside of like the city, it's a lot harder to get to the mall and the stores and the convenience stores and the grocery stores. You got to get on the public transportation or have a car.
Yeah.
Really?
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Linda McJenkins. Here's my email right here. It's Roadrunner NM, as in New Mexico 89. Make sure you put the NM 89 at gmail.com. Email me there, and we'll do a show with okay, I'm getting backfeed somewhere. But yeah, Linda, yes, this is my email. Hey, Afro Angelique, you got 2 devices on.
Hmm?
I think you got 2 devices on because I'm getting feedback from you, double feed.
But I only have this on.
I don't know what's causing it. Hey, I'm on mute you real quick and make sure it's you. Hold on. Okay. Okay, Afro Angelique, you're muted. Okay, I don't see it no more. Okay. Yeah, I think it's somehow it's double feeding. Even if you got it turned off, sometimes a cell phone can do that. But yeah.
Not on the cell phone though.
You're not on the cell phone. Okay, it stopped. Maybe it's someone else. Okay, my apologies. Okay.
No, I'm on my. I always come on my laptop because my phone is just too small.
Okay. No, it just that your picture was highlighting as it was coming on, so I thought it was you.
Yeah, no problem.
No worries. Okay. Yeah, Linda McJenkins, that's my email. And anybody out there that's been married for several years, that's been in an interracial relationship, black women, white men, whether it's 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, email me. We will have a show on this. What makes our interracial marriages so successful?
You just started getting the feedback again from it.
Yeah, I'm getting it again. I don't know what it is.
No,
I
my
don't even
mic is
hear it.
unmuted, so I mute my mic after I talk. So it's most certainly not
Okay,
me.
it's gone. Okay. I muted you, Afro Angelique. I'm just testing. Hey guys, if I mute you, don't take offense to it. It's not like I'm trying to silence you. It's sometimes I get feedback and I'll push a mute just to see where it's coming from. Yeah, but there's my email. Guys, email me if you want to do the show. If you've been married for a number of years and you're in an interracial relationship, email me. We'll have a good show about this. And I'll bring my wife Sandy on this. We've been married 28 years, almost 30. We're getting there. So we can talk about it, how we're successful, how we, fight against society, against racism, against bigotry, against weirdos, you know, that would be a beautiful show. I think so.
It would be.
It would. And,
You
but
know,
yeah, go ahead, Michael.
we were talking about the difference in Europe and the United States. And I was just wondering if anybody else had noticed this. I know a lot of y'all are younger than me, but I know in the past, if you complimented a black lady, and if you said she was beautiful or whatever compliment, you gave, they didn't receive it very well. It was, I mean, it's better now, but I wonder if was there a reason why they didn't seem to accept compliments from a guy that was, interested or just friendly?
Naturally suspicious. That's what it is.
It was almost like they were like you were propositioning them or something if you said she was beautiful or something. And that's the way it came across to me. It was almost like you insulted them.
Yeah, you know what I think that is, Michael? And it seems weird because you would think you compliment a woman that she would, receive it in a good way. I think with black women, and not all, but I think black women have been told for years that white men, that if we're interested, it's because of lustful reasons. It's
Yeah,
because
fetishization.
fetishization. We're trying to fulfill a fantasy. We don't really love them. We just, want to get busy with them, you might say. And I think black women that believe that, they'll put up a defense against that. They'll be like, okay, yeah, you say I'm beautiful. He's fetishizing me. And in all truth, most white men, they just think you're beautiful. They're not looking at you lustfully. There are some white men that will do that, yes. But usually we just think you're beautiful, and we want to get to know you. We want to have a relationship. It's not that we want to take you to bed and live fulfill our lust. No, it's just like, hey, can I get to know you? I think you're beautiful. I think you're awesome. Would you like to go on a date? And if it goes further, would you like to be my wife? Boom. But you know what, Michael? I've been married 28 years and I'm still accused of being a fetishizer to this day. And that is pathetic, that is sad, and that is stupid. But people will still give me that title.
Yeah, it is sad. It's really sad.
I think
Well, you know what? Go ahead. I was going to say, Michael, that, and this is just for people in general. People in general don't know how to be gracious. When I say gracious, they don't graciously accept a compliment. It's not something that we're taught to do. It's something that we have to learn to accept. So, I mean, I can come up to you and say, wow, you look really good today, or I like the color of your hair, your shirt is beautiful. And people will look at me strange, or you might even look at me strange and turn away and not say anything. So it's how you learn to be, that you don't accept a compliment, not that maybe you don't feel that you deserve it, but graciousness is really in short change right now.
Yeah.
So it could be that they just graciously don't know how to accept it.
There was I may have said this when I was on the last time, but there was an elderly lady in Memphis, elderly black lady, and I didn't know anybody even saw me. You know how you just walking, and all this. And anyway, this lady, she said, "I love your boots." She said, "They're so nice and clean and shiny, and they just look so nice." And I thought, isn't that strange? This lady, in Memphis, which I'm about 80 miles from Memphis, noticed something from a stranger and was kind enough to say, and I had always heard, that it's like I keep saying, you know, if a black woman gives a white man any compliment, it's genuine. You don't have to
Yes.
wonder if there's some ulterior motive
Yes.
or whatever. She just was kind enough to say, and that really touched me.
Yes. And Michael Ray, you are so right. And us as white men, we understand if a black woman gives us a compliment, we know it's genuine. We know it's not for some alternative reason. It's not to manipulate us. Or if a black woman says something nice to you as a white man, it's real. It's true. We know this, and we're never confused by it. And in fact, we love it. We embrace it. And if we love black women, it makes our day. It makes our week. It makes us so happy. But on the other hand, some black women we give compliments to, sometimes it's not received as a compliment.
Oh, I know.
Sometimes it's received as a fetishization. Sometimes it's received as we're lusting after you. And most of the time, it's just we're giving you a compliment. That's all it is. A lot of times, and the racist white guys will not give you compliments. They don't want nothing to do with you. Um, but those of us that love you, we give you compliments is because we love you. It's actually because we see the beauty in you. There are some fetishizing white guys. I'm not going to say there's not, but listen to the compliments. If we say you're beautiful, a lot of times it's genuine. If we talk about your body parts or how fine you are and how nice your shape is, and we don't really know you, that's probably a fetishization.
It's creepy.
Yeah, and it's creepy, and you can see that. But but you give us compliments, black women, it means a lot to us. It does. Even if we're not into dating you, it makes us feel good because a woman from another group acknowledges that we're something special. And that's just human nature. But I think with black women, they're on the defensive because they've been told that white men are so evil and we're only after one thing that they get defensive. And it's not their fault. It's not that they're being mean. They just don't know what you're about. Because if they believe you don't they don't think you're attracted to them and you say you're beautiful, okay, what's he trying to do? Is he trying to get with me? Is he trying to get me to bed? Is he trying to fill his sexual fantasy? Um, and I don't get mad at black women for that because they've been told how evil and how horrible white men are. Why wouldn't they be defensive? If I was told that my whole life, I'd be defensive too. Um, but it's a cultural thing. Um, but I would say get to know that person, and if he says you're beautiful, beautiful is a good thing. If he says your butt looks awesome and your body is fine, and well, then okay, that would sound more like a fetishization, right? But if he says you're beautiful and your hair looks nice, you dress really nice, you're really beautiful. I think you're awesome. That's really not a fetishization. I mean, a fetishizer might say that in the beginning, but I mean, you could kind of narrow it down. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Michael. I've dealt with that. I've had women kick me to the curb just because I said, "Oh, you look nice. You're beautiful." Oh yeah, what do you mean by that? Well, I mean you're beautiful. Okay, what? It's perception, but
Again, people don't know how to take compliments. They really
yeah,
don't.
yeah. So I wouldn't.
Practice on people.
My
Yeah,
mom,
especially women in our community are like that. They're raised, they're told that to beware of white men and to
Mhm.
stay away from white men. We're
Mm,
taught that.
Men in
I'm
general, don't
glad I
trust
didn't
anybody.
listen. I'm honestly glad I didn't listen to any of my elders because I just felt like, well, look at your life and look at the relationship you're in. You're trying to tell me something. Nope. I just didn't listen to them. I went by I judge people based on their character. And I
Yeah.
always kept that with me all throughout my life, judging by their character.
You know
So
that
the question is if I came up if I was a gentleman, let's say it was Brent, and I came up and I said, "Hi, you look really good. That's a beautiful sweater on you." How would you take the compliment? Would you smile and just graciously say thank you and walk away? Or what would you do?
Hmm.
What would you do? That's not rhetorical. What would you do?
Spark up a conversation.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
said that my shirt looks nice and I look and I'm really nice, look nice today, I'd say thank you. And then I'm like, well, you look nice too. And then that would spark up a conversation right there.
Okay.
I'd say, how's your day going? Hope your day's doing well.
But how many people do you know really do that?
Not many.
Yeah.
That's
I
sad.
do
Not
that.
many.
there was an elderly black lady in front of me. It's speaking of what Buddy's Beauty said. She was in front of me waiting to check out, and her hair was pretty. And I was looking dead at it, and I told her, I said, "Ma'am, your hair is really pretty." And she said, "Oh, thank you." And I could tell she got so stiff. You know what I mean when you see somebody just like she just got really stiff. Like
Like as if she was disgusted by you making a
Or
compliment to
what
her.
uh,
you were afraid you were gonna put your hands in her hair.
maybe that
Don't
was
be touching black
Oh,
women's hair. Remember that.
yeah.
yeah,
Well,
that's the
well,
fear.
you know what? Hey, you know what, ladies? You know what I think it might have been? Maybe she didn't know how to react. Is he
Yeah,
Probably so.
serious, or
Probably so.
is it something else?
that's
Uh,
why I said, Brett, if we're not taught to take a compliment, we're not told to take compliments. We're told to fear men who make compliments like that. We're
yeah,
told to
and
be fearful and be tough and tell them to mind their own business or something like that. We're not told to just take the compliment and understand that it's a compliment and that they're telling us we look nice.
yeah,
But we're taught to be defensive.
my mom.
yeah,
I started to bring this up a little bit ago, but my mom always complimented everybody. And even she got Alzheimer's, and even when she couldn't think, she always told people, or like ladies, she'd say, "You're so beautiful," and all that stuff until she couldn't talk. And she told me when, years ago when I was a teenager, she said, if you see a lady or a girl that you think looks nice, she said, tell them they work hard on that stuff.
yes,
They want to
She
hear.
was right. She was right. She was very
I've
right.
always done it, and I know it's not always taken the way I mean it, but if I tell you look good or you look awfully beautiful or whatever, I'm telling you because I mean it. I'm not trying to get anything out of you. I just want to let you know because it meant so much to my mother, and I can understand it. Little stuff means a lot to me too.
mhm,
So she taught you to be gracious, taught you to graciously accept the compliment. And you learned to deal with that. That sounds like your mother was a beautiful person, a beautiful soul.
She really was.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Hey,
she gave you stuff.
hey, guys, as we go along, if you have a question, sorry, if you have a question, put it in caps so I catch it. Um, yeah, I got a one-track mind. I focus on the conversations and some of the chat I'll miss. So if you have a question, put it in caps so I catch it.
And
Okay, I just
the only time I get nervous when somebody makes a compliment to me is when they're just like following me like 24/7. Like whoa, okay, that's going too far. Is that
Stalker.
they're just
right.
yeah,
Stalker
when they're
you.
following me through the store, that's when I'm
You
like,
be stalked.
okay, no, mm-mm.
If Melanie, if you're talking about the lady in the grocery store, I would kind of guess that lady was like in her early 70s, maybe. I don't know. Um, then the lady that complimented my boots, she looked like she was in her 80s. I would say. I just noticed where Melanie too said that, and I wasn't sure who she was talking about. Anyway, thank y'all for saying that my accent sounds all right.
This is amazing. I love the country twang. I
I
do.
do too. But I gotta
Mhm.
head on out,
That's
y'all.
why I be move
Yeah,
to the south, move south,
Okay.
move to Tennessee, Kentucky, all the areas.
your your accent is it just brings to mind a gentleman, and so it's very appreciated.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, when I'm overseas and I hear that accent, it's like home. It's just straight up home.
It just reminds me of like a farm, like home, like the South, like the farm,
Just home.
farm life, and the man is the the dominant, and he's taking care of his family, and that's what it sounds like to
It
me.
just
I don't
sounds
know,
like home. I mean, if like when I was in
like
Dubai, you
home.
didn't hear anything, just home. Yeah, being overseas and hearing different their accents. I'm a foreigner there, but when I get on the plane and I hear that, it's just wonderful. Just like, oh, I'm going home. I'm going home. So yeah, just sounds like
Tennessee and
home.
East Texas have a lot in common.
Oh yeah, y'all do, huh?
It's
East
almost
Texas.
like the equivalent of how some ladies get excited over a British accent, and
Oh,
then this
Yeah,
is
definitely the British accents. I
your
feel.
hey,
accent is
You
like
like
the
the British
equivalent of an
accent?
American British
Yeah,
accent.
oh, hey, ladies. Let me tell you about the accent. You know what? When I see a black woman with a British accent,
Oh man,
it's a turn on. It's like, oh my god, this is awesome.
I'll second that.
then they
This is
go
why
running.
When when I when I was younger, I went to the UK and I asked black women there for directions, and I couldn't understand what they were saying, so I had to ask them multiple times because I loved hearing them talk. I'm just going to say that. But here's the thing: accents. Black women with African accents or from the Caribbean, I get turned. That used to turn me on too, and
That's
Oh wow.
there's something
Jamaican accent,
awesome about
love
that.
the
Wow.
Jamaican accent,
And Michael said, "Oh yeah."
and the
Yeah,
Haitian,
but
that
and the
that is
Haitian
why I love to do this
yeah,
accent on this station because it riles people up.
yeah.
I'm going to tell you. Though, I've been all over the country a gazillion times, and I hate to say this, and I'm not meaning this mean, but
Mm.
white women from up north, something about their accent is like native chalkboard. You know what I mean? But
just don't
black
say
women,
Pennsylvania because they like to make fun of us for saying yins guys up here.
oh,
I'm
man,
just
but
like,
black women all over the country, no matter what part of the country they live in, even though they may not speak in a southern accent, they still sound so good to me. And I guess it might be my prejudice because I think y'all are so beautiful, but it's something no matter where you come from, every last black lady's accent sounds good to me.
It does. You know what? Hey, Michael Ray, I even get. I always found this attractive is a black woman that spoke in a Valley Girl accent.
Yeah,
I was just like,
oh my
and
god,
I heard black guys say, "Oh God, she's just." They were just found it horrendous, right? But I found
yeah,
it
they would
attractive.
make fun of a girl who's had a valley voice, like a almost like a white girl's voice. They would
Yeah,
make
but
fun of
you know
her
what?
for that.
Even that was attractive to me because I don't know. Maybe it's because it's different. Um, I don't know. I just but like Michael Ray says, maybe he's maybe I'm biased with black women. Black women, you can sound however you like. I love you and you're awesome.
like music, just
That's
like music.
how it is.
Yeah, I like Indiana mom's voice. She has a wonderful voice. She's
She
so
does.
funny too.
I I miss Indiana mom.
Yeah, I
I
wonder
don't
what's where she's at today.
I don't know.
Where's she going?
I
She's
think her and her
virtually
husband.
anywhere at this point.
I think her and her husband are driving the RV around and having fun. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, that she's got
Probably at
such
a
an
football
awesome
game.
story.
Is it football season about to start for the kids?
I think it's
Um,
still baseball
yeah.
season.
Oh, it's a
It,
baseball season?
yeah, my mom works at a baseball stadium out here, so yeah, it's still baseball season. I think baseball season is over in like August, like the end
Mm.
of August, beginning of
The boys
September.
this summer, right? Baseball.
Yeah, then it's football season.
Yeah, well,
Right
I
now,
saw some.
it's miniature football for the kids.
Oh, it's also track because one
Yeah,
of my
track.
little
Yeah,
PA nieces was in the. She was in track and field this weekend
yeah.
was her last weekend of running.
I
Yeah,
think miniature football started in July, and then now it's the end of this weekend and the beginning of August is when miniature
yeah.
football starts.
She does cheerleading, right? So she probably has her
Indiana
cheer.
mom, yeah, she does
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
this
So she's probably
high
working on
school
her cheers.
kids.
Yeah, they got all that
hey,
going on right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because school starts in August, the end of
yeah,
August for some
it
people.
does. Hey, Linda, you sent me the email. Okay, have a good night. Yeah, we'll get it together. We'll have that show. That'll be an awesome show. But yeah, I'll be looking for it, Linda, and we'll get it together. Of course, and anybody else that's been married for a number of years in an interracial relationships, give me an email. We'll put together a nice show. We'll have fun, and people will love to see the perspective. And I got 28 years of marriage. I could give my perspective. You could give yours. You have many more years than I do, and that's good for people to hear because they know that you can make it. You can have a good marriage being interracially married. You can. And in fact, we're the most black women and white men, we're the most successful, serious. And we've been that way for years. They just haven't recorded it. But yeah. But we lost L. L, did you go to bed?
Almond butter. She's in the chat. I've seen her in the chat.
Oh no, L's here. I'm sorry, L. Who do almond butter? Did we
ABB.
lose almond butter?
Yeah, ABB. Oh, I call her almond butter. Y'all call her ABB.
Yeah, ABB, did you drop off?
ABBA.
Or did you get kicked off?
Yeah, she's not. I think she might have went to bed. I don't see her in the chat.
Well, it is, it's 12:15 over here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably sleeping.
It's 9:15 here. I was thinking, well, I'd like to say good night also to all you guys. It's been fun. Thank you for having me
All
on.
right, Karen.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
Thanks
Thanks
for
for coming on, Karen.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
thanks
guys
for
You are a very interesting woman.
Oh, well,
Hey,
thank you.
Yes.
Also
hey,
very beautiful.
Yep.
Oh,
Hey.
thank See, graciously.
very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Hey, Karen, thanks for coming on. And hey, thanks for being a good sport with the dating game dry run.
Well, it's
That was
always a
fun,
delight.
nice, and you won hands down. Young
Oh,
lady,
yeah.
you're beautiful, and you got it together, and you're the winner tonight. Just
I'm the winner, huh?
all these
And I
ladies.
see why your wife loves you so much. You are such a Britt be macking, y'all.
Oh. I appreciate that. But
He knows all the right words to say.
He certainly does. Tell Sandy thank you.
That was
Oh,
so
yeah.
cool when you PPP and Margarita got up on the thing from the chat and found out y'all were related.
Oh, wow. Well, she's going to be at the family reunion this next weekend.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and I told all my cousins. They already know I'm not going to be
Oh,
there. Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, I
Hey.
told them all about this channel. They're just like, no. I'm like, yeah.
Hey, you know what, Karen? They're having that wedding, right? Me and Sandy are going to be there. So if you can make it down there, hey.
What wedding? Which wedding are you talking about?
Triple
TPP.
P and Mark.
Yeah.
Where?
They're getting
And,
married. I think it's either in October or November.
it's in
Well, where?
October.
Where?
Okay, yeah, because they're getting married in the UK in November then.
So where
Yeah,
here in the US?
I don't want to put the address out because they want to like
Yeah,
people they want there, but I'm sure you're invited, your family. But
I don't know.
yeah,
I'm sure you are.
yeah. But if you're there, I'd love to meet you. And you know what? I'm going to be there because I support Mark and Triple P. I love them both, and
Get
you
married
know
in.
I
Oh
pray
my
for 'em.
goodness. I definitely. Well, you know what, Brett? Can you email me? You have my email address.
Yeah, I can email you, of course.
Yeah, please then email that to me. Yeah. She may have said something because she did say this was her last reunion.
Oh,
Huh.
okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's interesting. So yeah,
Yeah.
please tell me where she's going. If she's in the East Texas, I can go there. If she's here in California, I can go there too.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be fun. Oh my goodness.
And
I'd love to meet them.
hey guys, also I'm gonna be going to Dallas sometime in the near future. So if you guys want to meet up with me in Texas, and this spring I'm going to San Antonio. So if you guys want to do a meetup, you know, where we do it in a safe place, we're going to do it by email. I'm not going to broadcast it on YouTube, of course. But if you guys want to do a meetup with me and Sandy, and I would love to do that. We could set something up like that, and I would love to go to different places too, not just Texas, because Texas is next door. But I
If you
would be open to California. I go to California a lot. Florida, um,
Virginia, don't forget Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah, we'll go to Virginia. I love, you know, me and my wife go to Charlotte a lot. We love it down there. So Virginia's not too far away.
No, so you could actually swing up to Virginia Beach if you go to Charlotte.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you in
And then
Virginia?
Hmm?
and then what's on your mind? I like Philly cheesesteaks, so we can go to Philly. We can do-
I don't live in Philly
I want a
though.
real pick. I want a real. I want a
Yeah.
real Philly cheesesteak, not the fake imitations we get here.
Well,
I want the real deal.
I wouldn't be able to help you because I don't live in Philly.
Oh, okay. Well, you're in Pennsylvania, so we could swing to
In
Philly.
Pennsylvania, but there's two major cities in Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania.
You're in
and Philly.
Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah. Huh?
You're in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go to
Yeah.
Philly and then, you know, drive to Pittsburgh or fly or whatever. We can do
All
it.
right. We'll try because I
So
haven't been
you're
to
not on a
Philly.
diet? Your
Huh?
wife hasn't put you on a healthy diet, Brett?
I know.
She
You know that.
has,
You
but
know how much
Hold
cheese they put
on.
on that?
vacation. You know what? She's not going to deny me a Philly cheesesteak if I'm.
Will she
If
there?
No,
Will
she
she be
should.
there?
'Cause,
Will she be there with you?
yeah, she
Huh?
should watch you.
Will she be there with you?
Of course,
Okay,
yes.
then we cannot enable you.
Yeah, we can't be enabling you to eat Philly
In fact, she'll eat
cheesesteaks.
one with me because
No way. I'm not getting in trouble for trying to entice you to eat Philly cheesesteaks. I'm not getting in trouble by Sandy.
I already told her that's my fantasy. I said, you know what? I
Oh.
want to have a Philly cheesesteak from Philadelphia. And she,
Um,
you know what? I want one too. So
oh,
it's we're both in on the crime. So
okay. As long as you're in on the crime together. All
that's
Yeah,
right.
right.
as long as you guys are eating it together, eating your Philly cheesesteak. You
But
eat by yourself, I'm gonna get in trouble.
yeah, I just but seriously though, I want to have a meetup. That's my future thing. I would love to have a meetup with everybody on the channel, but do it the safe way through internet. And
Yeah,
I would
because you
like
gotta
to,
be careful of the crazies on here.
yeah, I would like to meet up in a safe place with you guys and get to know you and have a good time. And I'd love to buy you lunch and say, we get to meet each other and it's cool.
Yeah.
That,
There's
but,
there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do around here.
mhm.
Karen.
And Michael Ray's in Tennessee. I'd love to go to Tennessee. I love it in Knoxville. I'm thinking about moving to Knoxville. I don't know.
You know
Tell
you're
me,
gonna move to
Michael,
Tennessee.
is that a good place to live? I don't know.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
It's like if you've lived out west and you come back to Tennessee, when you cross the river, it's like going into the Emerald City. You're looking for the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, okay.
Green over here compared to west of the river.
Yeah, I mean Knoxville. I mean, me and my wife went there and we're like, man, this is awesome. We love it. I told my wife, I said, you know what? I want to live close to my brother. He lives in Atlanta, right? I don't want to live in Atlanta. I don't want to live in Georgia. Nothing against Georgia, no way. But Tennessee looks good. I love Charlotte. Alabama's out of the question. Mississippi, no. Florida, yeah. I mean, they got nice beaches, but no.
I tell you what, anywhere in Tennessee, you can be at the beach in 8 hours.
Yeah,
If you
but
lived in Virginia, you could be in the beach anytime you want.
Well, at Virginia Beach, you can.
Yeah, I haven't really
live in
been to Virginia, but
I live about 10 minutes away from the beach. I don't live in Virginia Beach though.
Wow, 10 minutes is nice. Well, if you live where I live at, you could be at the beach in an hour or the mountains in an hour.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, you go skiing
That's
or
why
you
I
go,
miss. That's
go
what I
surfing.
wish I would have did when I was in California is go to the beach, but I was in Fresno, so.
Oh, you're in the landlocked in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I was in Fresno. I wanted to go down to LA. I was like, why?
You should have San Francisco. San Francisco has some decent beaches too. They're cold. Everywhere is cold in in California.
Yeah, I didn't even get to go. I was there for 7 years and never went to the beach.
In
I was
Fresno?
so mad.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I never went. I just stayed in Fresno. I didn't go to the beach.
I wish I would have known. I would have found you. We would have been out doing everything.
Yeah, I plan on moving back there eventually, but it's just finances, and then COVID happened because I was supposed to move there, and then COVID happened, and I was like, crap.
And
So
now monkeypox. Everybody stay away from monkeypox.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what is that? I heard that.
It's an African. It's like smallpox, but it's like African from Africa. It's from monkeys, but they're saying that you can get them from STI, can be transmitted STI, from physical contact.
Yeah, the very.
It's breaking out. It's getting worse out here in the U.S. and everywhere else, especially in Europe. It's getting real bad out there. With
the World Health Organization has issued a high. They're saying it's critical. So we'll see what happens.
Hey, LV, yeah, we're coming back to Dallas. Did you want to meet up with me and Sandy? We'll buy you lunch again. And when we come to Dallas, if you're in the area, we can meet up. I love doing that. The meetup thing is awesome. But I'm going to go to different states. Me and Sandy want to go different places, and I want to do a Captain Swirl on location in different places. Yeah, I call myself Captain Swirl because I swirl to investment.
It's the Sultan of Swirl.
The Sultan of Swirl. That's me. Yeah. But you know what? I swirl the right way. I swirl for love and marriage. I don't swirl for the excitement, for the trend. I swirl for marriage. When it comes to interracial marriage, when it comes to interracial relationships, some it's a fad, some it's a trend. Me, it's a way of life. And that's the right way to do it. If you're going to swirl, do it for investment. Don't swirl to see what it's like. Don't do it for the excitement. Don't do it for the trend. because
Don't do it to hurt somebody. You know,
that's right.
just
Because
just to be lustful and hurt somebody. Don't do that.
yeah,
Mm-mm.
because if you do it for those reasons, you're going to hurt somebody, or you're going to hurt yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, because I'm all for interracial relationships. I think it's a good thing coming together and the excitement because you see beauty in a black woman because she's different. And ladies, you might think that white guy's a little different and you're attracted to each other. That's good. Nothing wrong with that. As long as you do it the right way. You do it for the relationship, you do it for marriage, and that's good. That ends up being a blessing. But if you do it for lust or an alternate reason, that's going to create problems and that's going to hurt people.
Mm-mm.
And I say, if you're not all in it interracially dating or if you're not in it all the way, don't do it. If it's just something you want to experience, don't do it
Mm-mm.
because you cause more damage than you do good.
Yeah, if you're just gonna go and mess around like that, just stay where you're at.
Yeah, seriously, because
Mm-mm.
Stay in your lane.
I think
that's
the
right. Because if you just mess with it like that,
Mm-mm.
um, yeah, you're going to break someone's heart or break your own heart, and you're just going to look like it's not good. Well, you shouldn't date anyone, even if they're in the same race, if it's all for lust.
Yeah, I think
Actually, look
Michael
at
had
some
something to
good.
say.
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, unless you've gotten to know somebody, say that you work with or something like that, you might meet somebody that you're attracted to. Within 2 or 3 dates, you know whether they're the kind of person, you know, that their personality matches with yours.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Where you can carry it on.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's what I think the first couple of dates are for, is finding out if there's a connection, if their personality is going to work with yours, and then you keep going. You don't want to just keep going out with somebody just to pass time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though it's nice to have somebody to do something with, go out to eat with or whatever, but somebody in the thing, whether it's the guy or the girl, is gonna have feelings and say if you're sure this is not the person for you, and the guy is looking like a sick puppy when he looks at you, it's trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Somebody's
I do. I know what you mean. It is trouble. You are correct. But
Yeah.
let me ask the question then. This is just for me. How do you tell a person, you know what? We're just not, I'm not into you like that. It's good to be a friend and we can go to the movies or if you need someone to go out to eat, but I really am not into you like that. How
I
do you
think
tell a person that?
I think that's a good way of doing it right there. The sooner the better. I know I always had this problem where I didn't want to go to the friend zone. So I would try to make a move, try to kiss them and stuff before I really felt comfortable doing it. But I was like, if I don't do it, she's going to friend zone me. So I just wanted to let them know, I'm in the game, don't forget about me.
You're romantically interested?
Yes.
I seem to have a issue with, this is just advice. Maybe y'all can give me just telling a person that I'm not into you like that. I have a fear of hurting someone's feelings. I
Yeah.
truly do. And I don't know. And I'm always down. Someone calls, hey, let's go do this. I'm always down to that. But I don't know how to make a person realize that, I'm not just dating them. I'm dating other people too.
Right. I think that's
Yeah.
the best thing. The sooner, if you realize it, the sooner the better. You know
Well,
what
I
I mean?
don't want to lose you as a friend. Is that wanting my cake and eat it too, or just wanting to have a friend?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't be friends.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess so.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, good night, Akita. Have a good night, young lady. I would like to answer that, Karen. Um, I think a lot of us don't want to hurt people's feelings, even if we don't have feelings for them. We don't want to just we don't want them. We don't want to do that to them. We don't want to hurt their feelings. But here's the thing: the best thing you could do if you're not interested in a man is just tell them. Just be brutally honest. Say, hey, you can be my friend, but I don't feel anything romantically with you. I don't feel like we would have a good relationship. But you're awesome. You're a good person. But that's as far as we can go. Um, and just be honest. Sometimes you got to be brutal. But with that, you know what? That's the best thing you could do for the man because then he could move on and find the woman that loves him, right? And it's going to hurt his feelings, yes, it's going to hurt, but that's the best thing you can do because if he thinks he still has a chance, he's going to cling to you. He's going to still try, and you might not even want him around, but he's still going to be there. So you got to be honest. Just be, and it's not cruel to be brutally honest. It's actually doing him a favor because then he can move on. And same thing with men and women. And guys, if you're not interested in that woman, tell her. Don't lead her on
I,
because you might hurt their feelings right off the bat. But it's better to do that than string them along and really hurt their feelings. Think
I
of it
would
that.
appreciate it, even though if I'd gone out with a woman 2 or 3 times and she told me that, and she said, I'd still like for us to be friends. I don't mean it in a bad way. I would say, sounds good to me. You want to go to dinner next, whatever. But if something came up, with somebody that you were interested in, the sooner you could let me know, the better. But I'd still, if I'm going out, I'm going because I enjoy your company. You know what I mean? Not only that I'm trying to get it, into a relationship. I, even if you don't find me compatible or attractive or whatever the deal is, if I still enjoy your company, I'll still take you out to eat, and I'm paying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
and and, and
yeah.
Karen, and you might find a good friend that's a guy that just, hey, okay, we're not going to be boyfriend girlfriend, we're not going to get married, but hey, I love talking to you. And you might develop a friendship where it's just pleasant to be with each other and you could talk about issues or whatever, and there's nothing to it, but you develop a friendship. Sometimes that happens with guys. Sometimes they're like, okay, she's not into me like that, but I love talking to her. And you know what? You might give him advice, and when he's talking to another woman, or he might give you advice talking to a guy. That that can happen. That does happen. But the best thing to do is be honest. Just if you're not interested, just tell them. Don't worry about their feelings. Men are tough; they can take it. And,
Well,
and
I'm starting to
guys,
run into men that are very sensitive. I mean, for real.
I know,
I
but
think that's my type. I like the sensitive man type, but it also traps me. So,
yeah,
but
no, I
I
get
have
it.
quite a few men who are friends, for real, true friends, and we
Yeah.
talk, and they're always getting on me. Don't lead them on. I'm not leading them on. I'm just being nice. Don't smile at them too much. That kind of stuff.
Well, the
But
thing is, with us men, if we're into you and we're pursuing you, the best thing you could do for us, if you're not interested, is kick us to the curb. And I mean, seriously, that's the most humane, most loving thing you could do is just say, you know what, I'm not interested in you in that way. Sorry. And and he might be mad at you. He might have his feelings hurt. But you know what? He can move on from that. He can find the woman that truly loves him, and that's what you want. And hurt feelings can turn into a blessing. So don't get caught up. It's not your responsibility to look after his feelings. You know, your responsibility really is just to be honest. Hey, okay, you're a great guy. I like you, but I'm not into you like that. Romantically, no, it's not going to happen. But you're a good guy. There's a woman out there that I'm sure you're going to make happy, but not me.
That
I know
doesn't
that
sound
sounds
good.
brutal and cold, and yeah, that will slice your ego in many different pieces. But you know what? Us as men, we need that because you know what? We need humility in our life because that's how we become better men. That's how we rise up. And you're doing a more service doing that than just saying, "Oh well, you know, yeah, I like you, but don't worry about his feelings. Don't, ladies, don't worry about a man's feelings. A man's feelings needs to be crushed every now and then.
God.
We can learn to love a woman the right way. I'm just saying, seriously.
Don't
I
do
mean,
that to us, Brent.
what's that?
Said, don't do that to us. You make it sound like, man,
So brutal.
Well, no, yeah, no, I'm just being honest. But you know what? When I had my feelings hurt, that's when I became better. That's when I actually found someone that really does have love for me.
it does help you grow.
And you know what? I appreciated it more because I know what rejection feels like and it hurts. And you know what? It hurt my feelings. It broke me down. But you know what? The woman that accepted me and loved me, I embraced it. And ladies, when you kick a man to the curb, you're actually blessing that man
God.
because when he finds his true love, he'll appreciate it much more. So think about it this way: you hurt his feelings on the short term, but in the long term, you might create a good husband, a good father, and someone that seriously, I believe that. And here's the thing: if you don't feel that way for a person, you just don't. So why lead them on? Hurt their feelings, get it over with, and guys, we'll bounce back. We always do. And ladies, men do far more worse stuff to you than you do to us. So don't feel bad. Just be honest. Honesty is the best policy.
Okay, Britt. I'm going to carry a taser with me all the time from now on.
Okay, I'm not saying tase you, guy. Just be honest.
I'm telling you no. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Just saying you're not interested is enough. He'll understand. Well, if he doesn't and he still approaches, yeah, taser him.
Okay.
I think men do have tender feelings. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you
Yeah, we
guys
do.
do. Very much so.
Yeah. Because there's certain things, a woman could destroy a man, literally, just with words. Um, there's a way of going about it. But that's why I said as soon as you realize, that there's nothing there, it's best to cut it off, let him know because the longer it goes, his thing is going to get deeper. You know what I mean? He's going to get his feelings are going to keep growing.
Yeah, that is true. And, and seriously, the women that I look back on my life and the women that kicked me to the curb, that rejected me, I had my feelings hurt. I'd walk away with my head down and I'd feel so low and so sad. But you know what? I thank them for that because you know what? I've been with women that have led me on and I've developed deep feelings and think we had something. And that really hurts. If they let me down from the get go, it's easier to deal with. It really is. Because us as men, if we really love you, like Michael Ray says, we'll develop feelings for you as long as you let us keep holding on, as long as there's still hope. Don't do that, ladies. Just tell them, be honest. Um, yeah, some men can't handle rejection. Jessica was saying might not end well, so it depends on the situation. Yeah, well, um, yeah, there are some weird old men that
I think
you
that's
know.
a security issue. I mean, guys have trouble with rejection, period. I know when
Yeah,
I've been rejected, it crushed me, affected me for the rest of my life.
Wow.
But
I don't want to do that.
a guy that flips his wig because you rejected him, that's a maturity issue or a mental problem. You know what
yeah, you know, and there's guys like me and Michael Ray. You reject us, we'll have our feelings hurt. We'll have our head down, but we'll move on. We'll adapt and overcome. Um,
That's
but
the reason, that's the reason that I've ever since I asked Jackie out and she turned me down and had special names for me. That's the reason I have never had the guts to ask a black lady out right off the bat since then. It just blew my mind, you know. And I think that other guys go through that and it makes them not approach black women that they see that they think they'd like to talk to or whatever because maybe somebody in their past has really taken care of that issue super fast, you know?
yeah,
Huh. Okay, well, I will try to do that, but it is difficult. No, it is. It's really difficult. I'm
well,
not that kind
yeah,
of person. I genuinely like people. I genuinely am a kind person.
well,
But I'm genuinely trying to find the right person for me.
yeah.
So,
I
No,
understand that completely.
and, and and that for you that's an issue because you're a loving person. Even though you're not interested in the man for a relationship, you don't want to tear him down. You don't want to hurt him.
I'm
You,
interested in the person, but not interested in the man to be my man. So,
yeah,
Right.
and and that's your right because you can only be into what you're into. And Karen, I can see with you, you don't want to hurt nobody.
mm-mm.
You want to be kind to everybody, even the ones you're not interested in. And that's what makes you a beautiful person. But the thing of it is you got to be honest. I mean, and that's the hardest thing is to tell someone you're not interested in. And if you have feelings for other people, and men and women are that way, they don't want to hurt people's feelings, but they're not interested. They're not. You're not going to change them. But that's not your responsibility. That's your thing is if you have a connection, you have it. If you don't, you don't. And your thing is just be honest. And I know that's hard. People that have big hearts, it's hard for them to do that. People that don't care about people, they could kick people to the curb every day, and it don't bother them. But you got a big heart. You're a kind person. That's the beauty in you. But the best thing you could do for the man if you're not interested is let him know. I mean, seriously, the best thing a man can do for a woman is let him know he's not interested, vice versa. And that's hard to do. It is, and if you got love in your heart, you don't want to hurt nobody. But if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Some things are meant to be, some things are not. And the thing we need to do as people is just be honest. If someone approaches us and we're in love and they're in love, that's great. If one's not in love and the other one is, the one that's not in love needs to tell that person so they can move on and find their true love. And that's the best thing you can do for them. But
So
I would say, yeah, go ahead, Angelique.
what is really especially hard is if you've met somebody and you have a really, really good connection, but you know that person is not for you.
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
gosh,
the
that
truth.
hurts.
She's right. Yeah,
Because
that's
that's
hard
the kind
to.
of situation that I'm in right now because I met like the guy that I was telling you guys about when I did the interview. Everything was going fairly well, but it's just I know that I don't want to struggle for the rest of my life. And
Mm.
if I was with him, I would struggle for the rest of my life.
What
As
do you
Mm.
well
mean struggle? What do you
as
mean struggle?
like struggle financially.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Because he's not where he wants to be and he's not doing anything to make it different.
Mm.
As well as he gets when things don't go his way, he gets really angry. Not that
Oh,
it's like directed at me, it's directed at himself, but it's still a lot of anger.
mhm.
And I but and the thing about it is that otherwise he's a really, really nice guy. But those are things I cannot hold with. And I don't know how to and I know that he really likes me and I don't know how to tell him because I know send him in a spiral. He'll get really depressed and I don't he's a really nice guy. I just don't know how to tell him he's not for me.
Wow.
Mm.
Well, you and I, sister, are dealing with the same thing. Almost the same exact person. Mm.
You know,
Wow.
it's strange. It's like I've seen so many average white guys that have met black girls. They get together, they end up getting married, and their life explodes into, I mean, goodness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His
Mhm.
his wife encourages him or does something that makes this guy transform. You know, he does so much better. It's like he's happy, confident, and his work or business situation gets better. And I'm not saying that's the way it is with everybody. That's just what I've seen from people that I would have never thought they had it in them,
Mhm.
you know, until they met that woman, that girl. They were young when they met, but I mean, it was impressive.
Yeah. I
But
do not know how you are going to overcome your issue. To tell
Yeah.
him, how long have you been with your gentleman?
Um kind of since the end of May. Um And it's not that we were, like, dating, it's just, like, I from the beginning, I was just like, "Look, I just wanna be friends." And then but everything kept building, and it was just, like, things that I didn't see until recently, so
Mhm.
and it's also slightly awkward because I'm gonna have to see him at family events.
Oh. Mm.
So, it makes it that much worse. Um,
Wow.
because I know me and I'll be supportive up until a point, but when it gets to a point where it's just I'm offering you different avenues to channel this way. or if you need to do a side business, how can I help you get a side business or whatever. And it's just, if I'm trying to help you because these are things you said you wanted to do, but because didn't go your way this particular day, you pretty much sabotage everything.
Mm.
Mhm.
That's you're a man in your 40s acting like a teenager. I can't.
Mhm. Yeah. Have you
Mm.
had to talk with him then? As Brett says, have you had to talk with him?
Um, it's hard to have a talk with him simply because it's like you trying to lead into this particular mode, but then something gets sidetracked and then
Mm.
flames happen, and so you get distracted.
Mm.
Um, attraction is not a problem, but it's like
Mm.
he he has a way of it's you can lead down this road, and it's I'm going to you make me feel like I can do anything, and I've been so much happier since we've been talking, and it's like it starts to get all that stuff built, and it makes it that much harder.
So he's guilting you into staying with him. Oh wow.
Or
That's what it sounds like.
is the chemistry there and you just know that it's not going in the right direction?
The chemistry is like the chemistry is like off the wall. I've never had that much chemistry in my life, kind of chemistry.
Mm.
Yeah.
Um, and then it makes it that much harder because it's just like, I just want to touch you. We can hold hands, whatever, but it's just, I know that it's not gonna result in the kind of relationship that I want.
Mm.
So Brett, Michael, what do you suggest she do? She can't
Well,
please him.
I would say this. Um, in a relationship, it takes more than chemistry, attraction.
Hmm. I know
There,
that's why I'm having these issues.
no, I get it. Let me tell you, the woman I was with before my wife, I was super attracted to. I was in love with her. I thought, man, but you know what? She was abusive to me. You know what?
Mm.
It didn't feel right. But I had love there. The passion was there, the love was there, the physical was there, everything was there, but something was missing. It wasn't
Hmm.
right. It was off the wall. And that was the toughest thing I ever had to do. And I, I understand what you're saying because the chemistry was there, but then again, it wasn't there because
Hmm.
the love wasn't filled in every aspect. It was filled full in a lot of aspects, but not everything. And it's tough because I didn't want to leave this person. And I took her actually, hitting me, actually being physically violent with me to where I would tolerate it.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
never laid hands on her. But the thing of it is it didn't feel right. I had love for her, sure, yes. I know she had love for me, but it just wasn't healthy. It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't right. And sometimes you fall into that, and it's easier said than done. I can say if you don't meet all aspects, cut it off. Right?
Hmm.
Logical thing, but when you're knee deep in love, it's not that easy. You don't just you can't just cut it off. I couldn't. And I knew I had to get away. I knew I couldn't be with her because it wasn't right. It was so wrong, but I just wanted it still. I just those red flags, I just pushed them away and says, you know what, it's going to fix itself. It never did.
Mm.
And I don't know what to tell you. I could tell you logically what to do, but it's tough.
Logically,
I just and I don't see the situation. Maybe it looks bad, but maybe he's better than what you see. I don't know. So
I
I don't
mean,
want to put my advice in there because I don't know.
generally speaking, he's a great guy.
Uh-huh.
It's just he's more down on himself than he is on anything else, and it's just when he's on point, he's everything is perfectly fine. It's just when when things start piling on, that's when it gets kind of wonky.
Depressive personality or something like that.
Hmm.
Depressive personality or something like that.
Yeah, because it's just like he can't see a way out, and I'm just like, and it's not. And even if I, try to point him in a kind of direction, it's more like he can't see it until he's ready to see it. So you just have to leave him alone.
So ask yourself this: can you see yourself with him a year from now? Can you see yourself 28 years from now with him?
No.
Okay, well then you already have your answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta do it's hard, but I'm gonna have to do it.
I understand the same with me. You already know who I'm dating, but I think he has so much baggage from his other relationships
Hmm.
that it interferes in our relationship. This person is a go-getter. They work, they have their own business, their own construction company. He works constantly. He's a very good person. He has all the attributes I like in a man. He's very man. I mean, when we first started going out, the first thing he told me, you stand here, I stand there. A man always opens up the door first, just in case he gets shot, so she can turn around and run away. That kind of stuff, you know.
Hmm.
But he's brought his other relationship into our relationship, not physically, but mentally. He's still trapped in that abusive relationship. And it's just something that I can't handle. I'm coming out of I've been divorced since 2017, really, actually. And I, should never have married the gentleman that I was with. I dated him for 15 years. And then I married him when I was 40. And I said to myself as I was walking down the aisle, my father said it too, we can get on the plane and go to the Philippines, Karen. You don't have to marry him. That's exactly what my dad said as he was walking me down the aisle because he knew me. I just, I loved him, but I should never have married him. So I understand you being caught up in relationships that perhaps you don't have. It just seems like there's no way out without hurting someone,
Yeah.
without hurting. Yeah. So, but it's best not to be caught up in a relationship, 30 years later, and you know in your heart you should never have married that person.
Yeah. I mean, I know
Yeah.
what I have. I know what I need to do. I came to that conclusion last week, but it's hard.
It's hard. It's super hard.
Yeah, that's hard. And I think what Karen said was on point. Um, how is it going to be 20 years down the road? 10 years, 20 years, 40 years? And
Me being a breadwinner and him being upset.
No,
yeah,
that's not what you want. That is
and
not what you want. No.
yeah, and you know what? That don't have to be the thing because I know successful men that make great money, but their wives do better than them. Um, and I think Karen, you brought this up in the dating game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How would you feel about a woman making more than you? And I think us as men, we've been, and I'll speak from my experience. We've been trained that we're supposed to be the breadwinners. We're supposed to be the providers, and that's a good thing. But sometimes you might get a wife that is more successful than you, that is smarter than you, more educated than you, and just more successful than you. And you could be a highly successful man. It just happens. And,
Well,
and
she's
you
not
can
describing
work
a highly successful man.
and you can work through that. A successful man ain't based on how much money he makes, it's what he does.
Hmm.
Does he
But
work hard? Does he provide for his family? Does he put his family first?
he would
And
do all those things, but he's not the thing about it is that in my experience, if a man is not happy about what he's making or what he's doing, he's going to unconsciously sabotage his relationship.
yeah,
Right?
She's right.
And and I
but
believe because of where he is with where he's working and what he's doing, even if we were at peak happiness, he would do something to sabotage it.
She's
yeah,
totally right.
and some men will do that. Now with me, I've been raised to be the provider, right? My
Hmm.
wife's successful. She can compete with me when it comes to income easily, right? And we're both successful. And if she happened to just get a job that made more than me, we can make it. We can get through it. It's all good.
It's not a hard thing. You guys are married. You love
Yeah,
each other. It's not a hard
yeah.
thing.
It's
She
not
What
a
what
hard.
brings
I
It's
yeah
a
it's
hard
what
thing
I
for his
Michelle
ego.
Obama when she
It's a
yeah
brought when she brought in $400,000 and he was making $60,000. There's a big deal difference there.
yeah. No, you're right, and we could get through that. Now, me, it might be uncomfortable for me because my father said, "You're the man. You provide. You better do this." It's embedded in me because I want to provide for my wife, not because I want to outdo her, but because I love her. I want to. Sometimes it's just a way of expressing your love, just providing, you
and
know. And I feel the love because I pay the bills and I buy my wife some gifts and I do nice stuff. That's just another way of expressing my love. But if she happened to make more than me because she's smarter and more successful, okay, that's okay. As long as I'm not sitting on the couch being a couch potato and I'm working hard and she just happens to be more successful, that's okay. I have nothing against that. What I have against is men that expect women to pull the weight when they won't do nothing. That's my problem.
see, and his thing is that he wants to help me out because I'm going through some situations, but he can't because he can barely take care of what of his own situation.
Yeah.
So it frustrates him on that level as well. So
Yeah, I get
it's like he's completely frustrated about everything, and he never thought his thing is he never thought he would find anyone like me, and so he wasn't prepared to take care of a family um or anybody because he never thought that he would get to that point because
it.
when you're a nice guy, people take advantage of you, and that was his mindset.
Yeah. But you know what? He hadn't met no one like you, and maybe he's not prepared to be with someone like you.
He's not. I
And
think that if he was able to get his mind right and get himself in a financial situation where he was comfortable, his attitude and everything would be completely and totally different. But he's not.
yeah.
He's not
Well,
ready.
I would say this, Afro Angelique, a man that gets his mind right, regardless of his financial situation, if his mind is on point, he will be the right guy for you, regardless how much he's making at the time, because he will be so successful. It it will be amazing to you. And I speak on this on my situation because I went from having a good job to quitting that job to having a spectacular job where I was making 120,000 a year
Mhm.
to where I
Mhm.
lost both jobs and I didn't have a job and I thought it was the end of the world. And but here's the thing, I told my wife and I apologized. I felt so bad. I felt like such a failure.
Mm.
But here's the thing. My wife told me, she said, we can live in our house or a mansion or a cardboard box. I love you. But here's the thing. I was hurt. I was down and out, but I still had faith in God. I still felt there was hope. And you know what? My mindset is I'm going to provide for my family. I'm going to make it work. And you know what? We never fell behind on one bill. We never went hungry. We never, the thing of it was, is everything was okay. And you know what? That spectacular job I had overseas, I make more money than that living at home. And you know what got me there? It's not that I'm a great worker or I did something special. It's because the love my wife had and the passion I had in my heart that I'm going to give everything I got for this marriage, whether it's nothing, a little something, or a lot. I'm giving everything. And you know what? When you give everything, you end up giving more than you actually have. And
Yeah.
you need to find someone with that mindset because the man could be lose everything and pull himself up and be successful again. Or the man could be a victim and just lay in, you know, in the mud and say, well, it's somebody else's fault. I mean, and I'm not a great guy. I'm not, nothing is special about me. Nothing is, I'm no better than any other man. The thing of it is I have faith, I have love, and I work hard. And God has blessed me for it.
Well, you were already married, right? She's not married.
Yeah, I was already married, but what
She
I'm
has
saying,
choices. Yeah.
yeah, but what I'm saying is if his mindset's right, it don't matter where he is economically. If he works hard and his heart is right, he's going to be successful. I believe that. He might
Yeah.
not be rich, he might not have mansions, he might just be a hard working blue collar guy that provides for his family, but that's success. Um,
And that would be wonderful.
yeah,
But that's not what that is. And I know what kind of person I am. I'm always going to give 110%, and I'm going to above and beyond because that's the kind of woman that I am. And I'm always going to, if there's a way to be better, to do something better, that we can grow and change and love together, then that's what that is. But I can't I can't fight my battles and yours at the same time. You got to do something.
yeah.
I've
And hey, go ahead.
Victim.
always heard attitude affects your altitude.
Yeah, true.
That plane, if you adjust your attitude, your altitude will rise, you know.
Hmm.
A person with a bad attitude isn't going anywhere.
No, he's not. And my thing is this, is that as bad as everything is right now for me, I know that I'm in a valley temporarily because God will elevate me. He's just making me go through some things so I can appreciate some things and learn some things and grow. And once I learn those lessons, I will be in a much better place in this world. But that's because I have God to hold on to. He doesn't have God to hold on to,
Mm.
which is another reason why I'm really.
He's not dependent on God. If he's not dependent on God, this is my opinion. If a man or woman don't depend on God, they're headed for failure. That's my opinion. And I know people will hate on me. Whoa, where you push religion? It's not religion. It's my faith in God. You know what? My faith in God has carried me more than I ever thought would. You know what?
Exactly.
And the thing of it is there's nothing. I've been successful, and it's not because of me. It's not because I'm highly educated. No. Um, I mean, I graduated high school and I have an associate's degree. Nothing. I barely graduated high school. I was young and dumb and an idiot. I have made so many horrible mistakes in my life. But the thing of it is when I cling to God, when I pray to God, and I understand what I really am, that's where my power comes in. When I understand how much of a failure yet I am, that's when I'm successful. When I understand how much of a weak man I am, that's where my strength comes in. When I understand that everything about me is a failure, that's when I become a success. And listen, I'm no different from any man out on the street. And you can compare me to a homeless guy, a guy that works hard, or some guy in corporate America that's very successful. The only difference is between all of us is how much work we put in and our faith in God. I mean, I'll work hard. I don't have much to offer, but I can work hard. I can give you that. I can be loyal to you. I can be committed. Am I super smart? No. I mean, I'm not. Do I have a lot to offer? No, I don't. But I have a big heart to offer. Do do I have a lot of financial gain to give you? Do I have a lot of resources? No, I don't. But I have faith in God, and guess what? Everything is met. You know, me and my wife live very well. We have a lot of resources. We make good money. We really do. We're not rich, but we do very well. And it's not because of my ability. It's not because of something I did great. You know what it is? It's my love for my wife and it's my faith in God. And
Mhm.
that's what carries the day. And when people realize that, they'll be more successful than they ever thought they could be. And I'm telling you, the success I have in my life, I owe to my wife. You know why? Because she loved me and had so much faith in me. She made it to where failure is not an option.
Mhm.
And,
I'm
and, you,
surviving on God math right now.
and you know
So,
what? I'm successful and I don't even understand it because I'm not that good. I things that have happened to me that are so amazing and I don't understand it because I'm not that good. I'm not that smart. I don't have it together. But you know what I do have? I have a love for God. I have a love for my wife and family. And God blesses me. He carries me. And you know
mhm.
what? My wife and kids benefit from that. That's it in a nutshell. I would love to say I'm successful and I do all this wonderful things. No, I can't tell you that. Truth be told, if I didn't cling to God, I'd be Skid Row on the street right now. Honestly. That's where my ability is. But what makes me successful is God. That I cling to God and ask God for direction. I ask God for help. That's it in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, um, but what I'm saying is, you don't have to be rich. You don't have to have things going for you. What you need to do is the women you're with is love them. If you're willing to lay down with them and have sexual intercourse, marry those ladies because they deserve that. If they're going to offer you them, marry them, love them, do it God's way, because you know what? You'll be blessed.
I already know what I need to do. Just don't want to do it.
No, I
Yeah.
get it. But the thing of it is after pray about it, do it God's way, and you know what? If it's not meant to be, it's not.
Oh, I already
Um,
know. You know what? It's funny that you say that because it's like I already knew from jump that it wasn't what God wanted for me. And sometimes you get hard headed,
yeah.
and and so he's just been increasing the volume, and now the volume is at a I can't ignore it anymore.
So you're saying God's trying to tell you something.
Yes, because the when I asked for a sign, and the next day when I woke up, my devotional said resist temptation.
Hmm.
So that should have been my clear sign right there. But okay, I can resist temptation, but I really couldn't because everything was wonderful, and I hadn't. I guess when you haven't been around people for a while, because I basically quarantined myself before there was a quarantine.
Mm.
Um, so because I wanted to get my mind right and make sure that I was focusing on the right things.
Mm.
Um, and I know that I'm not his savior. I know that I'm not his. I know these things, and I am somewhat. I'm only somewhat emotionally involved. I'm only emotionally involved on a friendship level, not on any other level. Um, so what it is that when you have a few things happen and then it was like everything lined up, but the three major things I asked for, he did not have. And so I was like, have a relationship with God, be financially stable, and there was and not smoke. So he had all three. So I don't know what I was doing, but he it was like I was getting flashing red lights, and I was just like, oh, okay, whatever. I know what I'm doing because all the other stuff is there, but the things that I really need are not there. So
Mm.
um,
Yeah, and sometimes you fall in that trap. And I would say, from my past experience, there was women in my life I loved. I wanted to be with so bad, and it felt so right. And things lined up, but other things didn't,
hmm
and that's tough. Um, but if it's not meant to be, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. Um,
relationships like that where there's chemistry messes you up worse than anything. You know,
Yeah, they do.
you can the chemistry part is it's important, but it's not the main thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, I've dated several women in my life, and there were two that I think of when y'all talk about this stuff. One, we had awesome chemistry, but she was unfaithful one time, and I could feel it. You know what I mean? When you got that connection thing, you could.
Mhm.
And I just asked her, and she told me the truth. And then, you know what she said? Can you see us getting married? Well, actually, in my head, I was thinking yes. But then when I thought about reality, you can't trust somebody that'll mess around on you.
No, you can't.
So I thought, well, I'd be a dummy. So I just said no, even though that wasn't what I was really thinking. But it was the best decision I made. Then another time, similar, not a similar situation, but a person that I met that I had great chemistry with. And you ever get you're around somebody maybe a little bit too much and you need a break? Nothing big, just a little time away.
Mhm.
I don't know how to explain that. It never really happened before. And I just said, I need a little break. And she started flipping out and she's going to kill herself. Well,
Oh, that's awful.
I had read a book about some similar stuff like this, and it said if you don't cut it off right then they'll use that against you. And then when you do break up with them because they're doing this over and over again and they kill themselves, then it is your fault. It's the
Mm.
first time they pull that stuff, you have to break it off right then. And that really, I didn't want to break it off, but I was like, I can't keep, a person
Can't
can do
keep
that.
doing that cycle.
Right. And I've thought about it many times, but I think I made the right decision. I'm sure I made the right decision, but it's still, it's one of those things you think about. But
Yeah.
sometimes it's not easy, making those decisions. You still have the chemistry and everything, but um, you don't.
Chemistry is not everything. I'm learning that.
It's true. It can be detrimental too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't have people who are, I never have someone who says they're going to kill themselves or something like that. But, um, geez,
That
that's a
thing.
hard one, Mark. You should have left her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the right thing to do. You should have told her to get help also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've expressed that he needs to have help, and he's like, it doesn't work. And so, okay. I'm just
Until
like,
you're
well,
ready. Until you're
hmm,
ready, it's not going to help. Until you're ready, it's not going to help. And some people have that. They think it's a stigma that if you get help, that makes you a weak individual, but it doesn't.
mm,
Everybody needs help sometimes.
yeah.
Everybody.
And because I've I've done the work because I knew that I know me, and so I'm not going to cause damage to anybody else because I'm caught up in my foolishness. So I wanted to make sure I did the work, and I did the work. And I'm continuing to do the work because it's a continual process. But it's like it's a process, and I have tools, and I know how to use the tools to help me through. And if you don't have the tools and you don't want the tools and um, you're not trying to do the work, then what's the point?
Yeah.
Um, so I know what I need to do is just, it's just hard.
Mm.
Yeah,
And
you know what, Afro Angelique? This might sound selfish, but do what's best for you. Look out for number one. That's you. You know what? Find someone that's right for you. Um, and seriously, we need to think about this as individuals, whether we're men or women, is do what's best for us. Choose the best option. And if you don't feel he's doing the right thing, if he's not all in, well, he's not the one. I mean,
he's all in.
well,
Just not
okay,
the one.
Yeah, he's just not the
we
one.
might be all in, but not the one, and that's okay. Don't worry about his feelings. Worry about your life, because a relationship that you get in, it's about you. And I know that sounds selfish, and when you really love someone, it's not all about you. You lift each other up.
Yeah.
You do things for each other, yes. But till you find that, it's all about you. Till you get that good man that loves you with all his heart, it's about you. When you find that man that loves you with everything, then you can give yourself to him. You can give everything to him when you find that good man. But till then, it's about you. Till then, do what's best for you. Because here's the thing, a lot of people sell themselves short, both men and women, because they will give everything they have into a man or woman, and if it's not the right one, they end up with nothing. So you got to find the right one. You got to find what's right for you. And if he's not doing it, as a man, if he's all in because he thinks you're beautiful, or
Mm,
but not being a man for you, he's not for you. And
mm,
you know what? You got to look beyond the desire, the
Hmm.
physical attraction. You got to look beyond it feels good to be together. You got to make sure he fulfills love in every aspect. Yes.
He That's
eh,
the thing. He's very much emotionally aware when it comes to me, and he knows how to help me with my foolishness. And so that's another reason why it's like hard, because I know we are very in tune to one another emotionally.
mhm.
Um, and when I'm upset and I need um comfort, he knows exactly the words to say. He knows exactly how to walk me through. So,
wow.
or just to leave me alone. So it's hard because everything on that end lines up quite perfectly, but it's the other end that is not lining up. So that's why it's a little harder.
Well, go with your intuition. Do what you think is best for you. It's gonna hurt both, but it'll like Brett said, that opens up a door for both of you to go through and find someone that actually is who you're looking for. You don't want to be in a relationship that doesn't fulfill everything that you need, because eventually you're going to resent him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what? And here's the thing. I don't know what this man's about. I don't know what his heart is, but sometimes you will have two beautiful people, a man and a woman, that are really good people, really great. And you know what? They would be a good wife and a good husband, a great wife and a great husband. They get together, and on paper, you think, man, this would be a beautiful couple, but it don't work out. And you know what? And sometimes two great people aren't meant for each other, so it's not going to work. You got to be more than just a good man and good woman. You got to be meant for each other. I believe that. Um, and I've dated black women that are so beautiful and so awesome that have treated me so good. And I think, wow, we should be married and have, but it didn't work out. Why? I don't know. Well, I do know because we're not meant for each other. Me and Sandy were meant for each other, and it worked. I mean, here's the thing: you're going to run into men that are great men that will love women for and do all the right things, but they might not be meant for you. And that's okay. Sometimes that happens. You know, the one that's meant for you is meant for you. Um, and sometimes the most perfect man is not meant for you. You know that the perfect man for you might be down the road. And same thing for men too. The perfect woman, he might love you and you love him, and maybe it's not meant to be because you're not meant for each other. Maybe your blessing is down the road a little bit. Maybe his blessing's down the road. Um, Maybe he can't connect with you because he's got things going on, but he might find that woman he can connect with. And same thing with you. I mean, here's the thing with love. It takes more than just two. It takes more than a good man and good woman to hook up. It does. They got to be meant for each other. And God has a plan. And you're meant for who you're meant to be with. The girlfriend I had before Sandy, I loved her with all my heart, but she wasn't meant for me. Sandy was meant for me. It is what it is. I mean, and she loved me with all her heart. I believe that, but we weren't meant to be. But there's someone for everybody, and I cannot explain it. I cannot. It just is what it is. God has that special person for you, and it might not be who you think it is. It might not be. I just and you both might be just not understanding what's going on because you're probably both good people. You probably both love each other, but it's not meant to be, and it is what it is. But there is somebody for you. There's a husband for you. And for him, there's a wife for him. I believe that. I just think sometimes we link up together and we think we love each other, and we might even actually love each other with all our heart, but it's not meant to.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's you
I
can't force what
agree
God
with that.
doesn't have for you. He's not God. He's not what God wants for me. So I have to go with that.
Yeah, and that might be. And you know what? The next man might be the one for you. Um,
Yep, it's true.
and, and same thing for him. You just might not be for him. And maybe he don't see it, but maybe later on he'll find that wife that it's meant to be, and it might be beautiful. I mean,
Yep.
we can't. I and God's way is not. You know,
Not our ways.
yeah, it's not, and it's not smooth and smooth sailing. And we pick. Oh, I love her. She loves me, and we're married, and everything's beautiful. It don't work that way. No, there's going to
No,
be
it does not
struggle,
work
there's going to be issues. There's going to be hurt. There's going to be pain. There's going to be rejection on both sides, and it's going to beat you down so hard. But when you find true love, you're truly thankful, and I think God does that to us. to make us realize the blessing we really have. I think that's it.
I think I say that I trust him, but this was my test to see if I really trust him.
Yeah.
I think that's what that is. And so I have a few more things to deal with. And when I take care of this, that's when I think everything will fall into place.
Yeah, and I would say just pray about it. Just let God help you with that, and don't beat yourself up because it wasn't meant to be. And I'm not saying it's meant to be or it's not to be. I don't know him, and I don't know what's in your heart, so I can't just tell you if he's right or not. And I won't even attempt to even try to do that. The thing of it is there is someone in this world that loves us, and there's someone in the world we love, and God will give us that person. God will give us that blessing as long as we cling to God. I believe that. The problem is we don't cling to God. We go with what we think's right for us. Too many times, and you know what? We end up short. We end up lacking. We end up hurt and heartbroken, and we end up missing out on that blessing because we don't trust in God. We trust in what we think. Oh, he's fine, she's fine. Oh yeah, they make me laugh. Oh yeah, oh God, we love being around each other, but what goes beyond that? Um,
Yeah.
and like I said, I don't know your situation, but Afro Angelique, I know you're a good woman. I know I know your heart's in the right place. Trust in God and just, you know what? Don't worry about hurting the man's feelings. Worry about making the best decision for you.
Yeah.
A, a man will bounce back. Us as men, we're tougher than we even know. Even these beta male idiots are tougher than they even know. They just haven't, dug deep in their manhood and just, you know what? We're better as men when we have our faces drove in the mud and we have to pull ourselves up. That's when we're at our best. When,
Wow.
when we gotta just kneel down and work hard and just, be knocked to the ground. And you know what? That's when we're at our best because that's when we work the hardest. That's when we try to improve the most. Not when we're told by women in our community that we're the most desired and we're the most great and we're all this and that. No, that's what makes us weak. What makes us strong is telling us the truth. What makes men strong is just telling them, you know what? You're not meant for me. Sorry. It will hurt him. It will hurt his feelings. Oh, God, it hurts. But you know what? Us as men, God created us to endure pain. God created us to be tough. God created us to be the protector. God created us to be the strong one in our community. Why would we coddle a man when God designed a man to be tough? I'm just saying. Um,
That makes sense.
They're physically tough, but emotionally, everybody needs,
no,
have yeah, oh gosh.
no,
Freaking
you're
kill
right.
me.
And I don't mean it to sound mean. Yeah, men and women they need love. They need someone to give them a hug and embrace them and say, you know what, I love you. We all need that. I'm not saying don't give a man that because we need that too. We're human beings. I'm not saying, but what I'm saying is in life, men have to endure tough times because it makes us stronger, not because God wants us to suffer. It's because God wants us to be tough. Because look, when we get married and we're in that marriage and we have a family, when hard times hit, what good is a man that panics and says, "Oh my God, I don't know what to do. Oh, it's all over."
Yes.
What's the
There's no
life
point in that, man.
I mean, we got to be tough a little bit. I mean, when I had my time in my life, when I hit the bottom, I was sad, I was upset, I was depressed, and I told my wife I'm so sorry, and she uplifted me. But you know what? I was like, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna make the. You know what? If I have to go to work to Walmart for a little bit to build myself up, and I did that, I'm gonna make it happen. I was hurt, I was defeated, but you know what? As a man, I got to do my best. And you know what? And I'm going to pray to God, and God pulled me out of that. And I'm telling you, and that's how we're supposed to be as men. And you know what? You know what that did to my confidence? It made it skyrocket. You know what that did for my love for my wife? It grew so much more. You know, I've always loved and respected my wife, but oh my God, she had faith in me on my lowest moment. She had faith in me on my lowest point. But you know what? Yeah, I shed some tears. Yeah, I broke down. I felt defeated, but you know what? I never stopped working. You know what? I never stopped trying. You know what? I always worked. I always had a job even when I didn't have a job. You know what? I did my best, and my wife's seen that in me. And you know what? She never lost faith. In fact, I don't think she even worried about it. She knew it was going to be okay. Where I was just, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know. Oh my God, God help me! I'm flapping in the wind.
I
But
think
you know,
I think red flags are like the signs on the interstate. You know,
uh,
most people don't even look at them, but if they read uh, road construction ahead, or detour, or move to the left lane, or whatever the thing is, single lane traffic, God is telling us, there's something we're fixing to come up on, and He wants you to do what's the best thing.
mhm.
And while all these other people are ignoring the signs, they're not even reading them, God still leaves them up, so you can see them if you have eyes to see. And it'd be so much better if people read the signs and obeyed the signs, move to the left lane. Everybody would get over instead of waiting to the last minute and there's a big traffic jam trying to merge, up ahead. Same way in other circumstances in life. You meet somebody, good chemistry, you like them, you think they're nice, they're good looking, whatever the deal is, but something is just off. You don't have that 100% feeling.
Yeah,
Um,
Hmm.
anyway, things that I've learned in my life, ignored the signs that I wish I paid attention.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that trash the guy. The guy's probably a really nice guy.
He is a very nice guy.
He's just not handling his situation well. Some people aren't able to do it, or at this point in life, he's not able to. Maybe he needs something to pull himself up and get himself together.
Yeah.
you,
If he pulled himself together, it would be totally different. But
Afro Angelique, maybe I don't know this guy, but maybe he's not ready. Maybe he'll become a great man later on. Maybe he'll be amazing, but maybe he's not ready. Maybe he's just maybe there's something missing. Maybe I don't know. I can't explain it. And maybe he's meant to be with someone else, and maybe you're meant to be with someone else. And you're probably both great people. He's probably a great man and you're a great woman, and maybe he don't know his potential. Maybe he's
He doesn't.
insecure in his. No, I'm speaking truth because a lot of men have so much awesome potential, but they're so insecure they can't tap into it. And later on in life, they will, but
That is,
at the time being, they don't know what to do.
He's
I
in
Um,
think
his
that's what
40s,
that
though.
is.
He's in
huh?
his 40s, right?
He's in his 40s, yeah.
Oh yeah, well, okay. He
Yeah,
should
he's
have
not
figured it out by
21.
then.
He's not 21. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and maybe that's because young and dumb. I was there. Um,
But it's like nobody. He's never had anybody to really believe in him. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
and so he doesn't know what that is, and I think that's what he likes about me. But
couldn't believe
I
in it.
can I can be your cheerleader, but my thing is this: I can be your inspiration. I cannot be. I I. I can be inspiration for you, but I can't be the your catalyst. You have to have your own catalyst.
That's true. And let me tell you this, Angelique, when I talk about my downfall,
Hmm.
you know what? And Sandy told me that she had faith in me, but you know what I did? I had a job the next day. In fact, I was working three jobs. In fact, I was working so hard I was killing myself. But the thing of it is I was putting forth effort. Is this guy putting forth effort?
That's the thing. I thought that was um, you know, he works really hard and he has an outside job and right now that's like really hard. But
Uh-huh.
um the fact that he had an opportunity to get a side job and he was just too tired, so and it looks like it was gonna rain. So he's like, I'll call her about it tomorrow. And I'm like, you should call her today to see what it is that you have
Yeah.
to do since you don't know what it is that you have to do, so you can actually see if you actually can do what she's asking you to do.
You know the crazy thing is when I was at my low point, went from 120,000 a year to working at Walmart. You know what? I made quite a bit of money working minimum wage, but I had three jobs,
Mhm.
and yeah, it wasn't good for me mentally because I was up more than I was sleeping. But
Mhm.
the thing of it is my wife, my family was so important to me that I would work myself to death to make sure they're taken care of. Um,
And I don't think he has that kind of motivation because
yeah,
when I was younger and my mom lost her job, I got two full-time jobs and and between the two jobs, I had maybe 4 hours of sleep
yeah,
in between
you,
my two jobs. And
yeah,
so I
you
know what
did,
it is to put in the work.
you did, and the thing of it is you did what you had to do. I did what I had to do. I was at a low point. My confidence was shattered. My ego, there wasn't an ego there. I mean, humility was easy for me. Um, I was at a low point, but actually, when I look back at it, I was at the highest point of my life. You know why? Because I gave my all for my wife and my family. I worked so hard,
Mhm.
and you know what? I relied on God. I said, God, please help me. I was at the high point of my life when I thought I was at the low point. And you know what? That built the foundation of what I got today. The success I'm living today was built on that time. And the thing of it is, that's what makes God great. That's what builds character. And you know what? I thank God that I had the rug ripped out from under me. I thank God that I felt helpless. I thank God that everything was shattered. I thank God that I was so hurt. I thank God that it was tough. And the amazing thing is my wife loves me no matter what, no matter how good I am. But you know what? She knows I give it all. And when you give it all, you're going to get it all. It might not be right at that time, but later on you'll reap the benefits you don't even know. And let me tell you, the success that comes my way is nothing I'm doing today. It just it's built on that foundation. It's built on that heartbreak. It's built on that humility. It's built on me having my face pushed in the mud and feeling like I'm nothing. And the thing of it is you want a man like that, that will, no matter how much he's hurting, will give you everything. Even if he can't give you everything, he will work himself to the bone to give you everything. Um,
Mm.
and men today, sorry to say, they don't want to put in the work. They want the women to provide, and
It's just things keep presenting themselves, and so it's getting to a point where God is like, "How many times I'm gonna have to tell you?"
yeah,
So this is that last thing because he keeps showing me examples of where he does not meet up.
and you know what? The thing of it is you need a man that's going to provide for you, and a man that's going to be there for you. That's going to sacrifice for you. Um, it tells us as men to love our wives like Christ loved the church. Guess what Christ would do for the church? Guess what Christ did for the church? He
Mhm.
died for it. He gave his life for it. And we're supposed to love women like that, where we can give up our life in a split second. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Think about it. It's not just a speech, it's not just a warm, comforting thing. That's what we're supposed to do as men. If it comes down to it, where it's between us and our wife and our families, our life is nothing because our wife and our kids are more important than ourselves. And when you can get to that, in Afro Angelique, if this man believes that you're more important than himself and will give his life for you, that's the right man. If he's not there, he's not the right man. Because you know what? Us as men are supposed to sacrifice for the women in our lives, our wives, our children. You know what? When we're married as men, it's not about us no more. And it's not. It's about our wife because she's the prize. It's about our children because they're part of our legacy. When it comes to us, mm-mm, we're the first to go. We're the sacrifice. We're the sacrificial lamb. Truth be told. And if a man ain't there yet, he's not for you because that's our purpose. It is. And I look at my marriage. When I married my wife, it's no longer about me. It's no longer about what I want. It's no longer about my needs. It's about my wife. And it's about my children. When I joined the army, it was no longer about me. It was about my soldiers. It was them. I was just a part of the puzzle. But when the rubber hits the road, I'm the first to go. And you know what? I would lay down my life for my wife in a heartbeat. There's not even a hesitation. But that's where a man's heart needs to be. And you know what? When a man's heart is there, he will get everything out of a woman he ever desired. And you know what? He will give her more than she ever desired. And that's perfect love. But the problem is there's not real men. There's not a lot of real men. And sorry to say it, ladies. And that's why you got to be so protective. That's why you got to vet so hard. There are good men like that, yes, but they're far and few between. But the thing of it is a good man doing the right thing as a man will give everything to you because he sees you as the prize. He sees you as the blessing. You're more precious than, you're a treasure. You're more valuable than precious stones and rubies, ladies. That's what the Bible says about women. Did you know that? And
Yes,
it tells us as men that we're supposed to love our wives like Christ loved the church. And
Proverbs 31 woman.
what's that mean? That means we would give up our life in a heartbeat. How many men are willing to do that? But if they're not willing to do that, they're not meant for you, ladies. Serious. Because a good man that loves you with all his heart will be successful. He will make it work. He will find a way. It don't matter how much money he makes. It don't matter what community he comes from. If he loves you like God tells him to do, you're taken care of. I'm just saying. And no, it's getting kind of late. I'm getting emotional with this because I know what we're supposed to do as men.
Mm.
It's like that's why it's just like the kind of man that I know that I need in my life. I'm like, I just sometimes it's like I don't know if he exists.
He does exist. The thing of it is he's not in the majority because most people in today's world are corrupt, men and women. I mean, I'm just going to say it. But when you find that man and he's out there, you will know you're blessed. You will feel it. And when you really find that, Afro Angelique, you will go fall to your knees and you will cry out and you'll say, "Thank God for this. Thank God for him." And you know what? I've done this so many times with my wife Sandy. I will hit my knees and I will thank God, and I was just I'm at awe. I don't even understand how I got it so good. I don't even understand. I know I don't deserve nothing, but it's there. And when you find it, God will break you off and you don't even know. And the strongest men that find true love in a woman that's meant for him, provided for God, he will break down and get and yeah, it just I don't okay, I could talk about this all night, but I'm getting emotional because when you find true love, it's there. It just gosh, I wish I could tell everybody how to find it, but once it's there, you got to pray to God. God will lead you there. I can't.
No, God is leading me about down the pathway. He's been leading me for the last year and a half directly. So I know that there is someone out there. And
There is.
maybe I'm just and I'm coming to the realization that there are some things that I need to work on. So when those things are completed, I think that's when he will manifest in my life.
Yeah, it's out there. And I tell you, you guys have heard me say, my videos, my thing, and I talk about how much I love black women, and I do. I embrace black women. I just something about them. But when I look at my wife, I'm like, these black women have the same characteristics as my wife, and I'm like, is this true? What's going on? And I asked myself, I said, these women are amazing, and I've seen the negativity. I've seen black men go in on black women, and I'm like, why? And I tell black men, I say, gosh, do you know the blessing you have? Do you know this woman says she will ride or die for you? She loves you. Do you realize what you got? And they don't. And yeah, us as white men are going to benefit from this, but really, is it good? Because these women are suffering. Because these women are the most successful, the most beautiful, they have the biggest heart and abuse the most. And I look at that and I'm like, I don't understand it.
It's the way they. I've seen it over and over and over again.
And I don't understand it. And I'm not trying to put black men down. I'm not. I just love black women. I'm just like, why? These women are giving you everything. I never had a Becky say, you know what, white men will ride and die for. No, it never happens. You know what, white men, I will never date nobody with the white man. No white woman says this, but black women say this for their men. And they freaking disregard black women like they're, oh God, I just want to choke. I just want to just choke the crap out of these idiots, because black women, you know what? They've given me a fraction of what they're giving you, and I give them my heart, my soul, my everything. Seriously. And I don't understand it. I just don't get it. Sorry, guys, I'm getting emotional on this because black women, you know what? 1974, I gave black women my heart when I was 5 years old, and no woman has ever had my heart. And black women don't show me half the love they show black men in their community. But you know what? I'll give them everything when their men will give them a lot of time nothing and expect them to do everything for them. I just when I dated black women, when I married my black wife, all I wanted is you show up at the table. I'll give you everything. You don't have to bring nothing but yourself. Just bring your love, your loyalty, and your beauty.
As it should be.
And I don't understand the logic of it. I don't understand the crap. And you're going shame a black woman because she opens up her option when you turned her down when she gave you everything she had to offer. You know what? I'll take the black woman that offers me just a little bit and be blessed with it. You should be ashamed if you don't uplift the black woman. And if you want your community to be the best, you better marry the woman in the community. You better love her. And if you believe in black love, and I'm talking to black men, you better marry black women and not just lay up with them. Straight up.
And be faithful.
And be faithful. Yes. And if you can't do it, step aside and let the white guy do it. I'm going to say it. Let the Hispanic man do it. Let the Asian guy do it. You know what? If you can't be a man, let another man do it. If you don't want to marry the woman, let another man do it. And you better thank him for it, because you know what? He's the one uplifting the women in your community. I'm just going to say it. But you know what? Gosh, that just, it drives me so crazy. And you know what? White women will never get a white man that much love. Not even close. If he can't provide for her and have everything taken care of, he's nothing. But black women will give their heart and soul for the men in their community. They will love them with, and some women don't get married. They'll be 50 and 60 still waiting for that good guy to come through. Tell me, what the heck is going on?
Mm.
Okay.
So very true.
I'm just ranting. Okay.
But
we're
you're
all
dropping fire. But you're dropping fire truths and hitting everybody's heart.
I'm just, and then they will say, "Well, you're just fetishizing." No, jackass. I actually love black women. I actually gave black women my heart and soul. I actually married a black woman I married to for 28 years. Can you say that? Oh, but it's a fetishization. But I'm a racist, right? Okay, bro. Seriously, can you compete with me when it comes to love of a black woman? Umar Johnson, can you show your black wife except from a fashion crap show?
Hmm.
But it's a snow bunny crisis. Blame the white woman right before you blame the black woman. You know what? This is so stupid. Oh my God. Am I going
On
off?
fire.
Sorry.
Gordon?
I'm speaking truth. I'm speaking how I really feel.
100% facts, and everybody is loving it.
I'm just like, gosh dang. You know what? I was willing to give my heart and soul to a black woman just so me a little bit of love. These guys these women will sacrifice everything they have. They will ride or die for them. They will protest for them. They will do everything in the world for these men, and they won't even marry them. I'm like, wow. How does that work? You just show me a little bit of love, I'm hooked. You show me just a little fraction of, some acceptance, some love, and oh yeah, you won my heart over. But I see truth. I see the best, the best option, and that's why our marriages are the best, black women, white men, because us as white men, we see the truth. We see what's really there.
Yeah.
And black women, we will embrace you for a lot less than you give black women or black men. I'm just speaking truth. It's true.
Brent, when I find my husband, you're definitely coming to my wedding.
Oh, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, if I ever get married again, yep, you're the one there. You're gonna put us together. You're gonna say, anybody who wants to, I'm gonna let you be preaching at my wedding for me. You can
Oh,
stand us around the podium and bring us together. Yep. And I'm gonna say, this is why.
I'll be there. You know what? I just, you know what? Maybe I need to be an ordained minister so I can marry.
You're not
You.
into
Look,
the marriage?
Corey told you that the other day. You need to go
He
ahead and
did.
just get ordained so you
Why
can.
don't you
So
do that? Yeah, I thought you were. I really did. I
No,
thought
I'm
you
not.
were already.
My brother is. He's an ordained minister. I'm
Well,
not.
do
or
it.
or at least look, or at least go on the internet and get ordained to perform marriages.
Yeah, right.
And
Maybe I could.
specialize in interracial marriages. I mean, wow.
There you go. I'll give a speech on that. I could do that. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, my brother's an ordained minister, but he did it the right way. I fell into sin, and I would have been there with my brother preaching the word. But you know what? That's
But
my fault.
We
That's my failure.
understand.
but
We
Brent, you can't.
understand. Well
You
said.
know, if you ask God for forgiveness, He will throw your sins in the deepest ocean and forget that they ever existed. So that means that as long as you ask for forgiveness for that sin, does not it means that it would make you a better preacher because you understand where your constituents are coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that, but I got to be worthy too. I got to get it right.
Well, what? Worthy of what? You're worthy. Everyone's worthy. What are you worthying about? What are you worthy? What are you talking about? You're worthy. What does that mean? I can't tell you you're worthy. You have to believe it, and obviously you are, but you have to make that decision that you really want to do it, Brett. Because I can see it. So I'm gonna give you a task. So I'm a taskmaster too.
Okay.
I'm gonna task you with becoming an ordained minister. And if you do
Oh,
that, I'm gonna let you talk at my wedding and join me with the man whom I eventually will love. Okay?
Oh, wow, you're gonna put that on me. Now I gotta get to work.
Yes, you got to get working. But you know, it might take 10, 15 years, but that gives you time because I'm a
Yeah.
slow cook. Yeah, why not?
My wife's cousin, he always says, "Hey, so when are you going to preach? When are you going to do?" I'm like, why is he telling me this?
Because you
And,
can be a lay minister right now.
well, he's an ordained minister and he's talking about me and
Yeah, do it. I don't
It's
see the
it's not like,
problem with
look, it's not like elders don't give preach when the pastor's not around. So
yeah.
it's not like you can't it's not like you can't do a sermon.
I mean, what? Yeah, when you say you're not worthy, do you put your pants on just like everybody else? You're worthy. So
Uh,
just do it. Yeah, you're worthy. That's not you. That's interesting. That's a very, as a matter of fact, Brett, I consider you a friend, and I don't like it when my friends talk about my other friends.
Yes.
So
And if that's a gift, a spiritual gift that God is laying on you, then you know you have to take it.
mm,
yeah, God's trying to tell you something, honey.
Especially when you have so many people telling you this is your gift. You can't
yeah,
ignore you can't ignore the gift that God is trying to give you. Because
It's
he
true.
gives us spiritual gifts, and preaching the word is a spiritual gift.
You can't escape it. You can't look at Job. You can't escape it. Or Jonah in the well. You can't escape it. I mean, Jonah in the well, or I should say the big fish. He couldn't escape what he was told to do. He had no choice.
yeah,
Right. So
yeah.
if you want to use the Bible, let's use that.
I get it, but maybe it's just humility because I know I'm not that great. I just I just
You
wanted
know,
to be
you're
God.
greater than what you think you are.
Without a doubt. You the only reason I'm the biggest cynic on the planet. I will honestly say that. Truly I am. And I'm sitting here on your show listening to you, Brett. I am also a feminist, and I don't believe that man is above God, period. I don't listen to any man. I don't obey. I don't do any of that stuff. If you're not God, I'm not going to obey you. So, but I'm listening to you. I'm listening to a man tell me about not just me, but about how he thinks I should be. And I'm listening to you. You've got something.
You have a way of making people think about the choices and the options that they have. You have a way of making people want to open their heart to love.
Very
Not
true. Very
thi-
true.
and this is like, not that I was thinking about it, was in the back of my mind. Oh, God was putting these things in my head, but it's just like there was a lock and you were the key that unlocked it.
Mm,
So I mean, if you can do that, and I believe that you did that for somebody else. They were on the fence, but they ran across your channel, and you were the key that went into that lock and unlocked the possibilities and the actuality of, let me make this a more active movement to 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 look for somebody else out of my race. So you basically you lit a fire under me to make sure that I allowed white men to be an option. Because my whole thing was like, if you're brown, I'm down, and if you're white, and white was not even in my menu,
mm.
and now white is in my primary menu.
No. Again, I'm very cynical. I'm not a divestment person. I don't care what color you are, truly, as long as you treat me well. I really could care less. I even talk about it whenever I'm on a date. I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. I want to talk about having fun. So, but I'm listening to you, Brett. You get emotional about Black women and about your wife. And I think on this channel, what I enjoy the most is when you talk about Sandy and how much you love her. I absolutely enjoy hearing you telling me that. It's not how much you love Black women, how much you do this, that. No, it's how much you absolutely love your wife. I absolutely enjoy hearing that.
Amen.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
And I mean, in the kindness, I can tell it hurts you when you hear people say you're this way or that way, and they don't even know. But there are people in the world who do that. That's just what they are. They're a catalyst to help you see or help you get to another place. So, this, them shoo you and calling you names, it doesn't mean anything. The reality of the situation is that you're a good person. You have a really good channel. You have people who come to this channel who are good people too, who are looking for something. They're willing to listen to you. And we're willing to meet, talk to each other, discuss things that we don't talk about on other channels. So this is a good venue. So I don't see any issue. You need to be ordained. As a matter of fact, I'm waiting for you to say yeah.
Because you've created a safe
I
space.
appreciate that.
Say yeah. Say yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. You want to put me on the spot? Yes. Now I
You
got to
gotta
get to work.
Now you got to get to work. You can't
Yeah.
stay up all night long like you're doing. You need to get healthy too, by the way.
Yeah.
So you've actually made us care about you also. So how about that?
That's awesome.
Yes, because you have a lot of people in here that will defend you.
I do. You know what? I've seen that and I'm just like amazed. I'm just like, I'm so grateful, but I'm at awe. I'm just like,
See, what y'all don't understand is that's the very thing that white men need, because y'all are so wonderful. Y'all are so sweet and caring. Um, See, you got me touched. I can't help it. Y'all encourage and care, and I don't know. I've been sitting back with the thing on mute, and I go back and forth from tearing up to
Oh,
agreeing. But
Oh,
no tearing, no crying.
no, I would give you a hug right now if I could.
that's what's so wonderful about y'all. And I've grown up with people, and I've seen how the boys are treated like they're entitled, and how the girls are treated just horribly in many cases. And I I don't know. I mean, I don't understand how things get so out of whack. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, but it's messed the guys up, and it's made the girls better. But they're still it's not right, because I've seen so many wonderful ladies that are suffering, from the way they're treated. And anyway, but y'all always come through. That's what always freaks me out. Y'all always come through.
Look, we always have to step up to the plate. That's just the way we are.
Y'all are wonderful.
yeah. And I can't say it enough what Michael said, ladies, you don't even know how beautiful and valuable you are. And I tell people how much I love my wife, but I love black women too because my wife's a black woman, and a lot of characteristics my wife has, you ladies have. And within the collective, you guys are doing amazing things. And I can't help but to point out, you know, what you ladies are doing. How much love, how much you're doing with so less of resources and for the crap you got to put up with. And when I started dating, black women was everything to me. You know why? And it wasn't the physical beauty. You know what? It was what's in your heart. It was all that you gave. And you know what? And I look at it and how black women love black men. You give me a small portion of that, I give you everything. Because I understand the value. I understand what true love is. And a lot of men out there don't know that. And I know it's heartbreaking. And I've told people, I said, you know what? When I see black women being successful, doing an amazing thing, it warms my heart. It does. And I might not even know this woman. But you know what? I've seen what you ladies went through. And I got quite a few black women that are friends to me. Quite a few black women that are in my wife's family. And that I've held out hope, that I've loved the men in their community and given them everything and uplifted them and done everything. And a number of these women are heartbroken. And it breaks my heart because these are great women. These would be wonderful wives, great mothers, great. And I don't even understand. I can't even comprehend what that is.
That's what the white guy's thinking is. It's like every time you say these wonderful women, beautiful, faithful, everything a man would ever want, and they're treated like dirt. It just
It's like, and ladies, I mean, you're giving us more than Becky could ever give us. Seriously.
So
And
casual to say that.
I don't want to sound biased, and I don't have nothing against Becky because I love Becky. Becky's my mom. Becky's my cousin. And my brother married a great wife, and she's a white woman. She's a wonderful lady. She's a godly woman. I'm not saying, but the thing of it is there's nothing like a black woman. And I tell my brother this, and he says, okay, I get it. Okay. But you know what? He can't really argue with me because he sees my wife. He says, you know what? You got a good wife. You know what? And my brother's, and I think he's truly a man of God because he'll say, you know what? I've never dated a black woman. But you know what? There are great black women, and you're right, brother. He said, I don't know what it's like to be in an interracial relationship, but you're right. And you know why he can say that? And he's never dated black women. He's not like me. But he sees truth. And a man of God sees truth. And that's just another proof that black women are amazing. Black women, I can go on all night about this, but
Yes, we know.
Yes, experience. But
I'll never
I
run
can tell
out of
you this.
material because if I talk about black women, I speak truth and I could talk all night. It's too easy.
We love you for it because this is the one space I know that I will always get love.
Always.
You'll get
Always.
it.
Always.
And not even just from you, but from everybody that joins you in the chat as well.
Oh yeah. We could ask this one question. So, hey, what is Brett talking about tonight? What would you say?
His love of
Mm.
black women,
Yeah.
interracial marriage.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And you know what's crazy is that's what I talk about most of the time,
We know.
You know,
but that's where my heart is. That's where my life is. That's where, if you think about it, when I say interracial relationships, you know, it's trendy, right? It's exciting. People dating outside their race. Okay, it is. But for them, it's a trend. But for me, it's a way of life. You know, and those of us that love black women, we don't want to do it for the excitement or the trend. We want to do it for our future. We want to do it for who we want to be with.
Well, I'm gonna have to break. This time I really do have to go to bed because I've been up since early this morning.
Yeah, we got
yeah,
to close this up.
we
It's
gotta
all
close
right.
it. It's
I'll
2:30 over here,
12:30 where
so
I'm at.
It's 11:30 here, and
2:30
I
here.
worked all day long, and then I got on this like right after I got. So
It's
Uh,
addictive, but
well,
yeah,
it's a good kind of addiction because it fills you up. So you know, if you come on Brent's channel, you will get filled up.
yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on. Karen, thanks for participating, young lady. This was awesome.
this was
And
awesome. This
Hmm.
was
and if I could send you a trophy, I would. Maybe I need to create a trophy for this night.
yeah.
This
You
was
can have
the
a virtual trophy.
first dating show. Um,
Yeah. I keep on thinking of Don Cornelius. I keep on hearing love, peace, and soul.
oh, it's Soul Train, yeah. Oh God, you know what's crazy? Um,
I used to
you
watch
know,
that so
hey,
every
you know
week.
what? I used to watch
Soul.
Soul Train all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing. Um, you know what? I was raised by my father, right? I didn't spend much time with my mother, but you know what? When I go see my mom, we would watch Soul Train together. That was our thing, right?
Uh,
And you know, my mother never dated black men or nothing like that, but we love Soul Train. We love the music, right? Um, and we love Donna Summer. Donna Summer was like my first crush, um, but we'd watch Soul Train, and yeah, I remember I watched Soul Train all the time. I always loved the music. I always loved R&B and hip hop, and um, you know, but yeah, love, peace, and soul. Yeah,
yeah,
um,
well, that's what I was thinking when you were talking about us having that little, was it the dating game? You should call
yeah.
it the love, peace, and soul
Hey,
dating
you
game.
know what? Maybe I need to change that. Yeah, that might be an idea. Um,
You know
but
something?
yeah, go ahead, Michael.
If God gave black women to be wives for those important people in the Bible, you know, from Abraham, Moses, Boaz, King Solomon, they're special. If you rank to get in the Bible and God puts you in the line, that's a big deal.
Oh yeah,
Really
and,
big.
and you know what? It's true what he says. And ladies, that just proves how awesome and powerful black women are. You don't even know what you have, and society might not show the true beauty you have, but you know what? Your true beauty will surface. And you know what? It's how you look, and it's what's inside your heart also. Black women, you are the most beautiful. You really are.
Well, it's
And
like
I'm not saying that.
it's like with Boaz. Obviously, he she thought Ruth was beautiful. That's what got his attention. But then when he looked at her, he saw what was inside her heart. That made all the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? In my life, I always thought black women were beautiful and amazing. But when I got to know black women, it's like there's no other woman for me. There's no other woman I ever wanted to be with, because I seen your beauty from the outside, but I seen your beauty from the inside. I seen what your heart has. I seen the love that you give. I've seen the nurturing. I've seen the spirituality you have. I've seen the passion. I've seen the emotions. And I love women with emotions. I do. And people think it's a negative. I think it's a positive. And if you can tap into that, you can really fall in love with someone. And black women, I've seen beauty beyond what you even think I'm talking about. You think, oh yeah, he likes black women. That's who he's with. No, it's deeper than that. There's just so much more than you could ever understand. It's like I have eyes I can see through God to see the true blessing.
Spiritualized.
It's
Yeah.
spiritual. My love for black women is more than physical. It's more than emotional. It's more than the passion. It comes from God. It's totally spiritual. I mean, and when you have love like that, the love I have for a black woman, I can love a black woman like my wife. I love her with every aspect of love, emotional, spiritual, physically, everything. It all comes in line. And, it's truth. I could talk about it all night.
I know.
I know.
No, right?
We're going to bed. I was
Yeah,
supposed to say good
it's
night.
already
Good night.
almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm still going.
Yes, you
Yeah.
are. But we appreciate you, Brett. But for real, I do have to go to bed. And
Yeah,
thank you very
I
much.
gotta
Thank you
close.
very much, Michael.
Bye, Karen.
Yes.
Hope you have
Yeah,
Michael, it was such a pleasure to have you on today and to get to hear your voice.
I sound like, what did someone say? Cindy Brady, but an adult Cindy Brady.
Dang, you do.
Brady.
Because I have a little lisp.
Oh,
I never heard the list, but you do sound like Cindy Brady. Your voice. I never thought of it. Now I'll think about that every time I hear you talk.
Cindy Brady. All right. Well, good night, people. Enjoy
Good
your
night.
evening. And thank you again, Brett. Good night,
hey,
Michael.
thanks a lot, Karen. Thanks for coming on. It was
Oh,
awesome.
and send me that information in the email if you can.
The information.
PPP.
Oh,
I
And
thought I sent you that email. I didn't.
you may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
Okay,
So
I'll send it to you. And you want her email? Okay,
yeah,
I'll give
please.
it
And
to you,
also
Karen.
send me, when is she getting married? Where is she getting married?
Oh,
What's the
okay.
name? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
all
I
right.
got you.
Good night.
All right. Good night. Take care. Thanks for coming on.
You guys go to bed.
Yeah, I
We're
got to
working
get
on it.
right.
Well, what's Brent going to talk about next?
Black women and my wife.
Good
Yes.
night.
Was that okay?
Whatever topic you have, you're gonna to have Michael and Corey on it. It just be y'all three.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to have the man panel. We're going to do the man panel.
when I was a little boy, I used to think that those 3 braids that the little girls wore was so pretty and so cute. And then when I got older, I think I was in my 20s, and I heard these black ladies, young black women, laughing about these little girls that had those braids. I thought, how mean can you be? I thought they were pretty. I always had thought they were pretty. So strange how people see things differently,
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I'm going to say goodnight to both of you. It's been a pleasure speaking with both of you today.
Hey,
And
thank you, Afro Angelique. It's been a pleasure talking to you, young lady. And
I
you
appreciate
know,
you putting things into perspective for me.
oh, thank you so much. And pray about it, Afro Angelique. And you know,
I
um,
look, I've been praying and I keep getting the same answer. So
yeah,
it
well,
just means I need to just go ahead and accept it and deal with it.
yeah.
I just don't like hurting people. And I
I
know that
know
this
you
could
don't,
be
and
a
that's the
blow.
kindness you have. Um,
I know
but
it's gonna be a blow.
but sometimes with men, we gotta have our feelings hurt to get us on track, to get us to man up. Sometimes that's what it takes, and sometimes that might mean you both need to move on to who is meant for you both. Um, like I said, the things you say that he's doing, that's things I've done when I was young and dumb. I mean, we got to grow up as men. Sometimes we're caught up in our young and dumb. Well, you said he's 50. Maybe
No,
this to grow up.
he's
And
40.
even at that age, huh?
He's 2 years younger than me. So
And I get it. But sometimes maybe he's at his last leg and he gets that hit. Maybe he'll straighten up and find him a good wife. I don't know.
I think if I the way that I read the situation is that if it doesn't work with me, he's just giving up altogether.
Well, that's his choice, but the thing of it is if you want true love, you can't give up.
Yeah, I
True.
know.
Yeah.
And you have to learn how to lean on God.
Yes, and that's the most important thing. And if he don't have God in his life, he's never going to find happiness anyway.
True.
True.
Yeah.
Because it's just God is the reason for everything.
That's it. And why wouldn't you ask the creator to bring you someone that's a blessing to you?
Yeah.
That's what I logically that don't make sense to think you can find it on your own.
It's just there are options that are presented to you. You just have to have the discernment to know what's for you and what's not for you.
Yeah.
And I've known pretty much that he's not for me, but there's so many different aspects that are, and it's like, well, maybe I can, but I know that I cannot do anything. God has to do everything.
Yes.
So that's where that's at right now. And I
Mhm.
can't I can't I can't continue to delude myself.
Yeah, you got to do what's best for you. And like I said, you got to be selfish for you until you find that right man for you, the right woman. And then you could give everything you got because you're going to get everything back when you find true love. When don't give everything to a man that you don't even know loves you. I mean, just
Oh, he loves me. That's what makes it harder.
yeah. But you know what? That might lead him to someone that's meant for him too.
Put it in God's hands.
Yeah, put it in God's hands, Afro Angelique. Don't you're you know what? Yeah, I mean, you need to do you. You need to do what's best for you, not for him,
I know, but that's so hard for me. I always do what's best for everybody.
Yeah, but you can't do that. You can't go through life like that because you'll end up pleasing other people and selling yourself short. And at the end of the day, you don't really please them because it wasn't meant to be anyway.
This is true. I mean, for guys, yes, but it's like I have so much on my plate right now. I really don't need to be dating, but it's something that I wanted. So this is the foolishness that I'm
Yeah,
dealing with.
and you could tell them too. I just don't feel like dating. It's not right now. And
Is
you know
this
what?
is this the first white guy you've been out with?
Yeah,
Yeah, and well,
and
let me tell you about white guys,
so
Afro-Angelique. They're so
different.
different.
He's so different in every aspect of everything. He's so different, and it's different in a good way.
That's
Oh,
good.
It's just that because I'm taking care of my mom, and like I quit my job so I could take care of my mom. And right now, things are not the way they were supposed to be, and so I'm just trying to get back. I'm trying to get on track, and so I have to focus on that right now. I truly don't have time to date, but I feel like I need something for myself, and dating is something for myself at this point.
hmm.
Um,
Yeah, you got a tough job.
Yeah, it's tough. You got to do you, Afro-Angelique. And yeah, it might sound selfish, but you know what? It's actually the right thing to do for you and for him.
yeah, I
It
know.
really is. It sounds selfish, but it's the least selfish thing you could do. Because leading him on don't do nothing for him or you.
Nope, it just caused more hurt.
It does. So,
So, but thank you so much. I appreciate both of you guys. And Michael, you have to come on panel a lot more because the ladies love you.
Mm.
yeah,
I don't know.
they do love you, Michael. And you know what? Us guys love you too. You're awesome. Um, but yeah, the ladies love having you on. They do. And your perspective means a lot. And
It does.
you speak from wisdom. It's like wow.
And I have to write down, I have to write down the scriptures some that you put in. So
Yeah.
some of them are actually already in my book. So
And Michael Ray's quick on the scriptures. I read those and I'm like, oh my gosh.
mhm.
Uh,
So yeah, I have a little book of scriptures and prayer requests.
mhm.
I will write them down. Um, but thank you, and let me go ahead and I'll drop off so that you can do what you need to do. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be on.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to come on again Sunday for the prayer meeting, and then I'll do a Sunday night live. Um, that's the plans I have. Tomorrow I'm not going to do a live show. I'll be posting a video early this morning, but tomorrow night won't be a live show. Tomorrow I'll have a prayer meeting, and not tomorrow, but Sunday I'll have a prayer meeting and a show later on that evening. But yeah, look for me Sunday. Tomorrow I'm going to take the night off, and I'll be posting a video tomorrow, and I'm going to be working on my channel. And but Sunday I'll be going live twice, a prayer meeting and a night show. Um, but anyway, guys, if you like the dating show we did tonight, I know this was a almost an 8-hour show, 7
Oh,
hours 33 minutes. But if you guys are interested in the dating game, send me an email. We'll do it again. I want to do the reverse, 1 woman, 3 guys, if we can.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I think it would be cool. And we could do it. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it. God bless you and your families. Michael Ray, thank you so much, sir, for coming on, being a good sport. Thanks for participating in our dating show, the dry run. I think it was fun.
Yeah.
And I want to do it again.
I appreciate your heart, Brent.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that.
You say a lot of stuff that a lot of us want to say and don't get a chance. And anyway, I know the ladies appreciate it, but I want you to know that we appreciate it too.
Oh, thank you so much. You know what? Those of us guys that we see the true beauty in Black women, and we see the nurturing, the love that Black women have. Ladies, we love you. I love you. And I know Michael Ray loves you, Corey, and the guys in the channel, we love you. And there are many white men that love Black women, Asian men too. And ladies, you're beautiful. You're awesome. And don't let anybody ever tell you different. And you know what? I will say it over and over again as long as I have this channel. Ladies, you're awesome. And we do love you. We do. And anyway, Michael Ray, thanks for coming on. And the guys in this channel, they love Black women. They got good character. And that's awesome also. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and close this. Have a good night. God bless you and your family. And I'll see you Sunday. Join me in a prayer meeting. If you're Christian and you believe in reading the scripture and stuff, come join me. And even if you're not a Christian, you're welcome also. Everybody's welcome. Just come with love and respect. And Sunday night, I will be doing a regular live show also. So I'll have 2 live streams Sunday. So come join me Sunday with the prayer meeting and with the live show. The prayer meeting will start at 4:00 Eastern time. And later on, we'll have another show. But that's what's scheduled. Tomorrow, I won't have a live show. I'll be posting a video tomorrow. And but anyway, guys, I love you guys. And thank you for coming on the show. Jay Mensa, good to see you, young lady. Michael Ray, you're the man. I love you, brother. Corey, I love you, brother, too. And the ladies that come on, I love you, ladies. You ladies are awesome. And God bless you. And God bless your families. And I'll see you guys Sunday. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. And I'll see you soon. Good night. God bless.